1. The beginning. 1. In the middle of the streets a young boy was currently seen running at full speed. The boy seemed to have a piece of bread in his mouth as he dashed toward his destination. The boy was about 177 centimeters tall along with possessing an athletic build, which were currently being used in order to help the rush toward his current destination as we spoke. The boy had dark brown hair, and his eyes were black with gold pupils. All in all, he was pretty average in the look department. However, the reason that he was currently rushing toward his school was pretty simple. Welp, he was late. He woke a bit later than usual that day and now would get to school 30 minutes late if he did not rush there at full speed. As he crossed the street, a car rushed toward him, and without even paying attention to the car, he managed to jump over the car and onto a motorcycle. He used the speed of the motorcycle to build up a jump toward a shortcut. Boosting himself toward the alleyway, he used the corners in order to get himself up. By jumping from wall to wall he was able to jump over the wall. However, this was not what was in his mind right now. Gritting his teeth he propelled himself further toward the school. He was now running incredibly fast for a human boy. A bit too fast, some people might say. However, he did not care about any of this at all. As he saw the school gates, his eyes kind of heated faster upon seeing that the school gate was being closed. Not feeling like being left behind, the boy pushed himself further, as he pushed all of his energy into his leg. What seemed to be a crack in the concrete seemed to have been made due to the sheer amount of force exerted on the concrete surface. As the school gates were only 4 inches from closing, the boy managed to jump in the gap and managed to make it to school on time. As the boy's body hit the floor, the sound of a bell ringing could be heard. Just in time. "You are late, Takeo," a stern female voice was heard saying from behind the boy now known as Takeo. Takeo slowly turns his head around to be met by the student council president. "Are you sure? Because if I remember correctly I am not late unless the gate closes on me," Takeo said, trying his best to give his most innocent face in front of this woman. The girl touched her eyelid with her hand, looking as if she was in deep thought. Her eyes then went to him before saying, "Make sure this does not happen again, Mr. Takeo." "Count on me, Miss Sauna," Takeo responded with a smile on his face. She sighed a bit as she walked away. Takeo just kept the same goofy smile he had on his face. He then smelled it. It was a very dark scent coming from Sauna. As if Sauna could feel him sniffing her, she turned around with a strict look on her face, saying, "It isn't cordial to sniff your classmates. You smell funny," he said, scratching the back of his head. "What does that mean?" Sauna said, suddenly getting defensive. Takeo just smiled at her before saying, "I guess I will say, your scent is special. Being flirty will get you nowhere," Sauna added as she walked away. Welp, she was as cold as always. Anyway, he didn't come to school to talk about Sauna, he came here too. What was the purpose he came to the school again? Because he knew for a fact it wasn't to learn? Trying to learn from those damn books was too goddamn hard. He felt like he was being stared at. His eyes went toward where he felt the stare coming from, and on the second floor of the school he noticed a white-haired girl looking at him. She looked to be quite young, and for some reason she gave him major cat vibes. He did not know why, but for some reason he felt as if she was a cat. As soon as he made eye contact with the girl, she looked away, as if she didn't want him to look at her. Well, this wouldn't be the first time a game didn't feel like talking to him. Speaking of which, he is going to be late for class. Immediately standing up, Takeo rushed toward his classroom at newfound speed. He wanted to get there on time for no particular reason that day. He just felt like being like a model student, someone who was on time for his class instead of 30 minutes late. A/N, his full name is Takeo Jin. I am sure some people have noticed, but yes, he is subconsciously using Toki 2, meeting a cat, 2. He never said he would be a model student, so that's why he kind of fell asleep during class. It wasn't his fault, the class was just so boring that he just somehow fell asleep. It wasn't his fault, he did try his hardest. But somehow he had managed to fall asleep, probably when the teacher was speaking about Japan's history. Frankly, something about war crimes and so on. He did eventually take a nap in class. Luckily he could fake that he was paying attention. He had sharp senses, so unless they truly did catch him lacking, then he would be able to speak to the teacher just fine. As he was sleeping peacefully in the class thinking about fighting someone strong, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of someone talking. How was that porn DVD I lent ya? The sound of a boy was heard saying. Matsuda, keep it down. Another teenage boy's name was heard saying. Shushing the boy. I was blessed with being able to snap a panty shot today. Another boy added. Lowest of the low. Perverts. Virgins. Pigs. Those were some of the insults that some of the girls in the class threw at them. Takeo, however, who just had woken up from his nap, just looked at them. His eyes looked quite bored. What you looking at? You want some of this too? The boy who barely had any hair said. He opened his mouth and yawned, not even caring about any of this. He grabbed his bag and tossed it over his back before rushing outside the class. If those three idiots could so blatantly speak about porn, then that meant that school was over and he was free to do whatever the heck he wanted. He rushed toward his favorite spot, the vending machine on the roof of the school. What should I buy today? He said to himself as he looked at the vending machine. He could buy whatever his eyes desired in that machine. There were so many sweets, he just couldn't stop himself but looking at all of them. He wondered which one he should pick, there were just so many. A popsicle never hurt. He placed the coin inside the machine and then his finger hovered over some buttons before he eventually inputted the code needed for the popsicle he so desired. Takeo watched as the popsicle fell out of the machine in a small bag. He lowered himself down so that he could more comfortably open the entrance where the popsicle was. He reached his hand inside and grabbed the popsicles. He sighed happily and picked up his popsicle before walking to one of his favorite spots. One of the most comfortable spaces in the school in his opinion. He sat down near one of the railings on top of the rooftop and started eating his popsicle. The flavors were just melting on his tongue. Wasn't it just him, or was it a bit sweeter than usual? They probably changed the recipe. This changes all the time, so it wasn't out of the ordinary for him to notice that. As he was halfway finished with his first popsicle, he felt something looking at him. His eyes went toward the location where he felt the person looking at him. There he saw that same white-haired girl again. She seemed to be staring at him intensely. He did notice from time to time her eyes went toward the popsicle in his hand. Noticing that, a smile appeared on his face. Want some? Takeo was seen gesturing toward her as if to ask her if she wanted some sweets. She seemed to be thinking really hard about it. As if wondering if it was worth it, she seemed to be very deep in thought. I don't bite, trust me. These were the words that left his mouth as he gestured for the girl to come closer to him. She approached him very slowly, although it was clear to him that her eyes were only on the sweets in his hands. When she eventually got close enough to him so that he could hand her the sweet, he handed her the popsicle that she took from his hand. Her eyes seemed to be examining the popsicle. He did not know why, but for some reason it seemed as if she was looking for any sign that it was poisoned. Why would she be doing that? Did he come off as a bad person? Did he do something he was not supposed to do? She sat decently away from him and started licking the lollipop. Though her eyes stay on him the whole time. Why did he feel like she did not trust him at all? The look she was giving him did not seem friendly, and yet at the same time the look were not violent at all. It seemed as if she was perfectly neutral about everything. A/N, I wonder why. 3. Kicking a bastard. 3. Did you like it? Takeo's gaze seemed to linger on the girl as he asked those questions. The girl had utterly devoured the food that he had given her, not even food. The little popsicle stood no chance. But for some reason, he felt like there was bad blood between him and the girl. Did I do something bad? Were the words that left his lips as his gaze landed on the girl. He truly wonder if he did something to piss her off so badly. All he truly did really was just give her a popsicle and exist. Really? You smell funny. The girl's gaze toward him did solidify the gaze that he did get from her. What did she mean he smelled funny? Takeo started to sniff himself. I am sure I put deodorant on today. And he was right, he could smell the deodorant that he had on. The smell was quite nice actually. Even if he was in a hurry he had time to put it on, so He wondered why she told him he smelled funny. He smelled perfectly fine. Ape. Did she just say, he smelled like an ape, a monkey? Sure, sometimes he may act like one, and some people may say his fighting style may resemble a monkey. Me a monkey? He pointed both of his index finger and his middle finger at him as if asking her if she thought he was the monkey. She seemed unamused. Well damn, wasn't she just a hard girl to please? He just slowly stood up before saying, how about you spend some time with me, and you get to decide for yourself if I am good or bad. He then looked at the girl. She looked back at him as if wondering if she should take this deal, but eventually, she nodded her head. Deal. Takeo nodded his head before. Takeo walked to the edge of the railing, the edge of the school rooftop. He gazed below to see the fall. They were quite high off the floor, and his gaze went toward the trees nearby. He could make it. He closed his eyes for a second as the sun seemed to cast a long shadow. The girl's eyes seemed to widen a bit as she felt a familiar energy running toward the boy. It was as if nature itself came toward the boy's aid. With a deep breath, Takeo focused on the trees near him and watched how they swayed in the wind. He had to make sure he matched their rhythm if he wanted to do this perfectly. Opening his eyes, he jumped off the roof without hesitating, not even for a moment. He landed on a nearby tree branch. His sneakers were gripping the nearest branch in order to make sure he would fall. The branch swayed under the weight that it now had to carry. He could tell the branch would snap in two if he stayed on it for too long. Moving swiftly, he jumped from the tree branches to the floor below the rooftop and from that floor to another branch nearby. He did not waste even a second in each spot, backflipping his way to victory. Some students who were on the way home couldn't help but look at what was currently happening. As he landed on the tree trunk, he put his energy into his leg before dashing toward the floor. He landed perfectly on his feet as he looked up to the white-haired girl who was on the roof with him. He waved her off before dashing away. What a show-off, a guy with a glass said upon noticing some of the girls were talking about this boy's incredible show of athleticism. Even I could do better. Another of the perverted trio members added. Akeno-senpai is nearby, why don't you prove it, Issei? Feeling himself being peer-pressured to do it, Issei was about to have one of the worst days of his life. Meanwhile, with Takeo, he rushed his way out of school, making his way back home with no care in the world. Help, me, someone help me. That sound caught his ears. What was that sound? No one heard you, so shut up. The voice of a gruff man was heard saying as he was ready to rail this girl like there was no tomorrow. Managing to rip the girl's clothes away, the man smiled upon seeing what was underneath. Oh yeah, he hit the jackpot. Before he could say anything else, a powerful kick landed on his jaw, causing him to lose focus. The man stumbles back a bit upon feeling the blow that was landed. His eyes looked at the boy who had kicked him before annoyance appeared on his face. I am sure I put a silencing spell around that area, the man thought to himself, as he knew for a fact there was a spell that would make sure normal people couldn't hear the sound of the girl's scream. 4. Toki, 4. Did your parents never tell you to not play the hero? The man wiped some of the blood that was falling down his cheeks. I couldn't just sit still and watch, could I now? Were the nonchalant reply that came from the boy. The man laughed a bit. I will teach you today that humans are nothing more than tools for us to use. As those words left the man's mouth, what seemed to be Bathwing appeared on the man's back. The boy looked stunned and confused even as the man started laughing. You saw now, hey? You see how badly you messed up? The arrogance dripping down the man's voice could be felt and tasted all the way from the room. In his mind there was no way this boy could handle him. The terrified look on the boy's face should be enough to tell him that the boy realized how outmatched he truly was in this fight. Don't beg for your life now, after I am done with you. I am going to go after your whole family. The man started laughing evilly as he said those words. You shouldn't have played the hero. But before he could finish his monologue, Takeo opened his mouth and said, Batwing, are you, Batman? Hat. You little fuck. The man seemed enraged upon being thought of as Batman. He rushed toward the teenage boy, aiming to show him the difference between him and this so-called Batman. Takeo dodged the man's strike before kicking him away. Leave. He basically ordered the girl as she shakily ran away. You fucking bastard! The Batman-like villain said, rushing toward Takeo at full speed, aiming to slay this human who stopped him from using his cum toilet. Takeo ducked under the man's strike before kicking him in the guts. As the punch landed squarely in the man's chest, he gasped out air. The blow, it hurt? How could a human boy do such damage to him? He was the superior species after all. Takeo rushed toward the demon, who now knew the boy could damage him. Out of his guard. The boy however had the perfect move for this. Using his leg in order to grab the demon block. He pulled his leg back, causing the demon guard to now be non-existent. While the demon was left confused to understand what kind of skill was used on him, Takeo used the demon guard in order to deliver a powerful kick aimed at the side of the entity's head. Pulling all of his might into it, he slammed the entity into the floor, causing the floor beneath them to shatter. The man puked out blood as his back was blown out by the floor. Though before the man could think of anything else, a powerful punch was landed squared in his fist. For the first time in his life, he had seen the light. Maybe deserting his master was not the right idea, maybe raping all those human girls was not something he had to do in his life. Those were the thoughts going through his mind as he ate the punch. He did not even have the energy to get angry at the boy. He was getting fucked in every sense of the word. No, he had magic, yet at least he had that over the boy. As he stood up, he used his magic to make a magic barrier around his body. You can no longer hurt me. The man shouted, proud of himself. He may have had to use magic on a puny human, but at least this was something he had over the human. He didn't need anything more. Takeo proceeded to knee the man so hard in the gut that the man bounced on the concrete wall that was behind him right into another combo. Pouring all his might into his leg, Takeo grabbed the devil's head with his leg before jumping very high in the air, seemingly creating a tornado. However, he did not care. As they started falling down on the floor, Takeo made sure to pour more energy into his leg as he kicked the man very hard. Just the man's head hit the floor, delivering a spinning top kick. He used that kick just a moment before impact to cancel out his own body inertia. By kicking the man so hard just before impact, he effectively stopped himself from taking as much damage as he was supposed to. As the man landed on the floor limp, Takeo looked at him. Wow, that was a nice workout. As he said those words, he looked at his clock. Oh shit, he was going to be late. Time skip. A summoning portal was made around the alleyway where the battle had taken place. Walking out of that summoning circle were 4 people, one girl with red hair, another girl with black hair, a white hair girl, and a blonde boy. Starry devil, Zoctract, we come to destroy Y. The red-haired girl was about to say when she noticed the pass-out demon on the floor. Fufu, seems like someone got there before you, senpai, the black hair girl said, laughing a bit to herself, although it seemed she was more like this to tease the red-hair girl. The red-haired girl's brow furrowed a bit at this. Who could have gotten there before them? Her eyes then went toward the white-hair girl, who seemed to be sniffing the air. Got something, Konako? The red-hair girl asked, looking at the white hair loli, now known as Konako. This scent, it's familiar, were the words that left her mouth. What is it? The red-hair girl asked politely, as if noticing the way Konako was acting. It's Toki. As those words left her mouth, everyone stayed quiet, as if they knew this was a sensitive subject for Konako. Is it? Why? Before the red-hair girl could finish her words, Konako stopped her before saying, "It's Senpai Toki. A/N. 5, Mother, 5. Takeo, upon arriving, proceeded to rush inside his house. He removed his sandals and rushed toward an altar. Upon arriving near the altar, he took in a deep breath before getting on his knees. He looked at the picture of a woman. He looked at the woman for a bit as tears started falling down his cheek. He however ignored the fact that he seemed to be crying. He looked at the picture of his mother before saying, "Hello Mom, it's me again, Takeo. Today was great. I woke up late but I still managed to get to school on time. I tried my best but I couldn't stop myself from falling asleep in class." As those words left his mouth, his eyes never left the picture. For some reason, it felt as if he was speaking to a real person instead of a picture. Don't worry, you didn't raise no quitters, I will grow up big and strong just like you wanted. As those words left his mouth, he seemed to be getting emotional. He however managed to stop himself from crying before he started praying. He was as respectful as one could be toward the dead. After finishing taking care of this, which took him about an hour, he then walked outside of his house where he started practicing his martial arts skills. The only thing he could do was to clear his mind from thinking about his mom. He poured his sweat and blood into each kick and each punch. He made sure every single movement had 100% effort put into it. His dream was to become the very best martial artist alive. Unraveled by none, equal to the heavens, that was his goal. He wanted to be so great that his name reached the heavens. For some reason, he felt as if this was his purpose in life. Ever since he was a kid he felt that way, ever since he first saw martial arts. For the first time in his life he wanted to be the best at it. And that is why he tailored his style so that he could be as free as possible when doing it. In his opinion, a man could only be the best if he was free. Being chained by thoughts was not something he wanted that. Each one of his punches and kicks showed nothing but pure skill along with unparalleled freedom. Freedom someone will not get if they let their own insecurity guide their life. With each kick and each punch, Takeo punched his body to the limit. Using the might of his whole body on a kick, Takeo kicked a kick at full force and watched in amazement as his kick completely and utterly destroyed the tree alongside the 10 trees behind it. Oops! He said as a sweat drop fell down the back of his head. He might have overdone it just a bit. Takeo walked toward the tree and picked off the broken part of the tree on his back before trying to put the tree back in its original position. But no matter how much he forced it, the tree always fell down the second he stopped applying pressure into it. I got it. Takeo rushed inside his house and came out with flex tape in his hand. The commercial says it can hold anything, so it can definitely hold a tree. The sheer innocence and stupidity of this boy were quite marvelous. And his stupidity was further put on display after the flex tape was unable to fix the tree. Eventually, Takeo decided to call it quits and just put a sign saying, "The trees were like that when I got there. Welp, this will prove I didn't do it." Takeo had a proud look on his face as he looked at his handiwork. However, something within him refused to give up and thus, he carefully took the seed of each tree and planted them. He may have destroyed 10 trees but he planted at least 50 new trees, so he wasn't a tree destroyer, right? Everything was good, he didn't deserve to be scolded for this. I am sure Mom would be proud of this. His chest was puffed out as those words left his mouth, just thinking about his mom made him sad. In order to not think much about the sadness he was currently feeling due to missing his mother, he decided to go back to training, as only in training did he ever feel truly free. Takeo kept training until the sun went down, however, he showed no sign of being exhausted, even though he was sweating. His body seemed to be overflowing with life force energy. It was as if the nature around him was making him way stronger than before. It was as if all of his stats were being doubled. Over time, his stats seemed to have tripled and then quadrupled. The more in the zone he seemed, the more his stats seemed to be upgrading. Quintuple, sextuple, septuple, until eventually his stats were now 10 times their original value. The second he reached this point, his stats seemed to stop growing. However, just as soon as it appeared it vanished, as the power-up ended. Takeo was left drained and out of energy. 6. The Devils, 6. Time skip a week. Life had been pretty normal for Takeo: go to school, sleep in class, go to the roof, and share a snack with that white-haired girl who he knew was Konako. And then go home where he would pay his respects to his mother and tell him how his day was. Then he will train until the sun goes down, rinse and repeat, and so on. The only thing that may have changed was the fact that he now had a weird bat following him around his house. He didn't mind it at first, but for some reason, he felt as if he was being spied on. It was just this tiny bat that he saw following him around. He didn't like the bat at all, more like he didn't like the feeling that the bag gave him. He did not want to get spied on. Currently, he was on the school roof sharing some snacks with Konako, and she now seemed to be less weary of him. Although she seems to be pretty worried. Konako, how would you act if I told you I think a bat spying on me? At those words, he seemed to have caught Konako's interest and so he continued. I don't know about you but ever since like a week ago, there was that weird bat following me around. He then saw the expression on her face, noticing the way that she seemed to be in a trance and something else he thought that maybe his question was stupid. Maybe I am stupid, after all, what would a bat need to follow me for? He smiled brightly in order to hide the fact that he just said he felt like a bat was following him around. He felt stupid for even thinking of that but his instincts were usually on point. His intuition usually was never wrong, if it told him something was safe he would trust it. And so he felt the same way when his intuition was telling him that the bat was spying on him. Why did you think it was spying on you? Her voice came out kind of cold or devoid of any emotions. Well you see, I am pretty in tune with the nature around me so I can usually tell when something is off, like with for some reason, my sense is telling me you are not normal, I am getting some cat vibe in there too. He explained as he looked at the girl in front of him who seemed to have no expression on her face as she just nodded her head along with what he was saying. You don't feel evil? Takeo looked stunned at the words coming out of her mouth. Why would he be evil just because he is in tune with nature? Of course, I am not evil, nature is not evil, it's nice. Takeo seemed to really believe in what he said but Konako stopped him by saying, no it's evil and corrupted. The way she said it made it really sound like she was speaking from personal feelings, as if she had experienced firsthand how what he was using was evil. If you say so. He then looks at the time before saying, I am going to head up. After saying those words, his body seemed to be enveloped in that strange energy, as he jumped off the roof just this time he did not bother performing. And just landed on the concrete floor below before dashing off. POV change. Konako walked inside the occult center and saw two beautiful young ladies speaking. One of them was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous body, white skin, blue eyes along with possessing a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature was her long, beautiful crimson hair, that reached down to her thighs with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also had loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. She was the leader of this little group of misfits. The second lady was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure. She had very long black hair and violet eyes. Her hair was usually tied in a very long ponytail, reaching all the way down to the floor with two strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Upon noticing her return, the red-haired lady opened her mouth and said, so, how was it? The girl seems curious about how Konako's talk with Takeo went. He knows about the bat spying on him. After those words left her mouth Konako went to get some chocolate, she needed some right now. The red-haired girl seemed stunned at those words, meanwhile, the black-hair girl just started giggling. Fufufu seems like Takeo-kun has some surprise, after all, senpai. Meanwhile, Rias had a smile on her face, maybe this was what she needed. If as a human this boy possesses the power to beat down a low-class devil. She wonders how strong he would be as a devil. A human with the ability to subconsciously use Toki. 7. The Spar, 7. Takeo looks around him, taking in the scenery, his eyes went toward Kaiba. The man who had invited him for a spar. So you want us to spar? Takeo asked as if trying to get gauge what the man wanted. Yes, I only want to test out my skills, Kaiba replied as his gaze went toward Takeo. Yeah sure, I don't see why not, Takeo said as he got into his fighting stance. Kaiba drew out his wooden blade and he too got into position. Just imagine it's a wooden blade. Kaiba first rushed at Takeo and swung his sword at Takeo's neck. Takeo masterfully dodged the strike before throwing a kick toward Kaiba. Kaiba was able to use his sword to absorb the impact of the blood. Not wasting any second, Kaiba rushed toward Takeo and started attacking him with his sword while Takeo himself was masterfully dodging all of Kaiba's strikes. However, as the fight went on, Takeo noticed that Kaiba's speed was becoming faster and faster, his speed seemed to be increasing by the seconds. He felt as if he was being tested. Takeo waited until Kaiba was right next to him, and he blocked Kaiba's strike that was aimed at his neck before he used Kaiba's own momentum against him, delivering a powerful kick to the side of Kaiba's head. He heard something crack which worried him just a bit. "Are you okay?" he said, sounding worried as he saw some blood dripping down Kaiba's jaw. He may have overdone it just a bit. "No, I am fine," Kaiba replied as he got back into his stance. "I may have underestimated you a bit too much," Kina replied as he solidified his stance. "I will fight while I have," Kaiba exclaimed as he vanished from Takeo's sight. Fast! Takeo thought as he dodged under Kaiba's strikes. With Kaiba's speed increased to that level, Takeo's base state was unable to keep up with the sheer speed that Kaiba possessed. Takeo threw a kick where he felt Kaiba was, only for him to notice he was kicking the air. Kaiba had vanished from his sight. Feeling danger behind him, he jumps away just as Kaiba appears behind him. He manages to dodge the strike. "Kaiba-kun seems to be having fun," Akeno said as she watched the fight going on down below. Rias, watching by her side, watched the fight with what seemed to be excitement in her eyes. Being able to keep up with Kaiba even if as a human, Rias said as she looked at the scene below. Konako's eyes narrowed a bit as she felt that familiar energy rush toward Takeo. She could feel it, as the energy reached the boy. Takeo smiled as he now could see where Kaiba was. His eyes could now track where Kaiba was at all times, and now he could feel him. Kaiba's energy was a bit more demonic compared to the nature around them. So all he had to do really was to focus on the demonic energy moving very fast all around him. Using his newfound speed, he rushed toward Kaiba, who seemed like he had not expected this huge boost in speed from Takeo. He was unable to stop the harsh elbow to the gut that he received. He felt it, his internal organs felt like they were being destroyed. That blow hurt like being kicked in the balls. Taking advantage of Kaiba's current state, Takeo proceeded to unleash a combo on the man, one downward kick, one side kick, and finally to end off the combo, he kicked Kaiba in the jaw, sending him flying upward. As soon as Kaiba landed on the blood, the first thing he noticed was the fact that Takeo was rushing at him already. Not willing to tank any blow of Takeo's blows as they felt the same as Konako's strength, yet Takeo's blow felt the same as Konako's raw strength. How could a human get that strong? Kaiba took in a defensive pose, blocking for what felt like the first time in his life. Takeo, however, did something that he did not expect. Takeo feints a reverse kick with one leg and uses the same leg to hold the arms of Kaiba to pull down his arms and expose him. With his back towards Kaiba, Takeo turns and spins 180 degrees and kicks Kaiba in the face, followed by another kick with his other leg. As Takeo finished landing this combo, he felt, nearly instantly, the strain that his move was having on his body. However, he was able to fake it. Takeo walked toward Kina on the floor before saying, "We should do this again sometime." There was no ill intent behind his smile as he helped Kaiba up. "You are pretty strong," Kaiba added, looking at Takeo. "I am going to be the best martial artist someday, so of course I am going to be strong." Takeo seemed proud of himself as he said that. Kinda just smiled a bit. Meanwhile, Rias, who was just watching this, looked at her. 8 took pieces. He had the potential, all she had to do was bring it out. 8, the fallen, 8. Takeo was stunned. You see, currently there was a blue-haired girl, with a very curvy body in front of him. Under normal circumstances, Takeo wouldn't really care much about it. Titties or no titties, those massive fun bags were not going to help her in a fight. Her poor back, did she have a back problem or something? Anyway, none of this was the reason he stood still like this. The reason was simple really, it was because of the question the girl just asked him. "Can you go out with me?" she said in a soft voice. Takeo, however, felt that something was off. Due to his skills in senjutsu, he was able to tell a person's character by just sensing their aura. And upon sensing her, he noticed something. Her personality seemed rotten. Like rotten, it was bad. It felt evil yet good at the same time, kind of like a mix of an angel and a demon at the same time. Are you sure, you got the right person?" Takeo asked nervously as he looked at the girl. "No, you are the one I am looking for. I am certain, I have been a fan of yours for a while, and so I wanted to ask you if you wanted to go out with me. The girl looked all sweet and innocent when she said that, but something told Takeo this was not what the girl was thinking inside. Fall for it, you idiot, Kala Warner thought to herself as she noticed the boy's resistance. She couldn't believe she had to do this. Usually, Rainare would be the one doing that stuff, not her. Why did she have to get stuck with this boy? However, she knew why. This boy's power was way above that of a normal person. It might even be above the level of an average devil. However, upon spying on the boy for a while, they had discovered that he was not allied to any of the three factions. The boy was human, and the only way a human could be so strong is if they had awakened a sacred gear. So it must mean this boy had a scarred gear, even if he didn't have one. Getting rid of him would mean one less future devil to worry about in the future. They had noticed how the Gremory seemed to be making a move on the boy, which had thrown their earlier plan of making the boy join their side go to waste. The boy seems gullible enough. Upon noticing Takeo resisting, Kala Warner decided to press herself against him. A soft possum pressed against his chest as she gave him her best puppy eyes. Can't believe I am doing this. Please. Kala Warner had a sweet expression on her face as she did all of this. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am not dating right now, Takeo said, trying his best not to hurt the girl's feelings. Guess I have to kill him. Save me the hassle of going on a date. Can you promise me one thing? She had a soft expression on her face as she said those words. Sure, what is it? Takeo had this innocent look on his face as she said those words. Die. As those words left her mouth, countless light spears were thrown at Takeo, with several of them landing. Blood spilled on the floor as Takeo felt his inside dying. He gazed up to see the girl who was flirting with him just a moment ago, looking completely different. Were those wings, feathers? If you want to blame anyone, blame God, she said as she prepared herself to throw more light speed, only for Takeo to vanish from her sight and appear in front of her in an instant. In an instant, a powerful kick, infused with all the toki that Takeo had in his body, was landed directly to the side of her head. I don't like people who use cheap tricks, Takeo said, looking pissed, but he felt himself bleeding out. Even though his wounds were healing due to him using senjutsu, he was still bleeding out, like a lot. Kala Warner stood up looking bloodied as all the blows that had landed earlier had seriously messed up her brain. She felt as if her brain had taken some serious damage as she was now seeing double and bleeding from the nose. Even her control over her magic felt unstable. For Christ's sake, she couldn't even flap her wings. She couldn't fly. She was now stuck on the floor with a martial artist whose whole thing was hand-to-hand combat. Luckily for her, the boy was bleeding out. Senjutsu, max output 10x. Takeo was bleeding out, but with all of his remaining strength, he managed to give it his all. Using all his might, he was able to enter this state again. For the next 6 minutes, Takeo will fight with him all before passing out due to a lack of energy. A/N to anyone saying why didn't become a blushing mess, he can sense her true self. So to other people, yes, she looks hot, but to him, she will look like 9, beating 2 crows, 9. You bastard, Kala Warner said as she felt herself being overwhelmed. Takeo, not in the mood for monologuing, rushed toward and started leaving her up, making sure to give it his all in every single punch and kick, making sure to give as much pain as it was humanly possible to give. He would beat the ever-living shit out of that lady. He didn't care if she was a woman. She asked for a fight, and thus she will get a fight. Pulling his fist back, Takeo threw a powerful punch toward Kala Warner's guts, which caused her to puke out some blood. As the punch landed, Takeo could feel that he had broken something. Something that he didn't notice, however, was the fact that the barrier that the girl had set up earlier had crumbled due to her being unable to maintain it. Stay away from me, she said as she crawled away from Takeo, who, still looking bloodied, started to walk toward her location, the wounds on his body slowly healing. Takeo kept walking toward with very slow steps. His body felt kind of numb, but he wanted to know why. I will do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want with my body, she pleaded desperately as she saw the boy approach him. She knew he was a teenage boy, and he for sure had some of those hormones flowing in his body. So surely the perks of being able to fuck a woman with a body like hers must be a dream for anybody his age, right? She had the body of a supermodel, after all. Takeo however didn't care and kept approaching her. He wanted to know why she wanted to kill him. Last time he checked he hadn't really angered anyone. His eyes suddenly widened as he felt his body being impelled by 5 more light spears. He coughed blood as he felt his body growing numb. The pain he was feeling from those spears was not like any other pain he had felt in his life. You really got beat by a human, ha ha ha, the voice of a smiling girl was heard saying. Takeo turned his gaze around to notice a petite girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She seemed to have what seemed to be a snobbish attitude on her at all times. The way she was looking at him, she could tell that she was looking down on him. What is a child doing on the battlefield? Takeo had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he looked at the small girl. That child just placed 5 new holes in your body. She seemed quite snobbish about herself, puked out some more blood. Takeo felt his time going down from 6 minutes all the way down to 3. You are pretty small. Takeo looked at her small shape as he said those words. Shouldn't she be in middle school right now? I may be small but I can pack a punch. Clearly, she can if the hole in his body were anything to go by. So hurry up and do. Before she could finish her sentence she felt it, a powerful blow was landed in her guts. Her eyes seemed to turn white as the powerful blow was landed on her body, causing the fallen angel to pass out. As her consciousness faded, the last thing she saw was the back of the mortal who had defeated her. The way she could see the boy almost looked like an angel. It might have been her imagination, but she swore she saw some sort of halo around the boy's head. Was it the sacred gear? She didn't have much time to ponder on her thoughts. As everything flashed to black, Takeo landed on the floor gasping for air. He felt drained of energy, and his eyes went to the nearby Kala Warner. She seemed pretty beat up. In her hand what seemed to be a small light spear seemed to be forming. Don't try it. Takeo's voice was firm as he said those words, as if warning her of the consequences of her actions if she dared try to put more holes in his body. And as if her body was waiting for him to say those words, she passed out, causing Takeo to fall on his back gasping for air. Welp, this wasn't how he planned to spend his afternoon, but this was fun. Suddenly his eyes went toward a magic circle that seemed to be forming. As the magic circle finished forming, 4 people walked out of the circle. Stay away from him. Rias tries to say before noticing the 2 beaten fallen on the floor. Yo! Takeo had the biggest grin on his face as he waved at them. Oh my, seems like our little Takeo can handle himself, Akeno said, licking her lips. Why did Takeo feel a shudder down his back? It couldn't be caused by Akeno, right? A/N my logic is if an 8x boost Issei could beat Ambrainare, then Takeo, who mind you in his base human state can beat a low-rank demon, with a 10x boost stacked on that. Yet, Kala Warner is not winning that fight. 10. Want to become a devil? 10. Takeo was currently inside the occult center. You may be asking why he was there, and the answer was simple. He had a meeting there, an invite from the president herself. As he sat down on a chair nearby, Akeno walked toward him before saying, "Would you like some tea?" "Yeah, sure." He grabbed a teacup and watched as she poured some for him. "Thank you." He started sipping the drink. Upon giving his thanks, Akeno just watched as the man sipped his drink. He heard the sound of a shower in the background. Someone was probably taking a shower, and considering Rias was the only one missing, it had to be her. His eyes went toward Konako. She seemed to be eating some sweets. She really liked sweets, didn't she? How are you feeling? A familiar voice was heard asking him. As he turned around he saw Kaiba, who seemed to be looking at the bandage on his body. "Oh, I am fine, all healed up," Takeo replied, moving his arms around as if to show that he was 100% healed. "That's good to hear," Kaiba added, his eyes still hovering over the boy's healed wounds. The sound of the shower going on in the background stops. Takeo could hear the sound of someone wiping their body. Before, after a few minutes, a girl with crimson hair walked out wearing the Kuaha uniform. "Thank you for waiting on me," she said as she looked at him in the eyes. "It was no biggie," Takeo responded as his eyes scanned the room more. "Takeo-kun, do you believe in the supernatural?" Rias suddenly asked to which Kaitaro shrugged his shoulder. Considering 2 people with wings tried to kill me yesterday, yet. Takeo seemed to be quite undisturbed by this fact, but Rias didn't say that fact for too long. Those 2 people that attacked you, were fallen angels, they attacked you because they were under the impression you had a sacred gear. Rias explained. Sacred what now? Takeo replied confused. Sacred gears are special powers that reside in humans, most these powers reside in human society, but the supernatural really wants a hold of them. Rias explained once again. Welp, I don't have that, so it couldn't be it. Takeo exclaimed while shrugging his shoulder. Rias just gave him a smile before saying. You are a human with the ability to manipulate nature's energy as well as some yokai, if not even better. They attacked you because you posed a threat. And they did not want you to end up in the hands of devils. Considering you know all that, I am guessing you are also part of the supernatural. Takeo pointed out, to which Rias smiled before bat-like wings came out of her back alongside everyone in the room. Everyone here is a devil. So that explains the evilish scent you guys gave off, Takeo said with a thoughtful look on his face. Takeo's eyes then went toward them before saying. Considering you are telling me this, you probably have something you want to gain from this. His eyes went toward Rias. I want you to be my pawn, Rias declared boldly, as if her plan had zero way to fail. So you want to turn me into a devil? Takeo repeated, making sure he got everything correctly. Yes. She added. No. Rias seemed taken aback by this before she looked at him, saying. Being a devil has some perks. You will have a very long lifespan and you will have a stronger body alongside having access to more magic. You can even have your own harem. He blinked once then twice. He truly seemed unmoved by any of her efforts to turn him into a devil. He gave a serious look as if asking her what truly wanted from this. Takeo was a free-spirited guy, so the idea of serving under someone and having his freedom taken away from him didn't rub him the right way. I will think about it, he said as he smiled at her. She seems very stubborn on the idea of getting aboard, almost desperate. Takeo almost felt bad for her. You won't be forced to do stuff you do not want to do. As those words left Ria's mouth, Takeo turned around and looked at her. I will think about it, was all he said as he waved them off. Phew phew phew, seems not everything went according to the president's plan. Akeno said softly as she watched Takeo walk away. Rias looked even more determined than ever. She needed him on her team. She had to find some way to get him to agree to join somehow. She sighed to herself. There was no need for her to worry much. She would get him, no matter what. 11. You like manga? 11. Time skip. Life had followed its usual pacing. Wake up, go to school, hang out with Konako, spar a bit with Kaiba, and then go home. Really, life has been going practically the same with a few changes. Now that he was aware of the existence of the devil, he could not tell that Sana was also one of them. Along with that girl named Tsubaki, or whatever her name was. On the good side, training with Kaiba was fun. He was a relatively nice guy. Konako was still cold, but at least now more approachable, although she did seem to have something holding her back from getting too close with him. Currently, he was in the library. You may be asking yourself, why would someone so not interested in school be at the school library? The answer to that question was quite simple. He wanted to read some manga. Some of the moves that he used he got from reading mangas. In his humble opinion, they were very good and anyone could try them. He reached out his hand to grab the latest chapter of the newest manga that was released. But as his hand touched the manga, so did someone else's hand, someone else. Very soft hands. Those were women's hands. Since when did a girl openly like manga? As his gaze landed on the girl, he couldn't help but be a little bit stunned. Rias, he exclaimed softly, looking at the lady next to him. You like manga too? He asked as he looked at her in the eyes. Oh, so this the manga session? I thought it was the history session. Rias exclaimed, looking around as if realizing she was in the wrong section. You don't have to lie, I won't judge you for it, he mumbled with a soft expression on his face. Okay, was all Rias added. So tell me what kind of stories you like, Takeo asked with a smile on his face as he looked at her. Rias seemed to be pondering on her thoughts as she heard his question. In her mind, she was battling with the idea that he would see her differently. If she were to expose that, and then her chance of getting him as her sergeant would be slimmer. However, on the other hand, I like the story of Saruto's story a lot, she added with a soft expression on her face. I liked that one too, it's a very good story, I would recommend it. Who is your favorite character? I like Saruto's character a lot, his determination to never give up is very admirable, being able to change one destiny through sheer will is something that I really liked about him, she said with a thoughtful look on her face. Oh, you like Saruto? I didn't know, Takeo added looking at her. I know having the main character as your favorite seems bland and basic. But before she could finish her sentence he caught her off. You don't need to apologize, he is your favorite character and no one apart from you decides that. The two of them spent the rest of the afternoon conversing about anime and the sort. He learned that one of her least favorite traits was the one of the damsel in distress. That was good information to know. All in all, he had a very decent afternoon speaking about anime and manga with Rias. As the sun seemed to be setting he walked away saying, I had fun, see you later. As he walked away he waved her off with his hands, she looked at him as he walked away. For someone, she felt as if she had made some progress. She also felt as if a weight had been lifted up her shoulders, she had someone to whom she could open up with about her taste in Japanese culture. Along with manga, for some reason she felt as if she could be herself near him, he just had this aura about him that made her want to open up to him. She didn't know what it was, but it felt like a force compelling her to trust him. She had used magic in order to see if her mind was being affected by magic. But she found nothing. He just had such a gentle aura around him at all times that it seemed like she could be free to speak with someone without the formality. That was nice. You seem like you had a great time, a familiar voice was heard saying. As Rias looked up at the voice of the person who had just spoken to her, she noticed a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. You could say that, Rias said looking at her friend. Takeo-jin, so he is the boy you are trying to recruit into your peerage. Sana said looking at her. 12, getting examined, 12. Takeo was battling with Kaiba, this had become a daily occurrence by this point for the two of them to be seen dueling this. The two of them were seen going blow for blows, Kaiba with his wooden sword and Takeo with his bare hand. In order to make this fight as challenging as possible, Takeo decided to limit himself up to a power boost of 5x. Any more than that, then fighting wouldn't be fair anymore, considering that he was stronger than the knight. Sure, Kaiba might have him beaten in speed, but that was about it. That was the only category where Kaiba had him beat, and even then it wasn't by much. Using a time 5x boost would be enough to match Kaiba's speed, and going to 10x would be overkill. Being stronger than a devil as a human was a crazy feat that not many humans who had recently been acquainted with the supernatural could say they had experienced. And those who had probably had sacred gear, he on the other hand possessed none of that sacred gear stuff, only his raw natural-born power. As Kaiba rushed toward Takeo, the fight had already been decided by then. The winner of the fight was Takeo-jin. Takeo watched as Kaiba landed back on the floor. He reached out his hands and helped Kaiba stand up. You did great today, Takeo added looking at his friend. I still wasn't able to win through, Kaiba exclaimed looking a bit disappointed in himself. And don't be too harsh on yourself, you managed to land a couple of solid blows on me, Takeo added, pouting at the fact that his body was covered in battle damage. Kaiba looked at his friend and said, guess I did more damage than I thought. Takeo grinned as he looked at his friend, least he was aware of that fact. The both of them walked inside the orc building. As they entered the room, he was greeted by a very gentle voice. Oh my, seems like you two are at it today. I guess we did go a bit overboard today, Takeo replied with a smile on his face. Stay still, let me heal you, she said softly as she approached him. It's not that bad, he tried to say before noticing the smile on her face. Why did he feel a shudder going back his back, and why did he feel like Kaiba was low-key warning him about the problems? He felt some danger from her. And thus, listening to his instinct, he allowed her to use magic in order to heal. This felt nice and kind of refreshing, the way the healing magic kind of just Healed his wounds like there were nothing. And done, she said softly as she finished healing him. Thank you, he replied, thanking her for healing him. As Takeo turned around, Kaiba was nowhere to be found. He wonders how quickly this man has managed to get out of his sight. Was it perhaps a sacred gear? Last time he checked he didn't think there was. A sacred gear for running very fast. Your body is quite unique, would you mind if I examine it up close, she added, licking her finger. He wondered why she did that but didn't question much of it and just said, sure, go ahead. Her hand started to trace over his arm, her fingers moving with proficient precision that sent a strange, tingling sensation through his skin. Her eyes, a striking shade of violet, focused intently on every inch she touched. She leaned in closer, her breath warm against his neck as she inspected his shoulder. Fascinating, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Your muscle structure is extremely dense. She moved her hand to his chest, her fingers now dancing gently over his skin. And your heart rate? It's so steady. Unusually so. For some reason, even though she was only examining his body, he could feel some sort of weird tension between them. He didn't know what it was, but he felt as if it could be cut with a knife. She stepped back just a bit, her eyes never leaving his body. She then raised her hand to his face, gently tilting his chin to the side. Your bone structure is perfect. Almost inhumanly so. He remained still, a mix of curiosity and slight discomfort washing over him. He had never been examined like this before, and certainly not with such passion. She leaned even closer, her lips just inches from his ear as she whispered. There's something different about you. Something otherworldly. Her hand moved lower, tracing over his abdomen. I wonder what secrets your body holds. For some reason, he felt as if her gaze stayed at his nether region for a bit too long. He did not know what she found interesting about it. She had a soft smile on her face. Would you mind if I test out your pain tolerance? She said with a smile as she leaned in close to him. Though the expression on her face made him feel like something was off. 13. The choice, 13. Akeno leaned in very close to him as if trying to gauge his reaction. Suddenly the door to the room opened, causing Takeo to turn around and notice Rias standing there in all her glory. Oh hey, Rias, Takeo said, greeting her with the same innocent smile on his face that he always had. Akeno, what were you about to do? Rias suddenly asked, looking at our best. No need to get so defensive, President. I was just asking him if I could test out his body, Akeno said with a soft expression on her face. Rias immediately pulled Takeo toward her and away from Akeno. His face was now stuck in the middle of what could only be called heaven. Two heavenly pillows surrounded him, they felt so soft and squishy that he could almost fall asleep while resting his head on them. His cheeks started turning red, his face was, oh. However, he decided against it and instead tried to pay attention to what Rias was discussing with her friend. He could hear much hey, breast cancel sounds, he thought to himself as he could barely hear what they were saying. Something about BDSM and not trying it out on him. What was BDSM and why did Rias call Akeno a sadist? What in the ever-living heck was happening here? Ah, you no fun today, President, Akeno said, sounding just a bit disappointed that she had gotten the opportunity to do what she wanted to do with this man. For some reason, Takeo felt as if Rias had saved him from a very brutal fate, a fate he wouldn't like, and for that he mentally thanked her. Not with him. Was it him, or did she sound like she was getting defensive? Well, that wasn't his problem. Mentally he was still deciding on whether to take her deal or not. While Akeno and Rias were quite literally in the middle of having a banter. He looked at her face for a bit before going to his thoughts. While using nature's energy to search for her true intention, he found something hidden, and she was worried. There was something in her mind that worried her, there was something in the back of her mind that had her slightly stressed. He wondered what could possibly be weighing her down. It couldn't be her chest, right? No, that would be stupid, so it had to be something else. Could it perhaps be money? No, she was very well off, plus she was the heiress of some big noble family in hell, so it couldn't really be that. He wonders what could it be. Was it like a trial that she had to undergo? It probably was that, or some heiress responsibility that was showed unto her just because she was the heiress of the Gremory family. Something like that. She mentioned something about a war, was it related to that by any chance? For some reason he felt bothered by it, he had grown to consider her a friend, they had shared a very pleasant conversation in his mind that was good enough. His standards for friends were not really the highest, some could call it naive and innocent, which may be true, but he didn't care about that. Welp, he would have to think about it later, for now, the only thing on his mind was eating and probably something else. After a few minutes, the bickering between Akeno and Rias stopped. Fine, I promise not to do it again, Akeno said with a sultry smile as she looked at Rias, who just sighed. The second Akeno walked out of the room, Takeo opened his mouth and said, "Want to play a game?" he said as he looked at her in the eyes. "Sorry, I can't, I have a duty to attend to," she said looking at him. "Does it have anything to do with the supernatural?" he asked with his head still resting in the middle of her bosom. "Yeah, another stray devil was seen around the school," she added. She didn't seem too happy about it, as if she frankly didn't want to deal with it. "Can I join you in your extermination mission?" Takeo added, looking at her. She looked down at him. "You seem comfortable." "It feels very nice," he said with a smile on his face as he looked up. A mischievous smile appeared on her face as she opened her mouth and said, "I can let you rest then all you want if you agree to join me." A/N before anyone says oh, why would he even be considered becoming a devil? Well, for one, the title of the story, that should give a hint. 2. He can sense people's true selves in a sense, and he spent enough time with them to know they aren't bad people per se. 3. Unlike how much fanfiction that portrays Rias as this horrible person who only thinks for herself and only got Issei because he had the sacred gear, in the novel it was blatantly stated that Issei was not even a thought in her mind all throughout the time they were in the school, and she also was unaware he had the boosted gear, so basically she saved a stranger. 4. Titties, that's it. 14. Konako, 14. Inside the Orc building, a young teenage boy was seen peacefully on one of the couches in the building. The boy had worn a sleeping mask over his eyes seemed to be just a bit messy as he slept. This boy was none other than Takeo. He was currently in the middle of having a wonderful dream. He saw a man fighting thousands upon thousands of creatures and being able to kill them with no effort whatsoever. He stood there amazed within his own dream as he watched the man show immense power. The way the man fought was so similar to him that it almost looked like they were the same person. As Takeo approached the man, the scene shifted to something more peaceful. Take saw the man sitting down with what seemed to be a sad-ish expression on his face, wearing what seemed to be some primal attires. Before Takeo could even utter a single word, he was kicked out of his mindscape and awakened in the real world. His eyes slowly opened under the sleeping mask as he felt himself feeling very refreshed from everything that happened so far. He felt like a new person. As he gazed toward his left, he noticed that Konako was in the room eating what seemed to be ice cream. Managing to slowly get up from his sleepiness, he felt in the mood to test out some of the moves he saw in his dreams. They seem fun, and who knows, maybe he unlocks some sort of magical power only he has access to or something like that. "You awake?" Konako said upon noticing that he was up. "You?" was the only thing that came out of his mouth. Konako just looked at him before going back to eating. "Can you do me a favor?" Konako's eyes turned toward him as if to ask him what kind of favor he was talking about. POV change. Konako was seen putting her gloves on as Takeo was seen stretching his body in the background. Takeo was seen waiting for Konako to get ready. "Hit me with all you got." Konako was seen nodding her head a bit. She didn't know he wanted her to do it, but he promised to buy her some sweets afterwards, so it was all fine. She rushed toward him and started throwing punches at him. He parried each and every single one of her blows with what seemed to be practiced ease. No matter how fast her fists were, he somehow managed to dodge them. Konako's eyes seemed to flicker for a second. Was it just her, or was the senjutsu that he was absorbing into his body stronger than usual? It felt a lot thicker than usual, like the quality of the natural energy had increased by a lot. She wondered what had happened. After all, he was still whelp human, it was as if in his sleep his power had become greater than it was before. You are strong all right, you are just slow. As Takeo said those words he proceeded to blitz Konako before knocking her out with one solid chop to the back of her head. Before her body could fall to the floor he reached out his hands and grabbed her, making sure she didn't land face first into the floor. A few seconds later she opened her eyes, she didn't even seem mad at all at the fact that he basically made her go unconscious. The only thing she cared about was, "Where is my chocolate?" Takeo reached his hands into his pocket before pulling out a chocolate bar from his pocket. "Here you go." And just like he promised he handed her the chocolate bar. Konako, not even bothering to stand up, just continued eating her chocolate. As Takeo tried to leave, he felt her pull his arm, as he looked down at her. The only thing he got was an expression on her face that seemed to convey that she didn't want him to leave. "Am I that comfy?" This question was mostly to himself, he didn't know why, but ever since he could remember people would say he had a comfortable presence. A presence that felt safe, he just thought that they were just saying those words because he was nice, but seeing the usually stoic Konako tell him to stay, he decided not to move as Konako continued eating her chocolate while being in an embrace. From his angle, she looked like a cat, as he tried his hand to try and touch what he thought could be cat ears. He received what seemed to be a death glare from Konako. "Do not pat her, understood?" That was a mental note he will make sure he remembers. And for anyone saying, his relationship with them seems to develop way too fast. For one, Rias had no problem sleeping naked next to her pawn. This is pretty tame in comparison, it's not romance, it's just friendship at this point, plus I think I made it clear Konako slightly distrusted him. Also, Takeo has what some people may call the protagonist aura, so there. That, long and short of it is, that he is so attuned to nature that his presence becomes as soothing and calming as nature. 15. Becoming a devil. 15. Takeo was seen in the classroom looking bored. Whatever the teacher was talking about did not interest him whatsoever. "Lucky bastard." A voice of a teenage boy was heard saying, however Takeo didn't care. He did notice he was getting more hateful glare from the male side of the population of the school. Those boys probably had nothing better to do than simply become perverted creatures. Even during school hours, the precious time when students should be getting educated, those two boys were doing particularly depraved things. Takeo paid them no mind, as things stood right now, they were none of his business. Why does he get to pet Konako-chan's head? Why does he have that we don't? Takeo could clearly hear the word coming out of the perverted duo's mouth. Not trio anymore due to one of their members currently being in the hospital. From what he had gathered, that particular member had tried to jump the school rooftop and someone managed to parkour his way down to safety. From the little info he had heard being whispered around the school, it ended horribly for that guy. He was rushed into a hospital and he is currently recovering his strength. For some reason, Takeo felt as if this was because of him, he felt as if his existence was the reason the boy was so badly injured. Takeo's hair waved as the wind managed to get through the half-open window in the classroom. Takeo's gaze went around the room as he felt his body being imbued with more and more natural energy. It was something he had grown accustomed to, this was something that he could do passively. Day by day he was starting to realize that he was getting stronger. Without having to train, Takeo felt as if his body was slowly getting stronger because of this. He closed his eyes as he suddenly remembered what had happened a day earlier. A soft smile made itself known to his face as he remembered what Rias had said. Flashback. If you turn into a devil, I wouldn't mind letting you have access to them. Ria proposed with a sultry expression on her face, her bright red hair swaying in the wind. She had this aura of confidence around her along with some pride. Takeo however just looked at her face before opening his mouth and saying, "What is bothering you?" A stunned expression appeared on Rias's face as she heard Takeo's words. Her face seemed to soften a bit as a soft sigh left her lips. She lowered her gaze until she could now stare into his soul. The look on her face told Takeo all he needed to know. With his trademark smile, he just looked at her in the eyes before saying, "It's okay, you don't have to tell me." Takeo then removed himself from her fun bags, his gaze then looked up at her in the eyes. I have decided, Takeo Jin, will be your pawn. Flashback over. As the bell rang, the teacher placed his lecture book on the table. Class is dismissed. As those words were uttered by the teacher, Takeo noticed a bunch of students walking outside the class. They appeared to be in a rush to vacate the area. A few seconds after the bell rang, Takeo took his bag and started walking toward the occult center. The alleyway of the school was rather lively as students were seen discussing club activities. The Kendo club wears their bogu. Takeo continued his leisurely walk in the school, both of his heads currently holding the back of his head in a relaxed manner. His gaze currently looking at the ceiling. Today was his last day being, well, human. He wonders how it would feel to become like a devil. From what he had gathered so far, apart from the very simple fact that humans and devils have completely different aura, they were not that much different from each other. From what he had observed so far, devils seemed to have more vigor than humans, along with possessing a magic system. Soon enough the occult building came into view. As he entered the building, he observed that everyone was present, as if some special event was taking place. You ready? Rias asked looking at him, to which he just said, yeah. Rias smiled a bit before taking out a pawn piece, and placing it on his chest. I command you, as a devil of the Gremory family, to become my servant. And rise again. A few seconds pass and nothing happened. So is something supposed to happen? As those words left her mouth, the 7 other pawn pieces flew outside their box and floated above him. Takeo watched as the pawn piece turned red. Is that good? Turning around and looking at Ria's happy expression, he guesses they should be good. The pawn pieces then fused into one single piece, and that one single piece, pulsing with nothing more than pure power, slowly levitated down to his level. The piece then enters his chest, and as soon as that happens, Takeo feels the changes immediately. A/N, well, P is the reincarnation of a supreme god, so 16, those are not clouds, 16. Takeo stood still for a second, feeling the small changes currently taking place in his body. He felt his muscles twitch as his usually black eyes seemed to take on a shade of red for a brief second, which did not escape Konako's gaze. This would be something else she would have to keep in mind in case something went wrong. Congratulations, you are now a devil and my servant, Rias said, what seemed to be a proud look on her face. Why did she look like she had just won the lottery? Before he could even open his mouth to say anything, his body collapsed to the floor, completely drained of energy. It was as if his body was telling him that he needed to rest, that he couldn't go on like this. It probably had something to do with him turning into a devil. His body might just need some time to adjust to that change. Takeo gradually faded into the unconscious as he felt himself being pulled toward something, and he saw it again. That same person he saw in his dream, the man that looked exactly like him. Except for the fact that the man possessed a halo and seemed to carry around a stick around his shoulder. Upon looking closer, he could now see that the man possessed red eyes instead of Takeo's usually brown eyes. He seemed to be wearing some sort of black jacket that was gold-like toward the tips. Not strong enough. These were all the words he heard from the man before he was kicked out of his dream realm once again. He suddenly felt like falling. He tried to find a grip on something but couldn't find anything. He suddenly felt his hand touching a soft surface, feeling as if he would keep falling if he didn't hold on to that surface. Takeo held onto it as if his life depended on it. What was that sound? He once again pressed the soft clouds. Ah! Yeah, they were no mistaking it, those were the sounds of a girl's moans. And upon realizing this, Takeo immediately woke himself from his slumber, feeling like he was doing something he shouldn't. As he opened his eyes, his guess was proven correct, as Rias was seen in a less than desirable possession, her bare chest hanging out and her soft nipple already standing. Was she aroused? Oh, you finally woke up. Ria's voice was heard saying with a soft expression on her face. Was it him? Or did her expression look kind of sultry? Maybe that was his mind playing on him. Takeo's cheeks turned red as he jumped away from his bed and away from her, looking like a blushing mess. He had never really been that close to a girl before. You seem lively, Rias said with a small smile as she stood up from his bed, exposing her bare body to Takeo's eyes. Takeo immediately covers his eyes with his hands, not daring to take another peek. I am so sorry for squeezing your chest, I swear I didn't mean it. Takeo pleaded for her forgiveness. In his mind, he had just groped this girl in his sleep, and that wasn't something he was really proud of. Rias, looking at his innocent reaction, couldn't help but smile. He looked quite cute like this. You acting like it's the first time you've seen a lady naked, she said with no care in the world. It is. Takeo replied back near immediately, to which Rias had a look on her face that said she got it. Well, as you're first, I don't mind, you can look all you want. Please put on some clothes, he pleaded, still looking. Sure. That was all Rias said as he started to put on some actual clothes like a pair of panties, a bra, and a white shirt. Takeo kept his hand over his eyes for a bit, until he heard Rias say, "You can look now." He slowly removed his hands from his eyes, his cheeks still as red as they were the first time he saw her. "Why were you naked?" Takeo suddenly asked, wondering why Rias was naked. "I had to heal your body after you passed out," she explained as if it was just a common fact by now. "Why naked?" he asked once again, looking at the crimson hair beauty. "The healing process needed some physical contact," Rias said as she did her hair. "You said some physical contact, why were you fully naked?" he asked. Once again, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that the soft clouds that he was squeezing were indeed not clouds. "I was feeling sleepy, so I decided to strip. I like sleeping naked. You have something against that?" she said in quite a teasing tone. Wow, he could not imagine his face becoming any redder. A/N 17, Mysterious Figure, 17. Takeo was currently seen inside the occult area. He was here for one simple reason. He was being explained the basics of Devil Society. "Why do I need to make those packs again?" he asked with a polite expression on his face. He wanted to know the reason why Rias wanted him to make pacts with humans, to begin with. Making pacts with humans is how we devils gain power. If you managed to achieve pacts, that would be how you could be recognized in Devil Society, Rias answered, looking at him, to which he just nodded his head. So all he had to was get a bunch of people to make pacts. That shouldn't be too hard. "You said something about ranks," Takeo asked, still with that curious look on his face. "Devils have a ranking system. My family holds the position of a duke. While ranking can be gained through one birth into the right family, this is not set in stone. A very strong devil could climb out the ranks." Rias answered like a teacher would to a student asking questions. She seemed to have gotten this whole questioning thing under wrap. "So even devils that were once human can climb up the ranks," Rias explained, looking at him. "Neat, I just hope this doesn't mean I get more responsibilities," Takeo added with a sigh as he looked up. He was in no mood to fill in paperwork for the rest of his life. That was not a job he wanted to do. This got a small chuckle from Rias. She then handed him a bunch of flyers before saying, "First let's start with this, hand all of those out." "Okie," Takeo said, and without wasting even a second he took the bags and just walked out of the room. "He seems lively," Akeno's voice was heard saying, to which Rias just had a soft smile on her face as she watched the boy walk out of the room with the boxes in his hands. For some reason, she felt as if she would be 100% fine now that he had joined her peerage, but that was just a gut feeling for now. Time skip. "That should be the last one," Takeo said as he started to walk away. He suddenly stopped himself as he started walking back. What he did notice was the fact that something was looking at him. What seemed to be a crimson-haired man was seen looking at him as he walked away. He may have not known this man now, but somewhere in the future he and that man would be great friends. With a hand in his pockets, he returned back to the occult center. He had finished what was given to him to do, to begin with, so as soon as he got home he would just take a nap. Time skip. Takeo was once again dreaming. This time he saw something different. Everything seemed just so blurry, and he was sure he could hear the sound of weapons clashing against each other. He was sure for a fact that he could hear the sound of countless people losing their lives, he could feel them dying all around them. The cause of their death was simple, a blurry individual holding a staff was seen crushing anything that came anywhere near. He could not make anything out of the features of the entity. The last thing he saw was what seemed to be a hole in space opening up before he was awoken from his slumber. Takeo slowly opened his eyes, the first thing that his eyes were blessed with, as he woke up, was his wonderful alarm. It seemed like the time was 7:50 a.m. He yawned a bit, feeling tired. He wondered what kind of dreams he must be having. He was wondering who that individual was, the one who was capable of slaying so many people so easily. He had a gut instinct that told him that those people being slain were not human. For some reason he found himself getting excited. That level of power and skill that was showcased in his dreams was like no other. He wondered if he could achieve such a level if he put his mind to it and trained very hard to achieve that goal of his. He clenched his fist. Ever since he became a devil, not once did he test out the benefits. Slowly getting himself out of the bed, he slowly walked outside of his house. The sun managed to peer through his house window and land on his face. Takeo basked in the sunlight only for a moment. Before he made his way outside, feeling the sun against his skin, he took in a deep breath. Without wasting any second, he started practicing his moves over and over again. Each and every single kick carried a lot of power behind it, each and every single one of his punches carried a significant amount of weight behind it. Taking in a deep breath, Takeo started absorbing the touch all around him. He absorbed it at a much greater speed than he usually could. 10x. This was usually his max, but now he felt like he could even beyond that amount. Not wasting even a second, Takeo started to use more and more, making sure not to waste even a single punch or kick. He was trying to not only focus on the power behind each blow, but Takeo wanted each and every single blow to have some form of technique behind it. His movement resembling the entity from his dream, Takeo moved with such grace that one might think that he was a master of his craft. Every breath, every step, every punch, and every kick were launched with the utmost precision and focus. 30x. Feeling the overwhelming amount of power overflowing through his body, Takeo wanted to see if he could use Toki for more than just enhancing himself. Kaboom! 18. Getting used to my power. 18. Takeo was currently seen looking at the damage he had caused. There were a lot of trees that were destroyed around his house. Sweat dripped down his cheek as he realized the mess that he had created. How did he even let that happen? He just wanted to test out his new devil power. He didn't mean to completely destroy any tree that was too close to his house. This was a disaster that he had to fix. Pulling up his sleeve, Takeo started on his job of fixing his mistake. He spent a few hours painstakingly trying to put the trees together and make them stick. He tried his hardest, and for some reason, it worked, as if by magic. Every time he reconnected a tree with its upper half, as if by magic the tree seemed to reconnect on its own. Though that would not have happened if he did not think of it to happen, it was as if his imagination was fueling what was currently happening. However, he did not care about that. All he cared about was the fact that he could now fix his fuck-ups. Granted, he spent a while cleaning everything around, so much time in fact, that by the time he was done, he only had about 15 minutes before school would start. I am going to be late, Takeo said as he looked at the time. Without wasting even a single second, the ground beneath Takeo's feet crumbled as he rushed toward the school at full speed, making sure to not give up at all. Jumping from tree to tree like an ape in order to get there faster, as the vegetation around him started dwindling, showing more and more pieces of civilization. The boy shifted from jumping from tree to tree to instead jumping from building to building to get to school on time. The air brushed against his face, the wonderful view of the world below them. It all felt so nice to the boy. This felt so freeing, it felt like a brand new experience. He felt just so free. Control it. Takeo slowly started to control his power as he jumped from building to building to get to the school in time. Sure, he wanted to get to the school on time, but at the same time, Takeo also wanted to maximize his efficiency over his power. For some reason, a part of him felt like that was the true way to gain strength. His progress could be seen as from each building that he jumped off, the crack on the spot where he had taken the leap became smaller and smaller. To the point that by the time that he reached the building that was closest to the school, there was no crack on the building as Takeo jumped down, making sure to parkour his way down. Jumping from the ledge and parkouring through the small later standing points on the building, Takeo was able to successfully land on the floor. With renewed vigor, Takeo made his way inside the school, not bothering to stop in the slightest. Takeo in all of his genius ran past the student council president and didn't realize. Watch where you are going. A young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees said, looking at the young boy that had run past them. Sorry, was all that they received from the boy as he dashed off. The girl's split bangs were still dangling in the air due to a gust of wind that Takeo moving it created, her brown eyes staring dagger into the back of the young boy's head. Before she could say anything, she was stopped by the student council president. That's enough, Tsubaki. The girl now known as Tsubaki bowed her head a bit at Sana, whose gaze was now lingering at the back of Takeo back. So this is who Rias had chosen in her peerage. As though thoughts floated in Sana's head, she momentarily sighed to herself, if only she had acted sooner, maybe he would have joined her peerage. His potential as a human was way above average, being able to beat a low-class devil, alongside later beating 2 fallen angels, although the fallen only had 2 wings. He, a human, was able to beat them with his bare hand and nothing else. This is a feat that showed how much promise the boy holds, and hearing that it took all 8 pawn pieces to turn him, alongside all 8 pieces mutating before entering his body, spoke of his potential. Even now she could still feel a trance of humanity in the boy. It had been long over a week since he had turned, and yet, he wasn't fully turned, it was taking a while for him to turn. This had never happened before, Sana sighed to herself as her gaze landed on one of the members of the perverted trio. Issei Hyudu. A/N. 19, Takeo-kun, would you train me? 19. Takeo jumped back as a slash barely missed his head, managing to dodge out of the way before Kaiba's blade could make contact with him. Kaiba, not wanting to let Takeo adapt to him too quickly, once again started rushing Takeo at full speed. Takeo took his stance and started taking his stance. As Kaiba rushed him, Takeo parried Kaiba's strike by gently redirecting the blade end toward the opposite direction. As Kaiba's attention was momentarily taken away from the fight, trying to redirect his sword back at Takeo, Takeo managed to knee Kaiba straight in the gut. He felt something crack as the blow landed. All the air inside Kaiba's lungs seemed to vanish at this instant. That was a very hard blow. He coughed up some blood as he was sent flying a few feet away from Takeo. Kaiba held his stomach in his hand. The pain he was feeling was definitely real. You are fast, but you are very brittle, Takeo remarked upon looking at Kaiba's current state. The knight only just gave a smile as he planted his sword on the ground, before forcing his body to get up. I am not done yet. Kaiba seems to be very determined as he looks at Takeo. Hey, so you really do not want to lose? Takeo added, looking at his friend. The score is already 50-0, I can't let it go further. Upon hearing Kaiba out, now that he listened to the amount of time he had beaten Kaiba yet, he also wouldn't be too happy to lose. Sword birth. A dozen sword was seen coming out of the ground trying to attack Takeo. Luckily for Takeo, he was able to tactfully remove himself from harm's way. All he needed to do was jump away from Kaiba's swords. Got you. As Takeo's eyes could see, Kaiba was in his blind spot aiming to deal a decent amount of damage to Takeo. This could cause a lot of damage to Takeo and force him to lose for the first time in his life. For some reason the mere thought of losing made him feel angry. No, it wasn't anger, it was a brand new emotion that he hadn't experienced yet. Twisting his body around in an unnatural manner, Takeo managed to use his own body inertia in order to boost the power behind the devastating spin kick that he launched toward Kaiba. Kaiba, feeling the power behind the kick, managed to his sword in front of his face in order to block the damage coming from the attack. Kaiba was sent flying for a bit, crashing down on a tree where he laid motionless for a bit. Before he could reach out for his sword, Takeo's fist was right in front of his face. That's my win. Takeo had a grin on his face as he said those words. Kaiba managed to give him a weak smile. He wasn't really proud of himself for losing. I lost hey. He seemed slightly disappointed in himself, to which Takeo just looked at him before saying, "You 100% improved from our last spar." Takeo reached out his hand and grabbed Kaiba, helping him get up. The two of them walked inside the orc building. Takeo helped Kaiba rest on a couch as he quickly went to the shower to a quick well shower. A few minutes later, Takeo walked out of the shower with his hair being semi-wet and he was carrying a purple towel on his shoulder. "Seem like you two had quite some fun," a female voice was heard saying. Takeo turned his eyes toward the voice and noticed Akeno there in all of her glory. "Yo!" Akeno gave him a look that he did not understand, but something within him told him that it was pretty dangerous. He did not know what it was, but it was as if his instinct were screaming at him, telling him that it was a very dangerous situation that he now had found himself in. "Would Takeo-kun mind training me?" Her voice sounded quite sultry, something that Takeo did catch but could not really understand the meaning behind it. "Sure, I don't mind," Takeo replied with a very innocent look on his face. "Great." Akeno's voice was heard saying, sounding quite excited. For some reason, he felt as if she had a different idea from him on what training was. She sounded like she had a whole different idea of what training Takeo was really to offer now. That he may or may not have fallen into the trap of a fallen, only time could truly tell how things would turn out for the young devil. A young heiress might get jealous somewhere in the near future. He then felt someone enter the room. 20. Contract, 20. Takeo was seen listening to Rias explaining why contracts were very important to Devil Society. Meanwhile, he was petting Konako as she laid in his lap. She was getting pretty comfortable with him. Some of that earlier distrust seems to have vanished. She seemed to be peaceful, just lying on his lap with no care in the world. Prrrr. Was that purr that just came out of Konako? She sounded like a cat, and that was quite cute to listen to in his personal opinion. Akeno will be setting up the magic circle for you to teleport to your first client, Rias said with a gentle look on her face. "All right." As those words left Takeo's mouth, he slowly removed himself from Konako's grasp, although with a lot of difficulty. How strong was this girl? Really? Fufufu, seems like Konako-chan has grown to like Takeo-kun's presence. Takeo looked to his right to see Akeno. She seemed quite pleased seeing this. He just gave a wry smile as he gently forced himself to get out of Konako's grip, replacing himself with a pillow. Takeo then walked toward the magic circle. The magic circle seemed to have been illuminated by some lights. Suddenly Takeo was transported somewhere else. In front of him, there was a young boy. "Hello there, how may I help you?" Takeo said politely, greeting himself to the boy. "Can we play tag?" was the only reply that came from the boy's mouth. Takeo's eyes looked at the boy before smiling a bit. Sure. It may have been absurd to call for a devil just to play tag, but Takeo didn't mind, and just spent the afternoon playing with the boy. As he was restraining his speed in order to make this fun for the boy, he watched as the boy bumped into a boy. "Hey, what the big idea," the boy said, immediately choosing violence. "Aye." Before the boy could finish his sentence, he was stopped as one look at Takeo made him feel truth dread. "How about we don't go to violence and all be friends," Takeo said with a soft expression on his face. The boy, who seemed to be stunned for a bit, just gritted his teeth before saying, as if, "Are you all right?" Takeo said, looking at his summoner wounds. The young boy nodded his head, looking fine. Takeo gave the boy a smile as he patted his head. He could notice how scared the boy was, and yet he could force himself to apologize. That was quite brave in his opinion. Not many people could force themselves to apologize to their bully like that. Considering the violent way the boy reacted, it was becoming clear that this wasn't the first time he intended to hit him. Luckily Takeo was there this time, but what if he wasn't here? His summoner would have gotten gravely hurt. Tears seemed to be forming in the boy's eyes. Takeo patted the boy's head before saying, "Want to go eat some ice cream? It's on me." "Why, yes." Takeo walked with the boy toward the nearest ice cream store, where he brought the boy some ice cream. The boy was seen licking his vanilla ice cream. Thank you. He just smiled nicely before saying no problem kiddo. Takeo did spend the rest of the day spending time with the boy, and over that time he noticed something. He saw no sign of the boy's parents at all. Was this why the boy summoned a devil, to receive companionship? Thank you for the contract, Takeo said with a soft look on his face. I will, come, back. Again. If you summon me again I will, but until then stay safe. As those words left Takeo's mouth, he was teleported back to the orc building. Welp, that was nice, Takeo said as he noticed Rias and Akeno were the only ones in the room. Kaiba probably went to the infirmary to get some first aid while Konako probably just went back home. Welcome back, so how did it go? Rias looked at his eyes as she asked those questions. I got a contract. Aren't you just a natural at this? I wonder what else you naturally got it. Yes, that sultry voice again, it could only belong to one person. His eyes went toward Akeno and she had a sultry look on her face. Akeno, that's enough. Rias reprimanded, so she did not like it when Akeno did that. Good to know. Is the president jealous? Rias gave Akeno a glare to which Akeno just smiled. Rias turns around to look at Takeo before saying, as this is your first contract, I shall give you a reward. No fair, that cheating. Rias just stuck her tongue at Akeno. What were those two even talking about? Rias then approached Takeo and with a gentle look on her face, she asked him. What would it be? 21, sparring, 21. Time skip. Rias and Takeo were both seen inside the school library. Rias was seen reading a book, and then discussing it with Takeo. They looked like two friends spending time with each other. The way they spoke to each other made it look like they were quite close. They seemed to be debating about the best main character and anime stuff. Along those lines. So you also love romance anime, Takeo said as he looked at Rias. They have some charm to them. Did she stutter for a bit? It might have been his imagination. So you do have a soft spot. As those words left his mouth, Rias seemed to have been a bit more embarrassed than usual. This was quite funny. So President, please share your knowledge with me. Takeo had his usual smile on his face as asked her the question. You know how in Samurai Champloo they have that whole Edo period vibe? Well, that's actually pretty accurate. I mean, sure, they exaggerate the whole Ronin thing, but the fashion, the architecture, it was all spot on. And don't even get me started on the swords. Katana, Wakaizashi, Tanto. They sure knew their stuff. Reminds me of this documentary I watched about the Meiji Restoration. Can you imagine going from samurai to suits in like, what, a few decades? Humans' depictions of the supernatural is fun to look at, all the books they have in each creature. Rias seemed to have caught herself in the middle of her rant. She did not think she would let out so much. Sorry if I spoke too much. She apologizes for her ranting, but Takeo just looks interested as he looks at her saying. No, go on, I am interested. Was it her or did her heart skip a beat? Now knowing that she had his full attention, Rias continued her talk. It was fun listening to her ramble on and on over stuff like that. At the end of the day, devil or not, she was still a high school girl. Suddenly, Takeo watched ringed. Ria's brow raised upon hearing that. Oh shoot, I am going to be late. Sorry Rias-senpai, I got to go. Where are you going? I promise Akeno-senpai to train her. I am going to be late. For some reason the mere thought of him and Akeno being somewhere alone made her feel something she hadn't felt before. POV change. Takeo was seen in front of his house, and next to him Akeno was seen wearing pretty modest clothes. She was seen sporting a pretty calm expression on her face. Do you live with your parents, Takeo-kun? Akeno had a polite expression on her face as she said those words. I live alone actually. Takeo explained looking at Akeno. So Takeo-kun lives alone. That sounded more like a creation than anything else, to which Takeo just shrugged his shoulder before saying. Yeah. Want a tour of the house? I would love one. After that, the both of them went inside the house. Akeno's eyes looked through the house. Her eyes eventually landed on his room. She started walking toward the Room. She opened the door to the room and looked at the inside of the room. The room looked to have been neatly clean. So this Takeo-kun room, it looks cute. I make sure to keep it clean. Takeo admitted as Akamo just seemed to give him a soft smile. Takeo-kun, you do know what they say about a girl in a guy's room. Her voice sounded sultry but Takeo still looked oblivious. I don't know. She got close to him and whispered something in his ears. I wouldn't stop you if you try something. The lack of reaction she got told her all she needed to know. Wasn't he just innocent? She wondered how much she could teach him. Takeo on the other hand just felt around her took, for some reason, he felt as if he was being tested. Even though she was being all seductive and all a few seconds ago, her essence seemed to have stayed serious. She did not seem to mean any of what she had said as if she was trying to test the waters with him. So, ready to train. Takeo seems quite excited while Akeno seems taken aback. So when he said he would train her, he meant it. Time skip. Akeno was seen in a kimono looking at Takeo. I will take it easy on you and not fly overconfidence much. I don't want to hurt you too much. Phew, so I get to hit with all I got. Why did he feel like he fell into a trap? Ready when you are. Akeno smiles before launching a bolt of lightning toward Takeo. Takeo jumped away from the lightning and rushed toward Akeno. Akeno grew out bat wings and started flying in the air. Takeo firmly planted his feet on the floor, before cracks appeared on the floor beneath him as he jumped up and prepared to punch her. Akeno was able to move out of the way but Takeo was able to grab onto her wing. Ah! This sound immediately made him let go of her wing as he landed on the floor, his face being a deep red color. Ah! Takeo-kun is blushing. As those teas left her mouth, a lightning strike coming from the sky hit Takeo head on. As the lightning strike hit Takeo, she increased the power behind the lightning strike, a strange look appearing on her face. An almost sadistic look appeared on her face as a sharp, almost orgasmic "ah" escaped her lips. As the fighting ended, Takeo was seen there mostly undamaged. He was seen in a pose that seemed to indicate that he had launched an attack in order to split the lightning damage down to the lowest point possible. Takeo and Akeno continue their spar well into the afternoon. As the fight was going to end, Ateko rushed toward Akeno. She did not have the energy to fly anymore, he was aiming to finish the fight in one move. However, by some strange force of the world, he ended up stumbling on a rock and fell head first on her bosom. Why did he feel like some force pushed him to do this? He immediately removed his head from Akeno's soft breast and immediately started apologizing. I swear it was my intention, please excuse my impertinence. Akeno, feeling mischievous, just smiled as she placed her hand on her chest. Before saying, didn't you were that pervy? No, I didn't mean to. She placed her hand on her breast before saying, Takeo-kun is a naughty boy. I will take responsibility for it. Responsibility, hey? Yeah. He said looking up at Akeno, and when he looked at her, for some reason he felt like prey. I have a way that you can take accountability for this. She said, licked her finger as she looked at him. A/N anyway, before anyone says, how are they falling in love so easily and how I am destroying their character, for Konako, she doesn't like him as much as she just appreciates his presence, it's very comfortable to be around. For Rias, well, she found someone she could confide in, and well, those chapters of Takeo and her were there for a reason. She doesn't fall into the love category as much as it is now a crush. For Akeno, even though due to her dad she kind of hated men, it is not like it was set in stone, plus Takeo kind of goes against her previous belief. 22, Oblivious, 22. Takeo was seen looking just a bit drained, he looked like something had sucked the soul out of his body. Quite literally, he felt like he had been utterly drained. Akeno did not hold back a bit. He did not know she had this experience, well, at least he took responsibility for what he did. Takeo-kun, are you okay? Takeo looked up to notice Rias, here she was standing in all of her red hair. Glory! I am fine. His eyes went toward the ceiling, he had to make sure of something to remind himself, to never ever let something like that happen again. Just thinking about it made his bones shiver. Rias looked at Akeno with a very questioning look. Akeno just gave Rias an innocent smile as if she had done no wrong. Rias's questioning look hardened as Akeno just gave Rias an innocent smile. Once again only saying. Why that looks president? What did you do? Nothing. Akeno. Ria's glare seemed to harden a bit as she looked at Akeno. Fine, maybe I was a bit rough. What seemed to be a worried look seemed to have been placed on Ria's face. What do you mean a bit too rough? In my defense, Takeo-kun allow it. Ria's eyes then turned her head to face Takeo as if to tell him to explain himself. I had to take responsibility for accidentally falling into her chest, she told me to let her do it and so I did. Takeo looks completely innocent as he reveals those words. Why couldn't you take responsibility for touching my chest? Takeo swore he heard something but did not go further into it. It was probably not good for him. Takeo, what do you mean by take responsibility? Rias had a slight blush on her face as she said those words, for some reason. She felt something in her chest, however, she did not know what it was yet. Fufu, is the president getting jealous? Why would she be jealous? You just zapped me, a lot. Takeo shiver a bit thinking of the lightning strike that hit him the day prior. Upon hearing those words Rias' mood immediately lit up, for some reason. She felt much better now that she knew he only got zapped and nothing more. Are you hurt anywhere? As she said those words, Takeo could notice that she had crossed her arms. Was it him or was her shirt see-through? He swore he could see her nipple through this. I am fine, for the most part. Rias walked close to him before checking up on his body. She checked everything to make sure he was fine. She walked so close that her breasts were pressed against his face, not like. He did not like it, but why in the heck would she have to get so close to him? At least you are fine. She sounded quite glad that he was okay. Was that genuine worry in her voice about his safety? Guess she truly did care about that. Takeo's eyes then went toward Konako. She was seen in the corner of the room drinking what seemed to be a blue drink out of her juice box. She was currently looking at him with a look that he understood way too well. With a friendly look on his face, he looked at his friend before offering his lap. You can come and sit on it anytime. He made sure to have a friendly face on as he uttered those words. She was his friend after all. Without wasting a second, Konako walked toward him before sitting on his lap as she started drinking her juice. She looked to be a lot more content than usual with herself as if she had achieved some super big goal. She was almost acting like a pet cat. It was truly adorable to witness. As he placed his head and patted Konako's head, what seemed to be a pair of two fluffy cat's ears could be seen. Hat, why is she turning so red? Takeo wondered why she was turning red as he kept patting her head and even behind her ears as she seemed to enjoy it. In 30 seconds flat she fell asleep. Wow, guess she really liked it when he patted her like this. He would make sure to remember this for as long as he lived. She truly was very adorable sometimes. Flash forward. Welp, after making sure I carried the asleep Konako back home, I spent some time training with Kaiba. After that happened, I talked with Rias for a bit. I did not know why, but she seemed pretty insistent on healing him. Though after that the only thing of note he learned was the fact that he now seemed to possess another energy source. He hadn't experimented with it yet. 23. Meeting a nun. 23. Takeo was seen lying on his bed, what seemed to be red dye all over his chest. It wasn't red dew, it was the color of his friend. Rias was seen peacefully lying on Takeo's chest. She seemed to be incredibly peaceful as she slept. There was one thing problem, she was completely naked, and she had no clothes on, meaning that as things stood right now, she had her bare body pressed against his, and she was currently in the middle of nuzzling herself closer to him. As her tried to leave her hands, he felt her grip on him tighten. Don't leave. What did she sound like that? He tries to gently push her away, but the unexpected happens. His hands, they were pressing against something very soft, way too freaking soft. He felt as if his hands were in the middle of grabbing a pair of pillows. Very round and tender pillows. Light squeeze. Ah. You must take responsibility. Was she sleep-talking? Her eyes were closed and yet she was still speaking. You are all mine, stay away from Akeno. Once again, he could feel she was asleep, so was she sleep-talking. Rias pressed herself against him further, she wrapped her hand around his neck as she buried his head in between her chest. Takeo was currently a blushing mess. He did not know what had gotten into her. Rias, why did it suddenly felt like she was becoming possessive of him? As he slowly removed himself from her grip, it seemed as if his struggle awoke in her. Rias opened her eyes and looked at him, her eyes held a strange red color as she held him close to herself. Morning. She had a soft look on her face as she said those words. She didn't seem that bothered to be practically naked touching their body with him. Not it didn't seem that this bothered her at all. Matter of fact, as he tried to leave he could feel her grip on him tightening. Why are you in such a hurry? Can you please put on some clothes? Why? Is my body not attractive to you? Would you rather it being a keno? Was it him or did he smell some jealousy in there? Why was she jealous? She looked at him with a jealous look. The problem is, a girl shouldn't be sleeping next to a boy like this. Takeo protested with his cheek turning the same color as a tomato. His heartbeat now matched an Olympic runner's after running an 800-meter dash. This was a bit too much for his young mind to handle. But it's you, so it's fine. Why did she sound so sure of herself as she said those words? Rias seemed like she was debating something in her mind. She looked at him in the eyes and wondered, could she do it? She enjoyed the warmth she felt in his presence, it truly soothed her when she needed it most. She could feel her heart being at ease. Was this what she thought it was? She slowly got out of bed before she started dressing herself in front of him. For some reason, she did not mind that he could see everything. She did not seem to really care when she was basically in her panties and bra and he was still in the room. Work hard. She got close to his face in order to say those words, it was as if she felt compelled to them him those words. Time skip. Takeo was currently hanging out with the boy who had summoned him. Previously, he was showing the boy places like the park and all in all just being a big brother to the boy who kept summoning him over and over again. I hope I'm not being annoying. The boy was stuttering with each and every single sentence that came out of his mouth. It's fine, hanging around you is always fun. As Takeo said those words the boy's small, and he seemed happy that someone genuinely wanted to spend time with him. The boy lost in his world and noticed where he was walking. He suddenly bumped into a nun, and someone caused the nun to fall on the floor in a way that her panties were showing. Let me help you. Takeo added as he reached out his hand and grabbed the nun, helping the nun. Thank you, was the reply the nun gave him. I am Sawai, the boy said looking at the girl. The girl looked confused. Why didn't she understand what the boy had said? He said he was sorry. Takeo explained, to which the nun gave the boy a gentle smile before saying, it's all right, you don't need to feel sorry, it was my fault for not paying attention. The boy stood there seemingly unable to understand the girl. She said, you are forgiven. The nun stood there just a bit confused, the boy seemed unable to understand her. I tall lean, but when this boy said it, the young boy was able to understand it. How strange. What's your name? Takeo asked looking at the girl. I am Asia, Asia Argento. 24, spending time with a nun, 24. You are not from around here, are you? It was quite obvious to anyone with a pair of functioning eyeballs that the girl was not from around those parks. Her clothes suggested that she was a foreigner. I am on my way to the church nearby. I was supposed to start working today, but I got lost on my way there. The nun explained looking up at him. That explains some stuff. But I have been having trouble because no one understands me. Takeo looked at the girl before looking at the boy next to him. Can we help Big Sis go to the church? Yeah. The boy had a smile on his face as he said those words. Big Sis, me, no. The nun seems to be taken aback by his words, to which he just smiles, saying, you are a nun, right? It should be fine. I guess so. She was still blushing as she said those words. She seemed like the type to get embarrassed pretty easily. May the Lord bless you for your kindness. The nun seemed genuinely grateful as she said those words. The cross on her hand gave Takeo a headache. It wasn't as if he was taking major holy damage from the cross after he hadn't fully turned yet, somehow it seemed as if the evil pieces could only partially turn him into a devil. It was either that or there was something in his body that had absorbed most of that demonic energy in order to buff himself. As they walked by the park, he noticed the nun walking toward an injured boy. Boy shouldn't cry over little scrapes like this. Takeo watched as the nun's hand glowed a green color. The boy's wounds seemed to have healed in an instant. That was some major healing power that she had right there. There, your little boo-boo is all healed now. You can continue playing. The nun had a soft look on her face as she said those words. You saw that, she made his boo-boo go away. Takeo looked down at the excited young boy next to him. He smiled at the boy before saying, she sure did. He watched as the kid tried to tell the mom that she healed him, but the mom just looked at Asia before looking at her kid and saying, you shouldn't talk to strange people. Asia seemed taken aback by the woman's words. Takeo just felt slight annoyance. The least that this woman could do was say a slight thank you, or at least show a gesture of goodwill. Why did she have to be so cold toward the innocent nun trying to help? Takeo's eyes went toward the poor nun standing next to him. She looked to be visibly hurt by how the mother reacted. Their eyes, even here, it's still the same. You did great. Yeah, Big Sis did amazing. The young boy added with what seemed to be amazement in his young eyes. Really? She sounded like she did not expect those words to come out of their mouth. Sorry for being such a bother. Hey, no need to apologize, you did great. Takeo praised the nun with his usual smile on his face. What was that healing thought? Takeo had a curious look on his face as he asked that question. It's a gift that was given to me by God. Alright, let's go. Right behind you. Time skip. Takeo and Asia now stood in front of the church building. Upon standing in front of the building, Takeo felt a part of himself wanting to flee. However, this was only just a part of himself that he could suppress. For the most part, he felt nothing in front of that church. The better way to put it is that he felt the same way anyone would in front of a church. Oh, this is it, thank goodness. The girl seemed quite happy that she had found the church. Anyway, got to go. As Takeo started to walk away, he felt Asia pulling on his arms. Don't go yet, I haven't thanked you for helping find the church. Asia seems quite set on thanking him for his help. It's fine, I just helped out a friend in need. Friends? She seemed quite a bit stunned at what she heard him say. Yeah, anyway, see you around, Asia. As he uttered those words, he turned his back away from her and started walking away while the girl could only stare at his back as he walked away. Let's meet again, Takeo-san. Time skip. After dropping off the boy home, Takeo was currently listening to Rias talking about why he shouldn't get close to the church and how it was a dangerous place. I don't want you to go anywhere near a church, you hear me? Her voice had a commanding factor behind it as she uttered those words. She was not playing around in the slightest, she meant every single sentence that came out of her mouth. Yet, Takeo immediately agrees to her orders, which seems to cause her to ease up a bit. She reaches out her hands and gently presses his cheeks, saying the church is the sworn enemy of us devils. Stepping foot into a church as a devil could be considering a declaration of war. I wouldn't want my servant to be caught in the middle of that. Promise me you will not go anywhere near a church. Upon noticing the worried look on her face, he gave in and said, I won't. She seems more relaxed now. However, is it common for a church to be filled with holy demonic energy? Elaborate. I felt the remnant of some diluted holy energy, but it was dark. It felt like just those two fallen that had attacked me. Rias now had a thoughtful expression on her face. If that nun is in danger. Rias sighed to herself a bit. Why did her servant have to be so protective? Although she did have to admit she did find this part of him quite cute. Time skip that night. As Takeo lay in bed about to take some well-needed rest, out of the corner of his eyes he saw it. Rias Gremory, standing next to his door wearing some quite see-through night lingerie. They left nothing to the imagination, he could even see her nipples through it. 25, beating a priest, 25. Takeo eyes slowly opened his eyes, he felt the familiar feeling of someone else weight on top of his body. This was the second night in a row that this had happened. Ria's crimson hair was all over his chest. Upon looking at her face, he could see that she was still asleep on his chest. She looks quite peaceful like this. He couldn't stop himself from slowly and gently pushing some of her hair away from her face. As if on instinct she automatically leaned into his embrace. He found this quite adorable. She was so bossy sometime, but now she looked quite adorable. His eyes then looked toward her clothes which were lying on the floor. For anyone else, this might have looked like the two of them were doing the devil tango. Takeo on the other hand knew that this was a lie. He hadn't touched her at all, they just slept on the same bed and she just so happened to be lying on his chest while being naked. Yep, that was his explanation. It may sound like he was trying to come up with some copium and he was lying straight out of his ass, but it was the truth. He did not do anything to her at all. He felt something rising, and it wasn't the sun. Upon feeling that, he instantly found a way to distance himself from her. His defenses were slowly yet steadily crumbling away. As soon as managed to pull himself away from her, Ria's eyes fluttered open. It was as if someone had ripped away her teddy bear as she was asleep. Morning. Her voice sounded rested, but there was still some sleepiness present in her voice. Morning, Rias. Rias yawned a bit as she stood up and walked toward where her clothes were on the floor. She started to put on the clothes slowly. She seemed to have been replenished with energy. She did not know why, but she felt full. As she turned around to face Takeo, he had what seemed to be a kiwi in his hand. She looked at him and then at the kiwi. You said you liked kiwi, so I thought you might want one for breakfast. Hey! Was the reaction that came from Takeo as he saw the expression on Ria's face. He wondered, if was she okay? You remember? Yeah, you told me you like kiwi, remember, did you forget? Takeo turns his head to the side as he looks at Rias. You said it yourself, you liked eating kiwi with the skin on. I would offer you more, but I haven't done the grocery in weeks, so I am kind of low on supplies. Takeo was seen scratching the back of his head as he uttered those sentences. Ria's stunned look turned into a smile. She seemed pretty content about everything. No, okay, the kiwi is just fine. Time skip. The magic circle activated and Takeo was sent through it. He teleported where he needed to be. The second he appeared, his nose was assaulted by the scent of metal. As he looked around him, he could see that the scene around him was as bloody as it could get. There was so much blood everywhere it made him genuinely want to puke. Upon looking at the wall, his pupil shrinks a bit. On the wall, written in blood, were the words, "Anyone who sins is a slave to sin." Next to those words, the body of his client could be seen. The man had a knife that went straight through his body. It seemed as if the man died a slow death. Takeo felt sick looking at it. He felt another emotion upon looking at this scene. He felt anger at the sick individual who had committed such an atrocious act. Well, isn't this a little devil? Takeo turned around to look at the owner of that voice, but he could not see the main face, as the man's essence was so corrupted that all he could see was darkness. Nothing more than just darkness. Who are you? Takeo managed to control his anger a bit as he asked the man about the creation. I am a priest, I am priest boy. The man seems quite eccentric about the whole situation. I love to chop devil with a smile on my face. I am a nihilist who enjoys killing your kind with a smile. The man started dancing as he said those words. Takeo felt angry, but he controlled it. He still had one thing he had to make sure of. Why did you kill him? Humans who make pacts with devils are nothing more than just filths. The man seemed to have no ounce of sympathy as he said those words. Aren't you a human? Aren't you supposed to not kill humans and only kill devils? Takeo added, barely containing his anger. A devil giving me a sermon, how funny. The man laughs at Takeo's words. Hat. Those were the only words that left the man's mouth as he felt his words flip upside down. He felt every single bone in his body being crushed alongside half of the house as a powerful blow was landed on his body. Fuck. The man could not bear the pain any longer. He passed out nearly instantly. Scum like you shouldn't be left alive. Takeo's eyes then landed on the figure of a pass-out nun. His eyes went toward where he felt the presence of the fallen angels coming toward his current location. 26, the fallen, 26. Help! A desperate voice in need of help was heard saying. Takeo, feeling his body working on instinct, walked to where the nun was currently lying on the floor. Are you okay? He asked, his voice laced with worry as he checked her for any signs of injury. He wanted to hit himself in the head, he was so engulfed in his anger that he had forgotten to extend his sense further. If he only had done so, he would have felt the presence of the purest human being that he had met in all of his life. Did you get hurt at all? He seemed worried as he checked her body for any sign of wounds. I am fine. She was giving him a weak smile, but he could see that a part of the building had landed on her body, and the tears falling down her eyes were a clear reminder that he had fucked up. Well, what do we have here? A voice was heard saying from behind him. Takeo turned his head to see an attractive young woman with violet eyes and a curvaceous, slender body. She had long, silky black hair that reached down to her hips and possessed 2 black feathered wings. A little devil helping a nun, how cute, the raven hair woman said before. Suddenly a voice from the nearby tree was heard saying. Don't tease him too much, Rainare. Takeo turned his eyes around and he felt his blood boil. The people that he was seeing, he recognized 2 of their faces, but the third one was unknown to him. It's you two. What seemed to be venom was coming out of his mouth as he stared down the 2 fallen women. His eyes were filled with a lot of emotions as he spoke to them. How typical, a devil losing his temper. Rainare mocked, looking at him. It's a shame you became a devil, the lady with the blue hair added. I beat your ass once, I can do it again, were the cold words that left his mouth. That's not fair, I wasn't feeling well that day, the yellow hair recorded. And do you think you can get lucky this time? You are surrounded by the little devil. The blue hair lady added, looking at him with a mocking grin. So be a good devil and hand over the nun, and maybe we will let you live. Rainare added as she floated in the air with a cocky expression on her face. Takeo-kun, please save yourself. Takeo heard Asia's voice saying. Listen to your friend devil, the man in the fedora hat added as he took his hand out of his pocket, forming a light spear. With a cold look on his face, he just looked at them and only said. Move out of my way. Ha ha ha. You think you CA before the man could finish his sentence. Takeo had already pounced on him like a savage beast. 1 downward kick to the side of the head. 1 powerful kick to the enemy side, and to end it off, he launched a powerful kick that sent his opponent flying in the air. Not wasting any second, pushing his Toki output to its limits, Takeo was already up on Rainare before she realized it and before she could even attack. A powerful strike landed on her, sending her ass crashing into a tree, uprooting that tree, and causing her body to form a 12-inch deep crater on the floor as she landed. After destroying Rainare, Takeo took time to properly tighten his jacket around his waist in order for it to not become an inconvenience later in the future. He did not realize yet, but he was tapping into his demonic power. His usually brown eyes were now a deep red color. Midlet, who was still shocked by everything, tried to form a spear of light to toss it at him, but Takeo smacked her hand away, causing her light spear to hit Kala Warner in the back. Before she could apologize to her ally, she was hit with a powerful kick to the side of her skull. Takeo had made sure that he poured most, if not all, of his power into that one blow. He felt it as the hit landed, that satisfying crack. The fallen, realizing they stood no chance in a scenario like this, looked at the nun before a sinister smile made itself known to his lips. Creating the biggest light spear that he could muster, he made sure to create 4 more before launching all of them toward the nun. Asia closed her eyes as soon as she saw the light spears coming toward her. She closed her eyes and waited for the light spear to make contact, but the contact never came. She slowly opened her eyes to see Takeo looking at her with a bloodied smile. You fine? Why yes. He then gave her a weak smile as he turned around. Asia's eyes widened a bit upon realizing what she was seeing. Yo! Those words are not enough to kill me. You were speaking all that hot shit before, look at you now, looking like a pencil holder. Before the man could say any other words, he watched as Takeo removed each and every single spear from his body. He is a devil, isn't it supposed to burn? The man thought to himself as he saw the boy remove those light spears. Like it was a walk in a park. Toki X50. 27, choose one, 27. A magic circle appeared inside the house that was now completely destroyed as two women were seen stepping outside the magic circle. One was a red-hair beauty, while the other was a black-hair beauty. I felt Takeo, mana increased drastically. Ria's eyes looked around at the destroyed building and the sight of a struggle. She immediately got on guard and immediately dreaded the worst. Where was her Takeo? She immediately activated her power of destruction as soon as she saw the faces of two fallen angels lying on the floor with no life on their faces. Seemed like Takeo-kun had some fun. Akeno eyes watched the field, even though her voice sounded its usual teasing fashion. Her eyes were still scanning the area all around her in the hope of finding Takeo. What seemed to be lightning seemed to be forming in her hand as she looked around. Their eyes eventually landed on Takeo. He had some wounds but they looked minor, and he was seen currently speaking with a nun. Rias could be visibly heard sighing in relief as she saw him. Meanwhile, Akeno lightning seemed to have gone away. Takeo turned around to meet them, and he gave them the usual smile. Rias walked toward him and got a bit too close to him. She was practically on top of him, her eyes searching his body for any wounds at all. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Akeno in the meantime just had a smile on her face. Her friend was being very protective of her servant, which was very cute to witness and could potentially be used as future material to tease Rias. Takeo passed out immediately after Rias got too close. He is all tuckered out, how cute. Akeno looked at him with a soft look on her face before she reached out and grabbed one of his arms. Let me heal you. Why does it have to be you? I can do it just fine. Rias protested as she pulled on his arm. You are being greedy, you had him for 2 nights in a row, it's my turn now. Akeno added as she pulled him closer to herself. No, he stays with me. Rias sounded very possessive as those words left her mouth. I will just be healing him, no need to be so feisty. No. You had your fun, why can't I heal him, it's just healing. Hello. The voice of a nun was heard saying. The two girls stopped their rivalry as they looked at the nun. Rias blushed upon realizing that she was acting while someone else was still there. On the other hand, Akeno did not let go of Takeo's arm. I won. Rias looks just a bit annoyed. Time skip. Takeo slowly opened his eyes as he felt 4 soft things on his chest, 2 of them being on his left while the other 2 were on his right. He slowly turns his eyes toward the right side of the bed. He saw it, there in all of its glory. Akeno was seen looking at him, her usual sultry look on her face. His eyes then slowly turned to his left and he saw it, the usual crimson hair that he was used to. Rias Gremory was seen peacefully lying on his left side with a content look on her face. However, she seems just a bit discontent at the idea of having to share him with someone else. Fufu, morning sleeping head. Akeno had a sultry look on her face as she looked at Takeo's face. She found it quite adorable, especially the fact that he seemed to not have fully realized what was happening. His face turns a very deep shade of red. There it was. Why, are you two in my bed? Takeo was a blushing mess as he uttered those words. Akeno smiled a bit. This was the reaction she expected from him. What else could 2 girls could be doing in a boy's bed? How cute, Akeno thought to herself as she watched his cheeks turn an even darker shade of red. That was adorable. Akeno stopped teasing him. Rias added as she got up from the bed and started putting on her bra. You were drained of energy and wounded, so we healed you. I could have done it alone but someone wouldn't let me. Rias muttered the last part to herself. To say that she was feeling jealous would be an understatement. I am sure Takeo-kun enjoy it. Akeno had a smile on her face as she said those words, leaning in closer to his face. Akeno, stop it. Ah, is President jealous he liked me better? As if. Why don't we ask Takeo-kun? Takeo felt the look of the girls landing on him. Takeo-kun, would you like better? Akeno leaned in closer to him as she said those words. As she got close, she seemed to lick her lips as she was looking at him. Takeo once then landed on Rias on the bed. Once again he felt it again, some time was rising and it wasn't the morning sun. My, what do we have here? 28, the staff, 28. Takeo blushed heavily as Akeno leaned in closer. her eyes lingering toward the sizable bump in his pants. She was going to have fun with this. Akeno, that's enough. Rias said, her cheeks being as red as her hair. Ah, but he's all pent up, I was just trying to help. Are you saving him for yourself? You are being greedy, President. Akeno added, faking a pout as she looked at her friend. Rias was still blushing hard, and Akeno just smiled at her friend and said, "Why don't we do it together? I am sure Takeo-kun could handle it." Akeno eyes once again toward the bump on his pants. After all, he does have the right tool for it. It was as if Akeno knew the right words to say in order to press all the right buttons in order to get Takeo riled up. It didn't help the fact that they were both practically naked and so close to his body. Even his ability to see people's essence was not helping him here. If things went on like this, there was a high chance that he might lose it. He only had so much self-control. That enough. Rias had her authoritarian voice on as she said those words. The way she said it made it sound like she was not taking no for an answer. Akeno looked slightly disappointed that Rias was stopping her fun. Her eyes went to Takeo. "We can continue this later." What was she implying there? Whatever it was a promise that deep inside he wished she would keep. Akeno got up off the bed and walked toward the bathroom to take a shower. "I wouldn't mind if you join me." As she said those words, she walked inside the bathroom, and Takeo was sure that she did not lock the door. Very, very tempting choices out here. Wait, why was he thinking like this? Again? His thoughts were usually not this dirty, they were usually pretty clean. What was going on with him lately? Why was he now more inclined to act a bit more lustful than usual? It was either that or the fact that a bunch of very beautiful women were squeezing themselves against him, that probably would have done it. If this had lasted just a bit longer, he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back. He sighed to himself a bit and then closed his eyes as he proceeded to calm himself down. He slowly opened his eyes to notice that Rias was no longer in the room. Although he could hear the sound of her Akeno arguing in the bathroom, he sighed to himself a bit before suddenly he held his head in pain. What seemed to be a flash of memory was happening in his mind. He saw it, a clear image of it, what seemed to be a bow staff. It seemed to be covered in seals in order to restrain its power. The bow staff seems to be calling out his name. Chendiziong. Why did he feel like it was speaking to him? His name wasn't that, his name was Takeo Jin. Chendiziong. Without even realizing, Takeo's eyes seemed to turn red as the staff seemed to have started shaking where it was being held. POV change. What seemed to be a monkey man, who appeared around the same height as a kindergarten, he was covered in golden fur, wearing a monk's cassock, a wrinkled, creased face, and black skin. He was also seen wearing prayer beads around his neck and a golden headband around his forehead. His eyes went toward the cage of Ruyi Jingbang and noticed how it was shaking around in its cage. Is he back? The old monkey thought to himself as he noticed the way that the weapon seemed to be shaking around as if wanting to go find its master. I wonder what sort of things you will be up to this time. The monkey said to no one in particular. Chendiziong. POV change. Takeo was taken back to reality once he felt something touch his finger. His eyes trailed down toward the source, and next to him he saw Akeno looking at him. Fu, was Takeo-kun daydreaming about naughty things? Takeo's face once again turned a shade of red, seemed to slowly turn back to normal. Something that did not escape the very careful gaze of both Rias and Akeno. His energy calmed down. Rias thought to herself as she looked at Takeo. As she and Akeno were putting their clothes on, they felt Takeo's energy change a bit. It was looking a lot more like the way that Konako had described Toki earlier. It was oppressive and pretty suffocating. So much untapped raw power, maybe it will be enough against him. Takeo seems to remember something. What about Asia? What happened to her? Oh, the nun, she passed out soon after we arrived. Takeo will look at Rias with a careful expression. Where is she now? Here. Hat. 29, the date, 29. Since you saved the nun, we have made arrangements for her to live with you. Takeo's eyes seemed to widen a bit at that implication. With me? Yes, she will be living with you from now on. Takeo-kun won't do anything bad to her, after all, he is a gentleman. Why did he feel like she was teasing him as she uttered those words? He didn't know, something about the way she said it made it sound like she was messing around with him. Sure, I will let her stay here, but is this temporary or? The nun will be staying with you for the foreseeable future as things stand. Right now, she will be the safest there. Takeo nodded his head. Okay. Akeno smiled a bit at Takeo, one of those days if she got the chance, she would take it. It was a race and she was unwilling to lose that race against Rias. Time skip. Takeo had just finished his daily training session with Kaiba. The fight ended faster than usual. You are much stronger than yesterday. Kinda commented as Takeo helped him get up. You think so? Takeo had a confused expression on his face as heard Kaiba's compliments. Yesterday I was able to keep up, but today, it felt like I could barely react to your blows. Upon hearing those words from Kaiba, Takeo looked at his hands. Was it true? Was he truly getting that much stronger than he was before? He could feel his body getting stronger, but that was it. He felt as if each time he fought, he got stronger and stronger. Was this due to him using his devil power more and more as time went on? Or was it because he recently tried to get that weird staff? Takeo took a deep breath before helping his friend back to the healing area. He had to admit he was growing stronger at an unusual rate. He had never seen Rias fight, but unless Rias was 50 times stronger than Akeno, then Takeo saw no way she could actually beat him in a fight. If his power kept growing at such a huge rate, he might just become a high-class devil in a very short amount of time. Ah man, that means I will have paperwork to deal with. Takeo held his hand in his hand, he did not wish to do any paperwork at all. He quite liked this easy-going life. Takeo opened the door to his house and the first thing he saw was a woman. With an hourglass figure, with a sizable chest and a pretty plump behind her. Her eyes seemed to be staring straight into the depths of his soul. Her whole figure exudes Onisama energy. She was seen sitting there with one of her hands under her voluptuous chest, and the other hand close to her lips. Cat got your tongue? She teased as she looked at him. She seemed pretty proud of herself as she said those words. Sorry, I couldn't find any words, I just didn't expect to see you. Why wouldn't you expect to see me? Do you prefer Ria-san? Wow, this woman knew which button to press and when to press them. No, that's what I mean. He tried to explain before she caught him off. So you like me more? You are putting me in a corner here. He said, realized what she was doing. All he got from her was a giggle. She found this whole situation pretty funny. Does Akeno-senpai need anything? There might be a thing. And here was that sultry tone again, this would be the death of him. Someday. Time skip. Takeo and Akeno were seen leisurely walking through the park. Akeno had long since removed her school uniform, she was now only wearing a red dress, with white edges. Around her neck, she wore a heart-shaped necklace, her hair was no longer in a ponytail and instead was now let down. She looked to be quite happy about herself. Takeo-kun, do you like it? You look gorgeous. He smiled at her as he said those words, and from the way he looked, it was obvious that he 100% meant what he said and was not just saying it to make her feel good. Probably due to his honest nature, guess that stuck around even if he was a devil. As turned his eyes to look at Akeno, her cheeks were already turning a bright red color. I didn't know you were such a smooth talker. I mean it, it makes you gorgeous. She turned her face away from him and uttered, idiot. Over the course of their little date, they went toward a nearby ice cream shop, where the two were ice creamed peacefully. Takeo watched as Akeno stole some ice cream from his cup while hers remained untouched. If you want some of mine, it's only fair I get some of yours. Sure, but I will have to feed it to you. I have no problem with this. Say ha. Akeno had a teasing yet soft look on her face as she said those words. Takeo obeyed her order and opened his mouth as she fed him some ice cream, and he did the same, feeding her the ice cream from his cup. They looked like a couple. 30. The date, 30. The date with Akeno went pretty smoothly, nothing real of note happened. Apart from the fact that the two of them went to some place to have fun. Moments like these made him realize that at the end of the day, Akeno was still mostly a teenage girl. He learned some stuff about her that he wouldn't normally. He also had grown just a bit used to her teasing, it was more like she didn't tease him as much anymore. She had much better things to do, such as becoming a blushing mess. She was frankly adorable. Takeo felt as if he was getting to see her true self. As if he was getting a glimpse into the true personality that she was hiding underneath. He was seen currently walking her to her house, even if this wasn't technically required. He decided to do it nonetheless as he was a dick. As they strolled back to her house in peaceful silence, both of their eyes seemed to be looking at the sky. Takeo-kun. Takeo turned his head to look at Akeno, her voice sounded devoid of any lust or sultriness, it just sounded soft. Yes. What do you think of fallen angels? That question kind of came out of nowhere, but considering she asked him, she probably wanted an answer from him. Well, my first impression of them wasn't the bed. Her body seems to shrink upon hearing those words. However, I do not think that all of them are dicks, it will be kind of racist to just say they are all bad just because of my own bad experience with them. Takeo added with a soft look on his face, that was not a lie from him. He did not hate the fallen as much as he hated the fallen angel responsible for Asia getting drafted into the supernatural world. That poor innocent girl, he wished that she could find her peace. If God existed, then he would wish that he could protect Asia. He suddenly felt a light sting in his head as he mentioned the name of the Big G. What should he refer to him from now on? The big man? The man in the sky? Yahweh! Ouch! Takeo once again felt the sting in his head, so as long as he didn't refer to the man by some of his given name, he should be fine. Akeno next to him, however, looks quite relaxed upon hearing his view of the fallen angels. She let out a relieved sigh that even she did not know she was holding in. The two continue walking the way up to Akeno's house. As Takeo saw the door, he looked at Akeno before saying, "It was nice to hang." Takeo did not get to finish his sentence before he felt Akeno's soft lips touch his own. He felt her arms wrapped around his neck as she gave him a big kiss. Before Takeo could say anything, she had entered her house and left him outside her house looking dumbfounded. Had he just been kissed? Meanwhile, Akeno was inside the safety of her house feeling quite glad about what she had done. She had a blush on her cheek. Takeo-kun, were the words she muttered to herself as she thought of the man outside the door. She was determined to win the race, whether it meant becoming his first wife or girlfriend, and she was not going to lose to Rias. Time skip. Takeo walked back inside his house. He smelled food, good food. He walked toward the kitchen where he saw her wearing a green shirt that reached her was it, but did not go any further. The jeans she wore were extremely short, almost like booty shorts, barely covering her backside. His eyes went toward the unbuttoned jeans that she was wearing. Why was a nun dressed like this? Takeo-kun, you are back. What seemed to be excitement was heard from her voice as she noticed that he was back. Yeah, I am back. How have you been doing? He added as his perception kicked in. He could no longer see what she was wearing, instead what he saw was nothing but something that was very pure. I am doing great. She seemed happy, that was always nice. I made dinner. She sounded excited as she said those words. Takeo looked at her before opening his mouth and saying, "What did you make? Don't be angry at me, I didn't know how to do Japanese dishes, so I made this." She showed him a bowl of spaghetti as she looked away as if she was not proud of her work. I always wanted to try it. Takeo added with a smile on his face as he looked at the food. Really? Yeah, you did great. He patted the head of the nun. She looked to be quite happy about that. A/N, Asia is an angel, maybe in this story, she might become one. 31, Punishment, 31. Takes sat down on the table and started eating. Asia seemed to be patiently waiting for him to tell her if she liked the food. It's delicious. These were the words that left his lips as he looked at the nun. Asia seemed happy that she was getting praised. Really? Yes, it's very good. As Takeo said those words, Asia watched the enormous appetite that was Takeo-jin. Are you not going to eat? He had a questioning look on his face as he looked at her, asking her if she was not going to eat the food with him. I am fine, I am not hungry. Asia tries today as the sound of her belly grumbling could be heard. The sound lasted for a solid 10 seconds. Asia's cheeks were bright red, she did not think that her belly would betray her like this. Takeo offers her a bowl of spaghetti before saying, "Dig in." Asia weakly took the bowl of spaghetti before praying on it. Once she was done, she started eating it. He watched as she blew on it every time she was about to take a bite. He watched the way that she seemed to be very delicate with everything that she was doing. She truly was a sweet little angel. This made his blood slightly boil as he remembered what the fallen angel had planned for her. Flashback. Takeo was seen looking a bit injured as he stared down at Mitlet, his eyes staring into the eyes of the last remaining fallen angel. Mitlet's eyes looked toward where her allies were and all she saw was the corpse of 3 fallen angels. They had all been brutally murdered by this devil. And this demon. Rainare had every single bone in her body crushed with a powerful kick. Hanasak had his neck snapped and his brain had received an enormous amount of damage. If this man had survived, it wouldn't have been without taking a lot of brain damage. As for Kala Warner, she had a huge hole in her chest. She was the only one alive, although it was barely. She did not want to die. At least not yet. "What do you want?" Her voice sounded shaky as she uttered those words. "What were your plans with Asia?" was the only words that left his mouth as he looked at her. Rainare W anted to steal her sacred gears and take it for herself. Mitlet's voice was shaky as she answered the questions. "What about Asia?" "I am fucked," she thought to herself as she realized that once she answered this, she surely would have died, but if she didn't say anything then he would kill her too. Maybe if she told the truth, she would die a painless death. However, she didn't want to die. Once a sacred gear is removed from the host died. Before another thought could formulate in Mitlet's mind, she saw it, a split second before she died. A monster from back then. She felt it, she felt truth and utter fear. From all the beings that her group could have chosen to anger, they chose this one. Angering the Red Dragon Emperor would have been a better idea. Flashback end. Takeo sighed to himself, at least she was still alive, and to him, that was all that mattered. Time skip. As Takeo walked inside the occult room, he noticed that there was barely anyone inside. Matter of fact, Rias could be seen sipping on something he could only presume was tea. "She looks elegant as always. How was your day?" Rias asked as she finished her drink. "It was fine, and yours?" "It was going well, until a moment ago," she added as she once again went to sipping her drink. "And why is that?" "You couldn't wait?" He raised his eyebrow a bit, looking at her questioningly. What did she mean? He couldn't wait? "Why did you let Akeno kiss you?" From his better-than-average hearing, he could hear mutter. "It should have been me, I should have been your first kiss." Takeo looked at his president a bit. Oh, so she was feeling jealous now. That was very good to know. No matter how he looked at it, he was trapped. "You must be punished for being impatient," Rias added, looking toward his location. He wondered what his punishment was going to be. Time skip. Well, she had to take a bath before punishing him for his crimes against humanity. Her heart. Rias had her towel wrapped around her chest as she walked out of the bathroom. Strangely enough, she did not have any water anywhere on her. "What is my punishment?" "As you have proven that you are impatient, you must give me access to your bedroom. Later this week I have a plan for a punishment that you must receive." She had a stern expression on her face as she said those words. That doesn't sound like a punishment at all. 32. The beautiful redhead, 32. As Takeo slept, he had a weird dream. In his dream, he saw someone sitting down on a pile of what seemed to be a bunch of angels, devils, fallen angels, and gods. The being held an oversized staff in his hand. The being looked bored out of his mind, as if the thousands of bodies surrounding him did not satisfy him at all. As if all of this was just a light workout for him. He did not know what kind of creature he was looking at. All he knew was that he wanted to beat that man. If he was strong enough to kill those supernatural creatures so easily with his staff, then he must be very strong. Incredibly strong even. He wondered how it felt to fight such a powerful opponent. Takeo slowly got out of bed and walked toward his bathroom. He opened the door and went to take a shower. He did make sure to not leave the door open. After all, he was starting to Notice some sort of pattern with Eka things happening to him when he least expected it. He would rather not flash the nun with his weapon. Yeah, that's what he could it. Takeo thoroughly enjoyed his bath. He made sure to utterly scrub the dirt from all parts of his body. While he had finished taking a shower, he also had enough time to dry himself and wear some decent clothing. As he prepared to leave the house, his eyes landed on Asia. I am going out, I will be back later, I promise. Where are you going? Asia asked with a questioning look on her face. Near the mall. Takeo replied looking back at the nun. Would you please buy some eggs, we are running out. Her voice seemed to be shaking as she uttered those words. Guess she was more scared than he thought. If you don't want to, that's okay. Ah, adorable. He smiled at her before saying. I will get us the groceries, thank you for reminding me. She seemed to slightly beam up at the praise. Takeo found it pretty adorable. If he could say so himself. Time skip. As Takeo arrived at the spot where he was ordered to come to be punished for his lack of control or something like that. He saw her waiting for him, although she seemed to wearing clothes that she usually wouldn't be seen wearing. A black tube top with straps. Her pretty crimson hair swayed to the wind, and her sapphire eyes almost seemed to shine in the sun. Her cheek was slightly rosy upon noticing him. There was virtually no imperfection to be seen on her face. It was as clear to anyone looking at her that could be considered a very attractive woman. I hope you didn't wait too long, Takeo added gently. He really wished he did not have her waiting on him for too long. I didn't wait that long, I just got here. From the way her voice sounded to the way that he could see she was fidgeting around, or the fact that she couldn't even maintain eye contact, it pointed to one single point. She was there for a bit. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Yo. Before she could finish her sentence, Takeo grabbed her hand and started walking toward a nearby ice cream store. You're probably hot from standing in the sun for too long, let's get you some ice cream. Upon saying those words, he dragged her to a nearby ice cream shop where he ordered some ice cream. Strawberry was your favorite, right? As his gaze turned to her as if to make sure he was right in his choice, he noticed the look that she was giving him. Any ordinary teenager would have crumbled under her dazzling look. After all, she looked quite stunning in that dress. Taking into effect the fact that the jeans that she was currently wearing were pretty short ones, his eyes basked in the glory that was her thighs. Hold yourself, Takeo. Takeo thought to himself, trying to remind himself that he should calm himself down. At this rate, it would be very hard to resist her, with her crimson hair to her wonderful chest, and her slim waist which seemed to possess no trace of fat whatsoever. This might be the work of her devil physics or magic. Down to her delicate yet wonderful hips, even her thighs could make a man sell his soul in order to get one squeeze. And to finish this whole package that was currently his king, was the fact that her personality was also quite wonderful, which is probably why he became friends with her to begin with and even allowed her to turn him into a devil. A/N, fun fact: Takeo hadn't noticed all those physical traits of Rias until recently. He knew her chest was bigger than usual, but that was about it. It was due to his ability, and now that he has gotten used to seeing her aura, he can now actually fully see her physical appearance. 33. The punishment. 33. Takeo was seen walking around with Rias around what seemed to be an amusement park. She seemed to have an almost giddy expression on her face throughout the whole time that she and Takeo were spending time together. She was pretty happy about it all. Throughout it all she could feel her heart beating hard, her cheeks were flushed, and she found herself thinking of scenarios that were not too elegant from the heiress of the Grimoires family. Her eyes looked at the back of his head as they went all through the amusement park. What was that feeling in her chest? That warm feeling. She could feel it, it felt so soft yet so warm. She did not know what to do as she just stood there dumbfounded. Was this perhaps what it felt like to love someone? Be a dump. Rias, you okay? Takeo asked with a curious expression on his face. Had were the sound that came out of Rias' mouth. This is so embarrassing, Rias thought to herself as a memory of how she acted played on her mind over and over again. She found it very embarrassing. Your souffle is getting cold, you should eat it. Takeo added upon noticing. He got her attention. Ah, yes. Rias managed to let out, she could not understand how she had managed to become such a blushing mess so easily. She looked down and started eating her warm souffle. Takeo softly and gazes in her direction as she eats the food, she seems to be having fun, which is a good thing. Sup hot stuff. Takeo gazed and turned toward his left to notice a group of young teenage boys with tattoos next to his table. Something about them seemed fishy, he didn't like it. Even by smelling their essence, he could see that their essence seemed to be tainted, not as tainted as the fallen angel but as close as someone could get. To that level. Rias promptly ignored them, not paying them any attention. Why don't you ditch this loser and come with us, we can give you real time. The expression of pure lust on the man's face was evident, even without sensing the man's essence. Takeo could feel that this man was only focusing on Rias-chan's body, more specifically her boobs. It didn't take a genius to figure that out, considering the man's gaze was currently staring straight into Rias' tits. She is not interested, Takeo said politely, looking at the man. And who are you to decide that? The man said, grabbing Takeo's collar. Probably in an attempt to intimidate him or something. Takeo calmly proceeded to hold the man's arm with his own as a small cracking sound was heard. The man's face seemed to twist in pain as Takeo just smiled at him, saying, "Her partner." Upon saying those words, he let the man remove his hand from his grip. With a smile on his face, he politely told the man to buzz off. "Sorry about that," Takeo added, looking at Rias. Why is she red? Takeo thought to himself upon looking at his date. Rias seemed to be as red as a tomato right now, he did not know what caused her to be like this. Little did he know the simple fact of him calling her his partner made her start to act like this. Her mind was currently being filled with thousands of scenarios that she was making up. The simple act of calling the young Gremory his partner had made her turn as red as her crimson hair. This was truly an adorable sight that some may never get the time to see. "Rias," Takeo said, calling out for his friend, but nothing came out. She was still inside a world of her own belief. If he had a system, the pop-up Rias Gremory affection, 90. Obedience, 80. would appear in front of him. It was like playing a dating game and getting each and every single dialogue correct the first time around. As things stood right now, he was basically the owner of her heart, but that fact was for him to find out later on. Time skip. Takeo was seen grabbing some groceries in some bag that he was currently carrying. He was currently seen chatting with Rias. As they near his house, with the grace that she is known for, Rias opens the door to his house and allows him to get in. "Thank you, Rias," Takeo exclaimed with a polite expression on his face. As he entered the house, she closed the door behind him. Takeo went toward the kitchen and started putting the supply in the fridge for later use. "Make yourself at home, I am just going to make dinner," Takeo jubilated. It wasn't like Rias did not treat his house as her second home, considering the amount of time she had slept with him. Not in that way, she slept in the same bed as him. Takeo started making dinner. As he walked into the living room, he had made some chicken katsu and homemade curry. It was by no means a fancy meal, but it was good. "Eat up!" he exclaimed as he handed the food over to Rias and Asia, who Rias was seen chatting up with while he was cooking. He wondered what things those two girls were talking about. 34, Hi, so this how it feels to be horny, 34. Warning. This chapter has some slight lemons to it. Takeo awakens from his slumber feeling a pair of two soft things pressing against his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he could clearly see the naked body of Rias pressed against him. So she still ended up stripping, Takeo thought to himself as he thought to the night before when he had asked to at least have some clothes on if she planned to sleep next to him. The only thing he had gotten as a response from her, was her blowing him a kiss while closing one of her eyes. She then said something along the lines of, "Why can't I like it better that way." She seems to find great pleasure in his expression. Though if he were to say he disliked it, he would be a big liar. On a side note, however, he felt himself getting close to his limits. Sure, he had amazing self-control, but ever since a while back, that self-control was being pushed to his limits. Give or take a few weeks and he would crack, he could not really hold back. For a very long period of time. He truly wished that he wouldn't be pushed that far, but considering his luck with women and the fact that Akeno is a person, chances were pretty low. She looked quite determined last time, he wondered if that would translate to this time around if she kept up that one same energy. He might lose it. Takeo slowly managed to wriggle himself out of Ria's loving and affectionate embrace, which was no easy feat. Her grip strength was surprisingly quite strong. However, Takeo managed to wriggle himself free, even if she was basically pressing herself against him. It had gotten to a point that he could feel her breath on his face. The situation that they were in did not look too good at all. Even if he had managed to get free from her grasp, she had somehow managed to grab him again and pull him close. Her arms were wrapped around his body as she now lay on top of him, her lips mere inches from his face. Well, this isn't so bad, Takeo thought to himself. However, the Eki gods of this world had other plans. The sound of the door to his room was heard opening. Takeo-kun, can you help me? Rie before the girl could finish her sentence. Aloud. Eep, was heard coming from her as she saw the very compromising pose that Takeo was currently under. Sorry if I came at the wrong time, Asia announced as she apologized for barging and started walking back toward the door. Wait, this is not what it looks like. Takeo tried to explain himself, but it was too late. He was caught in a situation he couldn't explain. As he tries to defend himself, Ria slowly awakens from her slumber. Her arms were still wrapped around him. Her eyes slowly opened up to reveal the simple fact that she was now awake. Morning, she uttered in a sleepy voice. Hoarse voice would be the better description. His face, however, was as red as tomato as he felt her soft skin press against him. He could feel his tool being teased by the heavenly entrance. He could feel it. His tools were currently touching her panties. His eyes landed on the pair of panties on the floor. Oh, so if her panties were over there, then the feeling he was currently feeling through the fabric of his boxers was not her panties but instead her. Something began to rise nearly instantly the second Takeo made that realization. Rias felt it too. Her cheeks immediately turned red and she seemed to be too stunned to speak for a woman. It was as if her brain was trying to process what she was feeling. That feeling that she felt against her entrance, one might say. Was Takeo-kun aroused by her body? Upon thinking those thoughts, she felt strangely happy. She felt as if she had needed this. Takeo-kun found her desirable, and if his body response were anything to go by, he wouldn't mind doing that with her. She felt her heart beating hard in her chest. However, the second she felt it harden against her skin, she snapped back to reality. She slowly distanced herself from him, her face being a blushing mess as she tried to calm herself down. Calm down, Rias, don't get overwhelmed by lust, Rias thought to herself as she tried to calm herself down. However, her eyes from time to time would gaze at his pants. She had to stop herself before crossing the point of no return. A/N, it is what it is. 35, please have sex with me. 35. It's been a little while since the incident a few weeks ago. Takeo had thankfully managed to get into the groove of things after a bit. He almost lost his virginity to the Crimson Devil that was his president. She had somehow managed to make his body react in a way it hadn't his whole life. As Takeo pondered to himself what had caused him to be so primal with his desires, he usually was pretty calm about most things. His self-control was one of the few things that he was very proud of, as he knew that there wasn't much that could truly push him that far. However, this was proven otherwise as he almost gave in to his desire to take Rias. He ruffled his hair a bit, an annoyed expression on his face. What were you thinking? Takeo muttered to himself as he walked into his room, pondering on his actions. As he went to take a bottle of water, a sudden image flashed in his mind. A light blush appeared on his face as that particular image flashed in his mind. Why was his mind become like this? Why was he thinking about Rias wearing a black and red bra? Why was he thinking of his friend in such an indecent way? Takeo sighed deeply to himself, further pondering if he had acted over the line. It wasn't as if he regretted his action. Something inside of him would have made him do it. He bet if he could rewind time and go back to that moment, his current self would have gone further. The feeling of being on edge like no other was frustrating, that simple fact was showing on his face. He was a bit annoyed and without realizing it, his usual brown eyes were now a deep red color, and the toki all around his body seemed to flare up. Just a tiny bit. Takeo may have not realized it yet, but every single day since he had become a devil, his power was growing at an exponential rate. It was as if it was muscle memory, as if his body was remembering how it used to move. As if his body was remembering how much power it could actually hold. Takeo heard the sound of the door to his house being opened, his gaze followed the sound, and upon spreading his senses further away, he could tell who it was. There was only one person that he knew who had a presence that was so pure. His eyes landed on the embodiment of everything good on earth. "Hello, Asia," he said, looking at his roommate with a content expression on his face. "Takeo-kun, are you okay?" Her voice sounded worried as she walked up close to him and started checking his temperature. "I am fine, what made you think I was not?" He had a questioning look on his face as he asked that question. "I was helping Ryu-kun with his homework when I had a bad feeling." She started describing how she came back as soon as she came to check on me. "She ran the distance between me and Ryu's house, because she had a bad feeling." Takeo had a dumbfounded look on his face. How could such goodness reside in one person? She was truly a nice person. Takeo's chest seemed to glow just a bit as he looked at Asia. The faint shape of a number shape was seen on his chest. "You are an angel, Asia, you know that," Takeo said with a content look on his face as he looked at his nun friend. "I was just being worried about you," she replied politely as she looked at him. He reached out his hand and slightly pinched her cheeks. "You are adorable." Asia's face seemed to turn a deep shade of red as she received praise from her benefactor. She truly felt the happiest she had ever felt for a while. Takeo spent the rest of the evening dining and eating with the adorable friend that he had. He had now completely forgotten about the incident with Rias. Time skip. Takeo was currently in his room, relaxing and getting ready to hit the hay. Suddenly red magic circle appeared all over his room. His eyes follow the magic circle. Suddenly Rias came out of the magic circle. She looked to be in a hurry. "What are you doing here?" he asked, looking at the redhead who before his very eyes started to undress. "Wait, what?" he said as he watched Rias undress. "Please have sex with me." Her voice sounded almost pleading, as if there was something behind it. Takeo looked at Rias as she placed herself on top of him, her black lingerie in full display for him to enjoy. If he was still in the state he was in a few hours earlier, she would have already been in missionary. However, ever since talking with Asia earlier that day, he felt a bit different. Some might say he was enlightened by the Holy Spirit, but that sounds ridiculous, a devil being enlightened by the Holy Spirit, but that was what Takeo felt. He could not bring himself to fuck her, even though he wanted to see her squirming underneath him. Since when was I so dirty, he thought to himself as he realized the thoughts in his head. He grabbed Rias before using the cover on his bed to wrap her up as if she was a taco. Rias looked confused as Takeo wrapped her up like she was a taco. Suddenly, the same magic circle that Rias used seemed to be lighting up again. Who was it this time? A beautiful young woman with a voluptuous body, appearing to be in her early 20s, with back-length silver hair that features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, which ends in twin braids and red eyes. "Sleeping with your subordinate to annul the engagement," was the word Takeo heard as he was being blasted away. Takeo, with a rather calm look on his face, walked toward the lady while carrying his dirty jacket over his shoulder. It had gotten dirty due to the attack. "The heck is your problem?" The lady's eyes went toward Takeo, and just for a split second, for a single moment, what seemed to be truth and utter fear appeared in the lady's eyes. He looked as if she had seen a ghost. While Takeo looked relatively like a normal human, his appearance was eerily close to that thing from 400 years ago. And it should be easy to put two and two together at this point. 36, Fiery Phoenix, 36. Time skip. Takeo was seen making his way to the occult facility. He did not know why that lady overreacted so much to the point of almost turning him into a kebab with her power. Did she take him for someone else or something? He did know why, but he felt as if she had taken for some overpowered entity or something. Morning, Takeo-kun. Takeo eyes shot up to look at the person who had just greeted him. Good morning, Akeno-chan, Takeo replied, looking at the black hair woman in front of him. Akeno gave him a sultry look as she leaned in closer to him. She really seemed to enjoy his personal space. Her eyes then went toward his chest. Her eyes seemed to narrow a bit as she looked at a specific spot on his chest. Takeo-kun, did you sleep with Rias? Takeo didn't need to be a genius to realize the trap that was set up for him. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out what she was talking about. Plus the fact that her hands were sparkling with electricity was not helping her case much. I did no such thing, Takeo replied, defending himself. Takeo-kun. Yet. Do you take me for an idiot? No, you are the furthest from an idiot. Then why are you telling me you didn't do something when I can feel Rias magic on you? She had a very sweet look on her face as she said those words. Because she came to my room last night, asking me to take her, Takeo explained. You listened, Takeo-kun, you hurt my feeling, I called first dibs the way. She said it made it sound like she was really looking forward to taking his first. Well no, I didn't. A lady with silver hair entered the room and started speaking some stuff about an engagement or something as Takeo explained his situation. His eyes went toward Akeno. Akeno's face looked as if she was serious for a second. Oh. She said as if she was realizing something. I did not realize it was that time yet, Akeno added with a worried look on her face. Was she worried for her friend? As they entered the occult room, Takeo noticed how tense it was. His eyes went toward Rias, who also seemed to be pretty tense, as if she wished to be anywhere but here. Who was she engaged to in order for her to feel like this? His eyes then landed on the woman who had been staring at him this whole time. The silver-haired chick that was at his house a couple of days ago. He wondered what was her whole deal. Though before he could ever get a word out, a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room. Takeo did not bother looking at the details as if he felt a very tainted existence walk out of the magic circles. A man with blonde hair was seen. The man's features seemed to be pretty sharp, and he had what seemed to be an arrogant look on his face as he entered the room. He had this whole, I own the world vibe going with him. Rias, my dear, don't you think it's about time we do our vows, the man said, holding Rias by the face. The arrogant look of his still stayed, but this time Takeo could see the lust emanating from the devil's body. He could feel the man's essence and it was tainted as heck. He could not believe he could find an existence tainted enough to rival how those fallen angels were, but here he was. Looking at one. Riser, I do not want this engagement, Rias said, slapping his hand away. Riser seemed to chuckle a bit as he looked at Rias. He felt as if this man was seeing her as only prey. The man went on to talk about how her family's circumstances, and the more this man spoke, the more pissed Takeo found himself becoming. He had not realized it yet. But his eyes were now a crimson-red color, and what seemed to be a cross was seen across his pupils. My husband will be my own choice were the words that came out of Rias' mouth. The man did not seem to care as he proceeded to talk about how it was imperative for devils to keep their pure blood going in order to sustain their race. After all, after the Great War, the amount of pure blood families left in the devil realm was in the low double digits or single digits. The Great War thousands of years ago had foreseen many powerful devil slain. For the final time, Riser, I will not marry you, Rias proclaims, to which Riser just stood up before holding her by her chain. And for the final time, Riser bore the name of the Phoenix family and will not tolerate such disrespect. Riser does not care if he has to incinerate every insect in his room. You will be mine. Upon saying those words, flame appeared all over his body. Try it, I dare you, Takeo said, his eyes a pitch red color. All around his body seemed to be touched and something else seemed to be pouring into his very essence itself. Riser seemed amused and seemed like he was almost about to hit Takeo. However, before he could do anything, Graphia flared her aura. I will have to intervene if you decide to have this continue, Graphia's cold voice was heard saying in the room. Riser does not wish to anger the strongest queen, the man said. She started something called a rating game between Rias and Riser in order to settle the dispute. Time skip. Are you sure it's him? A red-haired man was seen asking Grafia. There is no doubt, were the words that came out of her mouth. Grafia was known for being a calm and composed person, but the second she had felt Takeo's aura flaring, she felt the same feeling of dread she felt back that day. Same feeling of dread she felt as she saw that thing wipe every single member of the clan and make them go extinct. The entity that was the sole reason behind the Great War. Then I have nothing to worry about, Ria's future is saved, the man said. Sounding happy, he sounded like a Siskin. 37, Training, 37. Somewhere inside a training ground, Takeo was seen handling a 2vs1 with what seemed to be minimal effort. Some people may wonder why would Takeo be in the middle of fighting two opponents. The answer to that question is simple. Kaitaro was currently training with Konako and Kaiba. As Konako rushed toward Takeo, Takeo managed to use her own momentum against her, launching a powerful kick the instant she used her leg to speed up. Konako, who was currently in the middle of accelerating, could not stop herself on time as a powerful kick was landed exactly on her chin. Takeo's eyes stayed that deep crimson color as his gaze went toward his other friend. Kaiba was seen holding his blade as his life depended on it. Swerberth, Kaiba yelled out as a bunch of blades sprung out from the floor and tried to stab Takeo. Takeo, however, managed to destroy all those swords with just a powerful kick. Kaiba appeared behind Takeo, his sword ready to strike him. Takeo, however, managed to twist his body in such a way that he narrowly avoided Kaiba's strike. Takeo then used the power of his own body centrifugal force in order to launch a powerful kick aimed toward his friend's jaw. At the last second, Kaiba managed to parry the strike with a wind blade that he had created. Using the elemental power imbued into the sword, Kaiba was able to barely parry Takeo's strike. However, before Kaiba could celebrate the fact that he had blocked the kick, Takeo appeared right in front of him and with a powerful kick that cracked the floor beneath them, he sent Kaiba flying into the nearby tree. Kaiba's body went through 3 trees before eventually being stopped on the 4th one. Kaiba puked out blood. The sheer damage caused by the blow caused his body to instinctively act this way. However, Kaiba was no coward and gritted his teeth through the pain as he was able to weakly stand back up again on his own 2 feet. Kaiba poured his energy out onto the last blade he was creating. He gripped the sword so hard that he started to bleed. Next to Kaiba, Konako was seen, although Takeo did notice some new figure. She now possessed 2 cat ears alongside a tail. Her pupil now seemed to have become more slit. He could also notice what seemed to be some senjutsu energy being used to reinforce her body. Without wasting any second at all, Konako's fist seems to be charging up with some sort of energy. Is that senjutsu? Takeo thought to himself as his Nikomata friend sprouted a second tail. She did not seem like she wanted to be left behind. Without wasting even a nanosecond, Konako rushed at Takeo with surprising speed. She was way faster than she usually managed to launch a punch at an incredibly fast rate. Takeo, however, managed to block most of her strikes. Takeo aimed to kick her in the chest in order to gain some space. However, before he could do so, he felt a blade touch his throat, and without wasting a second of hesitation, Takeo managed to move out of the way of Kaiba's strike. Konako used her superhuman strength in order to boost Kaiba toward him. As Kaiba received the boost, a massive noise was heard as the night seemed to now be moving way faster than sound. By the time Takeo and Kaiba were clashing, the sonic boom only came about 5 seconds later. Takeo and Kaiba clashed, Takeo meeting Kaiba's fist with his bare hand, and Takeo managed to kick Kaiba away. However, Konako was there to keep putting on the pressure. No matter what Takeo did, Konako would always be there like a tank, tanking his blows so that Kaiba could land a blow of his own. Konako seems to be working as some sort of support. However, something that the two did not account for while sparring with Takeo, was the simple fact that in fights like those, Takeo growth was expositional. Time skip. Konako and Kaiba seemed to be on the floor gasping for air. They had utterly been beaten. You two did great. Takeo had a happy smile on his face as he praised his friends. We still lost, Kaiba added. I don't like losing were the words that left Konako's mouth. It was that bad, was it? Takeo added with an innocent look. You did not even use Teuki. On the good side, Kaiba is no longer a glass cannon and can actually tank a few blows, so that's progress, right? I guess, Kaiba replied in a tired voice. And Konako-chan managed to keep up with your speed, so Konako is also improving. As those words left his mouth, he started petting Konako's head. He then took out what seemed to be a chocolate bar and handed it to her. She handily took the chocolate bar and ate it. This was the main reason she was here. After all, Takeo catfished into the train with the chocolate. On the good side though, everyone was improving, so that was good. 38. Akeno Training, 38. Warning, this chapter is a bit more mature, PS there is some lemon reason why it is mature. Time skip. Takeo remembers how glad Akeno seemed to be getting trained by him. Once again. Ever since he knew her, he didn't know she could be so happy to get trained. Devil magic works by using the user's imagination, Akeno explained with a smile on her face. So, think really hard about something and let the magic flow through you. Akeno said with a glad expression on her face. Takeo closed his eyes. The first thing that came to his mind was the image of the wind. The thing that was the freest in the world, the gust of wind all around the world could bring joy to people, and were free to do whatever they wanted. However, just like the wind could give such happiness, it can also be the reason for a lot of destruction. As Takeo's imagination ran wild, a huge gust of wind was created in the area where they were practicing. Oh, my bad, guess I let it slip, Takeo said, scratching the back of his head. Don't worry about it, silly, you used magic, didn't you? She said, sounding happy. Takeo-kun is a little genius. I wonder what else Takeo-kun could be good at, Akeno added with a happy look on her face. When did she change, Takeo thought to himself as he realized that the clothes that Akeno was wearing was very revealing. Time skip. Takeo had managed to learn the basics of magic from Akeno. He found the whole process pretty fun. Being able to imagine something and then use it as magic was a very fun system. He was currently thinking of the moment that had happened earlier that day. Takeo-kun, I have a present for you. Really, what is it? The excitement in his voice was palpable. I will give it to you later. She seemed pretty calm about it as she said those words. Even now Takeo was wondering what the gift was, so he decided to take a small nap. He felt something crawl its way into his bed. His eyes looked down to see who was the intruder that dared enter his private space. As he looks down, he notices Akeno's head under the cover. Fufu, did I scare you? She said with a soft expression on her face as she looked at him. His eyes secretly went to look at Akeno's mature shape under his cover. Her head was eerily close to his private area. Oh, is what I am feeling truth, she said in what seemed to be an excited voice. I can explain. Before Takeo could say anything in his defense, Akeno placed her finger on his lips to stop him. SHH, no need to explain yourself, let me take it if it for you. Takeo watched as the fabric on Akeno's body pressed against her skin. It seemed to make her appearance look that much more impressive than it was. She had a soft smile on her face as she looked at him. Now, let's see what you hiding under there. As those words left her mouth, she slowly undone his pants. The second the pants came off, she smiled. She looked at the shape of her boxer. She had a teasing smile on her face as she trailed her finger alongside it. For being such an innocent boy, you sure were hiding a monster, she said in a sultry voice as she let her hands walk on it. She seems to have fun teasing it with her hand, especially after hearing the slight moans coming from Takeo's mouth. She was having way too much fun teasing him like this. It seemed like she enjoyed pushing him to the edge. Upon noticing what seemed to be a twitch, she had a playful smile on her face. After having her fun of teasing his weapon with her hand, she slowly pulled down his boxer, and as soon as she did so, something came out of the boxer and slapped her face. Takeo looked down toward where she was and the sight he saw was very alluring. Half of her face seemed to be covered by it as it stood there, putting a shadow over her face. Someone seems excited, she said as her hands started to gently stroke it. She smiled as she started to stroke it, in order to make sure she was able to get the maximum out of this. She started leaving some kisses all over his length, kiss marks were seen all over it. She seems to be having a fun time. Ah! That was not a sound he expected to hear coming from himself. You like this don't you? She said in a cheerful voice as she looked at him. With a sultry look. Another moan escaped Takeo's lip, to which Akeno just smiled. She kept stroking it, and upon noticing another twitch she smiled. She kissed it, sending a flurry of emotion through Takeo's body. She looked as if this was the first time she was doing this. For a second, Takeo felt nothing, he wondered why. Before he felt it, a very warm and wet feeling was felt on the tip. The feeling eventually started to spread all over it, the sound of slurping could be felt all over the room. Takeo watched in amazement as the girl who looked like she was inexperienced just a second ago, was now taking the full length down her throat. It wasn't like he could have any time to think as he currently was seeing the star. This was what some could say was a soul-snatching experience. The sound of slurping inside the room intensified, it had been a few seconds. And she had not even stopped to breathe for a moment, she seemed like she was in a trance. In a zone, some might say. Takeo however felt as if he could reach nirvana much sooner. What seemed to be a shaped pupil was seen forming in the pupil of their eyes. She began rubbing her thighs together, using her second hand, which was free. She made her way down to her nether region where her finger started playing with it. It was as if a primal desire had taken over her, she seemed to have been lost in the sauce. For a split second, Takeo's eyes seemed to turn red, and he proceeded to grab her head, before shoving everything down her throat. Using his hand he managed to speed up, the sound inside the room intensified, and her face seemed to be turning a slight red color as a groan escaped Takeo's lips. She did not seem like she was against it at all. Within a literal second, Takeo felt it. And not even a second later, he climaxed. He felt as if a bucket of pent-up frustration were being cleared out of his body on this one single shot. Gulp. 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 Takeo watches as everything that he had released gets effortless get swallows down the hatch. Akeno licked her lips, before licking her finger where some of the swimmers had landed. She made sure that nothing else was left. Sweet Akeno managed to let out after she had finished swallowing everything. Akeno then pressed Takeo on the bed, she straddled herself on him as she sat on top of him. She seemed quite glad, using her right hand, she stroked it once again, and as if by a miracle it was brought back to life in seconds. Akeno positioned herself to be sitting on top of Takeo's crotch. She pulled the purple fabric from her panties to finally reveal her parts in all of their shaved glory. Takeo could not help but gaze at it, it looks so tender. Akeno smiled at him before she wrapped her arms around him and said, "Here is your gift." With 2 fingers she spread about her lips, revealing their pink inside and clitoris. "Don't we need a rubber?" Takeo said, looking at Akeno. Even when he felt this horny he did not feel like ruining her life by getting her pregnant. "Ah, cute," she said as she looked at his expression. "I am going to have to take away your innocence," she said with a smile on her face. And with that, Akeno plunged down and impelled herself on his shaft. This one single move caused Takeo to let out a moan, as Akeno held him tightly. Ah, that sound came from Akeno. As they stayed in this position for a bit, a small tint of blood was seen. Takeo notices the blood, looked at Akeno. "Surprise, did you take me for the kind to sleep around?" she teased. No, I just thought that since you were so experienced." Phew, you thought wrong, my little Takeo-kun." She then held him by his cheek before saying, "I wanted to give it to someone worthy, after all, it is sometimes special, I wanted to share it with someone that I found special." Takeo grabbed her by her waist and slowly started to move, the strokes were slow and gentle. Each stroke earned him a slight moan from Akeno. Takeo's pace would slowly start speeding up the more Akeno showed signs of getting over the pain. Akeno moaned as she felt her insides being stretched out. Takeo wrapped his arms around Akeno's body as his pace increased. Something seems to have changed while the two were sharing an intimate moment. He was learning at an abnormal rate. It took the young boy less than 10 minutes to have the girl that was dominating him the first few minutes to be underneath his body, her expression reassembling that of pure bliss. Her voice seems to be lost in the sauce. The sound of their lives echoes into the night. They had done everything that night except sleeping. 39. Ria's training. 39. The next day once Takeo woke up, he felt Akino's arm being wrapped around his body. He could feel her nuzzling herself closer to his body even in her sleep. He placed his hand on his head. He wondered why he felt so invigorated. His eyes suddenly landed on the pair of panties that were lying on the floor. And as if just to show him what he had done, he could see the majority of their clothes on the floor. To add insult to injury, with his heightened sense, he could smell the distinct smell of two body odors colliding into one. It didn't take a genius for him to recognize what he and Akino had done the night prior. He could feel how she clung to him and did not seem to want to let her go. He found that trait strangely adorable. A few seconds later, as he was admiring her sleeping form, her eyes started fluttering open. In a very low voice, he heard Akino's voice saying good morning. Takeo-kun. Did you have a nice sleep? He said softly, to which she just smiled as she looked at him. She looked at herself before her hand seemed to explore her body. You kept me up late last night, so unfortunately, I wasn't able to sleep. She said in a slightly sultry voice as she held his chin with her hand. She placed her head on his chest and for a second she just stayed there, looking quite content with herself. Takeo noticed a small smile on her face. She seemed as if she had won some sort of non-existent bet. That was a question for later. I just have a small little question, Takeo added softly. Ask away, Takeo-kun, Akino replied in a sultry voice. If Riser were to win the rating game, would that mean he would gain control over Ria's peerage? The way her face seemed to darken made his stomach feel like it was being twisted inside and out. Time skip. Takeo was currently seen outside the mansion training his ass off. He knew the reason why he was pushing his limits so far. He had always felt like he wanted to be there for his loved ones if they needed him. He was not going to let some chicken take away his loved one. From the man's twisted aura, Takeo could have guessed that the man was planning to do plenty of unholy things to the women inside this peerage. He wouldn't care if they were with someone and would just use them as he saw fit. This rightfully angered Takeo, who started practicing his martial arts. What stronger than a phoenix, Takeo thought to himself as he once again went back to doing the basic kata. A dragon was the only thing that came to his mind, so in order for him to defeat this phoenix guy, all he had to was throw a dragon at him. A dragon that would consume him whole and leave nothing behind. Without realizing it, Takeo had substantially tapped into the art of magic. Using this, he started to properly do the motion for a powerful kick, while imagining the image of an all-powerful dragon getting ready to devour the phoenix whole. Upon unleashing the kick, Takeo watched as the kick proceeded to destroy everything within a 50-foot radius of where the kick was originally launched. Takeo watched as a dragon-shaped hole appeared on the mountain that was overlooking this mansion. He needed more. He wanted to beat this chicken into a bloody pulp. For some reason, the mere thought of someone looking down at him in general pissed him off. He didn't like that idea at all. Takeo started letting all the senjutsu energy around pour into his body. He did not care and just let it happen. He watched and felt as his power kept growing and growing. He had long surpassed Ria's level. As a matter of fact, he had long surpassed the power of everyone inside the peerage power combined. Time skip. Takeo was seen dragging Rias toward a training field. Why are you dragging me here? She said with confusion clearly etched on her face. We are supposed to train here, isn't it your turn to train? Takeo said as he looked at Rias. Well, no, if nor buts, I am training you were the words that left Takeo's mouth. I am not going to accept for my friend to be weak. You did say you did not like characters that were not weak, right? So let's train you up. Takeo had a gentle smile on his face as he said those words. However, he had to finish the training early as he had a girlfriend to go cuddle next to in a few hours. Time skip. Rias was seen wearing clothes that one could find on someone who had recently taken a bath. Your power of destruction is pretty unrefined, Takeo pointed out, looking at his president who now seems to resemble a child. It's just fine, it's not unrefined. Rias protested as she looked at him. Her Power of destruction was by no means weak. I am not saying it weak, all I am saying is that all you have in your arsenal right now is just throwing a ball of energy at people, your power could be used for so much more, Takeo explained, to which Ria seemed to calm down a bit. So maybe Takeo had a point and she was using her power of destruction a bit too unrefined. For the next hour or two, Takeo was speaking to Rias about how she could improve her repertoire. Your power of destruction, can't you use it, in a controlled manner? Where instead of targeting a person you just target a trait, Takeo asked. With a curious look. I suppose I could, but where are you getting with this? Rias replied. Looking at him. You could use your power of destruction to neutralize Riser's healing factor by just placing it around his wounds. All the destructive power will do is just stop him from healing and nothing more. Rias seemed to be pondering for a second. 2 seconds later, Takeo felt a pair of soft breasts pressed against his body. You are the best. Fufu, isn't Rias senpai getting a bit too close to my Takeo? He recognized that voice, and also that I sounded very possessive. Wait, did you? And as to answer Rias' question, Akeno just smiled at her. Sorry President, you were too late. What were those two talking about? Although he could not help but notice the pouting Rias in the background. If you need me, I am nearby, okay, was all Takeo managed to say as Akeno dragged him away. Ah yes, he truly wondered what they were going to do. Time skip. It was fun playing cards with Akeno and just spending time with her. Anyway, he was currently trying to get some water from himself. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed Rias. She seemed to be in her pajamas and was wearing some reading glasses, along with carrying a big book in her hand. A/N holy jeez, actually trying to develop the romance more than just oh. They like him because he is strong and good looking is hard, now I see why. Most DxD authors just make the girl fall in love with them while skipping all those steps. 40, the promise, 40. Why are you up so late? Takeo had a questioning look on his face as he looked at the countless books in her hands. I decided to try out what you told me earlier today, Rias said as she placed the heavy books on the table. Takeo looked at Rias before his gaze went back to the books. From what he could see from where he was, the book was talking about the power of destruction. Sweet, let me help out. Takeo had a grin on his face as he said those words. You don't have to really, Rias added, to which Takeo just looked at her and said. I don't really need a reason to help you out, so let's get started. Time skip. Rias had a thoughtful expression on her face as she watched her explosion go out of control. She watched as her explosion did not stick to the wound and try to destroy the whole insect that she was trying to test out her skill. The output is way too high, and the destruction is way harder to control. Then I thought, Rias thought to herself as she looked at what she had achieved, which was just a very dead insect. Her eyes went to the book before going back to the insect, her crimson hair swaying as she did so. Takeo placed his hand over the bug and with a couple of pulses of senjutsu energy, the insect went back on his feet without wasting not even a single second. Rias formed what seemed to be a tiny web of destruction energy before sending it toward the insect. The web of destruction came into contact with the insect, wounding it. Takeo using senjutsu tries to heal the insect's life force in order to heal it. However, no matter what he did, the insect wouldn't heal and the wound would just stay there. This little back and forth lasted for 5 seconds before the insect was reduced to nothing but ash. On the good side, it's getting better, Takeo added with a positive look on his face as he watched yet another insect get utterly destroyed by Rias' destructive power. But it died too quickly, Rias exclaimed, sounding a bit disappointed at herself. You made progress, okay, that good enough isn't it? Takeo said in a cheerful voice. This is not enough to defeat Riser, Rias muttered with a somber expression on her face. You still have me, don't you? You have a whole peerage that will back you up no matter what, so don't blame yourself too much, Takeo exclaimed with a soft smile on his face. I guess you are right, Rias added as she walked toward the nearby pillar to lean on. She sat down, as she took out a book. I am guessing I was worried. Riser has won his past 10 rating game and the only 2 that he had lost were not real lost. She had a somber look on her face as she said those words. Why does the devil have to arrange marriage? To begin with, it's not like you guys are in a rush to get married, don't you all live to be thousands of years old, marrying at 17? This was a genuine question that Takeo had, from what he could gather. Devils lived for a pretty long time, so why hurry and marry off their 17-year-old daughter while she was still so young? She hasn't even lived 1/10 of her life yet by devil's standards, even by human modern standards, 17 is a bit too young to get married. We don't talk about the standards of the past, those were dark times. You heard about the Great War 400 years ago, Rias said looking at her servant. Yeah, I heard about it. Rias took in a deep breath before she opened her mouth and said. 400 years ago, devils, fallen angels, and angels fought. This battle lasted a long time, and by the end of the battle every participating side took great damage, and the amount of pure-blooded devils dropped to an astoundingly low number. Takeo got that part, he had heard it when he became a human, however, he still understands why they couldn't just reproduce and get the number back up. It shouldn't take them that long, a human could make such a number back, and more in 400 years, so why couldn't devils? Rias seems to have understood the look on his face. She sighed a bit before opening her mouth. Devils have a much lower birth rate than humans, a devil couple could spend a whole year trying for a kid and the wife would not get pregnant. Hey, that did explain a shit tone for Takeo, so this is why they were so on the go to sell their daughter away. Alright, let's help you, with your control, you can test your skill on me. Takeo said with a smile on his face. No, was Rias' immediate reply. I do not want to hurt you. I will be fine, plus worst case scenario, I can get Asia to heal me. Still, I do not want to hurt you. Rias seems adamant on not hurting him. He walked closer to her and pulled her in a hug. Trust me, I will be just fine, for now, let's just focus on your skill, okay? She seems quite reluctant to hurt him. He wondered, what motivation would she need for her to finally let go? Suddenly something popped into his mind. When we win, you can ask me anything and I won't say no, is that okay? You promise? I promise. She seems to be happy with her deal. Later that night, a nun was invited into the mansion. She was more than willing to help heal him. 41, the kick, 41. Over the course of the time that they had left, Takeo timetable looked something like this. Wake up early, and take a shower. Then woke up Akino if she wasn't awake yet, sometimes she would be the one waking him up. One thing that didn't change however was the fact that they would eat together. After that, around the late morning to early afternoon, he will train with Kaiba and Konako. Sometimes he would have them spar against each other and sometimes they would spar against him. He wanted them to make up for their weakness. 10 days was a bit too little to get them to fully cover their weakness, so as of now Takeo is mostly focused on working together as a team in such a way that all of their weakness would be covered for. After that, he would train with Akino a bit. He called it training but he was mostly just sparring and her increasing her control over the lightning that she summoned. All in all, she was improving, faster than he had expected, that was for sure. After training with Akino, she would start teaching him about magic and about the basics and so on. He was surprisingly able to do magic pretty well. It felt like muscle memory to him, each and every single spell came to him incredibly easily. He was also somehow capable of developing to a level with the basic magic spell that could rival Akino, only for the basics. Though he hadn't learned anything that advanced yet. After this whole thing was over, he would go to Rias and they would try out her ideas for experimentation with her ability. Asia was also nearby to heal him whenever it was needed. One deal that Takeo had with Rias was that Asia would stay human unless absolutely necessary. Over a couple of days, he could feel himself growing stronger by the day. He felt as if his strength was growing at an incredible rate. A bit too high if he could say so himself, however, he did not care and just ignored it as his power grew and grew by the day. Currently, Rias is seen looking at him with a cheeky look. You promise? She said as she looked at him. Fine, Takeo added upon realizing that he was not going to win this little argument he was having with his president. Yay! Ria's face then changed to look a bit more embarrassed as she realized that she may have let her excitement loose. She lost control of herself there. Takeo smiled softly, he then stood up and decided to put on his jacket after all. It was going to be pretty cold out there. Walking down the forest with Rias nearby, he took in a deep breath. He started to do the kata once again, going to each move in order to get the maximum amount of wind. He seemed to have become one with the forest as he moved around fluidly. Gathering all of his might in his foot, Takeo gathered as much toki and magic as he could and let it spread all throughout his body. With a powerful kick that seemed to have shaken heaven itself, a beautiful crimson dragon was seen launching toward the target of his kick. With the power that could rival if not outright be stronger than her power of destruction, Rias watched as the crimson dragon proceeded to devour the mountain that was nearby. She watched as the giant that was the mountain, became little more than just a plateau. She watched as the cloud seemed to have gotten split open in order to open the way for the dragon. The sight was truly magic. Her eyes had analyzed everything, the way that the kick was launched was forever etched into her mind. Her eyes would not further focus on Takeo, she watched the way that the sweat seemed to trickle down his face. The focus was on his eyes and the way he moved his body so fluidly. She watched the focus that he seemed to possess, as he had launched the attack. Takeo, who had now finished demonstrating his kick to Rias, seemed to have now calmed down. He looked to be a bit hurt, however it wasn't much. The strain that the technique was having on his body wasn't that hard. It was average at best, if he could say that. As he turned around to look at Ria, he noticed that she seemed to have been lost in a daze. He may have not known it yet, but this kick was one of the prettiest things that she had seen in her life. Not once in her life has she seen a movie that was so pretty. Sure, her brother's power of destruction was a lot stronger, but this move was just beautiful. If you practice hard enough, maybe one day you can make a dragon made out of destruction. It would be a pretty sight, Takeo said with a smile. You think so? You are the crimson-haired ruin princess, Takeo teased. She seemed to blush a bit at his words. That was cute. That day, Rias worked herself to the bone. She worked so hard that she eventually passed on Takeo's shoulder. Takeo was currently just dropping her off in her room. He noticed a lot of stuffed animals in there. Her room seemed neat, however, as he dropped her on the bed and was hoping to leave, Rias' arm wrapped around his head and did not let go. Stay, don't leave me alone, her voice softly muttered out. I would like to, but I don't want to leave Akino hanging, was Takeo replied. That's not fair, what about me? She seemed like she wouldn't let go until they came to a consensus. Fine, I will just stay until you fall asleep, is that fair? She seemed a bit reluctant, but after a few seconds, she agreed. And this is why, currently, Takeo was being hugged by Rias. Hopefully, she will fall asleep soon. 42. The rating game start. 42. The days of training were over. Currently, everyone was back in the occult room. They were getting ready for the fight against Riser. The rating game would end in a flash, at least that was what Takeo had in mind. He would not lose no matter the circumstances. He will have to win it. Rias had the right to choose who she ended up with. Takeo's eyes landed on the silver-haired lady that was in the room. He wondered why she was here so early. Was it him, or was that twitch in her eyes? It's increased were the thoughts going through Graphia's mind. She had made sure that she knew Takeo's power before the training had started. Even back then his power was on the same tier as a high-class devil, and he would probably win a fight against Riser. However now, things were different. His power seemed to have increased by a fortitude of number. No, it wasn't that his power had increased. He was just recovering what was already there. Sorry if I am interrupting, a voice coming from the door was heard, saying. Takeo eyes look at the individual who was the owner of the voice, only to notice Sauna, the student council president. No, please come in, Sauna, Rias added, looking at her friend. Next to her, she was accompanied by her queen. Takeo remembers her as Sauna's assistant, wasn't she? Congratulations on your new servant, Rias suddenly added, to which Sauna just nodded. New servant, Takeo thought before his eyes went to the brown-hair boy who was currently behind Sauna. The boy had a skinny build, around average height, and his demonic power seemed average, if not on the low end. His brown eyes were also on the average side. He was wearing a white shirt with black traces all over it. The boy had a grin on his face as he saw the people in the room. Takeo's eyes seemed to go toward the boy's right arm, he could feel something coming from there. Something familiar to him. Chendiziong. Takeo heard a voice seem to whisper, he looked around the room and he seemed to have been the only person to have noticed it. He swore he had just heard the voice of a dragon call him. Chendiziong, that name felt strangely familiar to him. While the two friends were left chatting with each other, Takeo was seen looking at Issei's arm. Is there something in my right hand? No, it just feels like it's different from your left hand. Issei seems to be sweating just a bit. I do use it often. He sounded embarrassed. Why would your right hand be used more than your left? Takeo had a questioning look on his face. Well, reasons. Pervert was the cold word that came out of Konako's mouth. Meanwhile, Issei looks like he was hit in the heart because of her words. He couldn't believe he was called a pervert by her. Although Takeo noticed how pervy he was, he noticed that his aura was pure, in the sense that he was genuinely a good person. In the sense that, he would do whatever it took to help out a friend. It's almost time, my lady, the voice of the silver hair was heard saying. Are you ready? Yes, we are, Rias added. In a few moments, this magic circle will teleport you inside the game, the lady added. Takeo kind of tried to ignore this unnecessary detail, he wanted to know when the game would start. I just wanted to let you know that the great devil Lucifer would be watching the battle. As those words are in her mouth, and upon noticing the way Rias seems to talk about her brother. So Lucifer was her brother, that was neat. As we walked toward the magic circle, Takeo watched as the magic circle glowed underneath. As they reappeared, they seemed to have appeared inside their school, and Takeo felt it. They were indeed back there, but something was different. This felt like a different dimension or space that they were inside of. This magic seems pretty nifty. He suddenly heard Graphia's voice introducing herself along with announcing the two contestants of this little fight of theirs. Takeo was half tempted to just rush out there on his own, however he restricted himself. He did not feel like acting like the man he saw in his dream. That person who he was spectating seemed to be arrogant and brash. Hot-blooded even. He turned his eyes and looked at Rias. What is the plan, he asked as he looked at his president. She was after all the leader of this little team of 5, now that he thought about it, her team was seriously unfinished. There was one knight, one rook, one pawn, her queen, and then her. She should have 2 knights, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 8 pawns, and then her queen. For a total of 15, 16 if she is included. But again there was the fact that Takeo took all 8 of her pawn pieces, so there was that. 43, running toward opponent, 43. Ria's plan was pretty straightforward. It seemed like her main objective was to get me to riser while making sure I took as little damage as possible. For that, Konako was going to take off the gymnasium by herself, as according to Rias that would be where most of Riser's pawns should be. Along with his rook. Konako wanted to prove herself, and thus she had chosen this role for herself. Takeo had no clue why she chose it, but it was her choice and he did not judge. He did make sure to pat the Nikomata head before they left. He wanted to make sure she was in a good mental headspace before she could do anything. As he neared the position of Riser, he heard the sound from the microphone saying, 2 of Riser's pawns and 1 of his rooks have been eliminated. Konako was quick, Takeo thought to himself as he realized the speed at which Konako was dispatching basically everyone. She seemed to be a bit in the zone. It seemed like the training he had been offering her the past couple of days had worked wonders for her. You will not go further, a voice was suddenly heard saying in front of him. Takeo's eyes landed on the lady in front of him. The woman had light brown hair, with 3 strands of her hair being dyed red. She had a mask on her face that covered half of her face. There was a slight curve near her lips where the mask went in order to avoid her lips. The mask seems to possess 3 teardrops right below the eyes. She was wearing clothes that one could say only a fighter would wear. Considering how rough the clothes looked on her. She had on some black sleeveless gloves. Takeo got into a fighting stance and prepared himself to give this woman a beat down. He was in a rush and he did not plan to play with his food. Your opponent is me, Kaiba's voice was heard saying. 4 of riser pawns, and 1 bishop, and 1 knight has retired. The voice from the announcement was heard saying. Takao's eyes landed on Kaiba, who seemed to have some slight hurt mark over his body, but apart from that the man looked to be just fine. Don't worry about me, go ahead, Kaiba added upon seeing Takao's hesitation. Don't you dare lose. I wasn't planning on it. As the two friends finished their little talk, Takao was seen once again. Rushing toward Riser's position, he had a piece of his mind he had to give. This man. Do you think you can win? The voice of the lady said. Kaiba drew out his sword. No. I nodded for a fact. Takao was seen dashing off as Kaiba and the lady clash took place. The more he ran, the more senjutsu energy he let leak inside his body. He did not care if this action would have consequences for later. His eyes for a second took a deep crimson color as his speed seemed to have doubled. Some people may have taken him for Rias Knights considering the speed at which he was moving toward his location. Feeling an explosive near him, Takao immediately jumped away from it and immediately attacked whoever dared stop him on his way. With a powerful kick that seemed to have shaken the arena itself, a purple-haired queen was kicked so hard that she crashed into a few buildings. That should have been the end, Takao said to no one in particular, until he noticed something. There was no announcement about how Riser Queen retired. A few seconds later, his beliefs were proven true, as Riser Queen was seen carrying around what seemed to be a bottle of something. The bottle looked empty, he had no idea what it was, but whatever it was, it healed her. Phoenix tears. Those words substantially left his lips without him realizing it. It seems like Rias has done an excellent job at teaching her servants the basics, the lady said with an arrogant look on her face as if she had not been tossed into a building a few seconds ago. Lightning came from the sky and attacked the girl out of nowhere. The lightning seemed to destroy anyone in its way. Takao could recognize this lightning from anywhere. His eyes looked up to see Akeno. She seemed to have lightning on her hands as she continued to zap the queen. Phew, isn't this fun? Yeah, that was Akeno. Noticing his girlfriend had everything under control, he rushed toward his destination. The man he had come here to beat, with no care in the world and with his eyes glowing a bright red color. Takao dashed toward where he felt Riser's presence. With one quick left turn, he came into view with the man he was running toward the whole fight. Riser, Phoenix. 44, The Awakening, 44. Riser has been expecting you. The man was so arrogant as to refer to himself in the third person, wasn't this fantastic? What next? He thinks he is unkillable. Once Riser defeats you, Rias would become Risers and Risers alone. The man's eyes then look at Takao. So die like the worm you are. Promotion night. Before Riser could even get the chance to finish his sentence, Takao was already right in front of him. Using all the power in his leg, Takao delivered a powerful kick that elevated the man several feet off the floor. It might even have looked like he was ascending to heaven. Riser retaliated by launching several fireballs toward Takao, however. Takao proceeded to gather all the air around them around his feet, creating some sort of vacuum around the flame that Riser was creating. Without the flame receiving their fuel source, they eventually died out and Takao did not waste even a single second to launch the power wing attack at Riser. The wind managed to slash the devil in multiple places in his body, managing to cause severe damage. However, due to his Phoenix DNA, Riser was healing all the damage taken. However, this was what Takao wanted while Riser was busy healing his damage. Takao would not stop piling up the damage on the devil. Promotion Rook. With a punch so powerful, he managed to make all 10 of the devil's toes curl up as the floor beneath them shattered under the force of such a massive blow. While Takao was laying the beating on Riser, Rias had managed to sneak inside the building. It was her time to act out this part of the plan. Stupid pawn, you must not have realized that Riser is immortal. It does not matter the amount of damage you deal to me, the Riser will always heal back. Riser shouted quite arrogantly. Takao looked at all the wounds on Riser's body heal. However, Takao also saw the fact that Riser's magic reserve seemed to have been getting drained. Any time that he was healing. That was good to know. I trust you, were the words that Takeo said to Rias before rushing toward Riser once again. He once again started laying this man up with the two-piece combo with no drinks. All this man was getting was fist sandwiched all over his face. Using his body momentum in order to boost himself, Takeo proceeded to launch a devastating spin kick aimed at the man's jaw. What did Riser tell you about Riser healing? Your puny attacks cannot hurt Riser. Riser's voice was heard saying, before he felt his blood dripping down his face. Wait. He was actually bleeding, as in he was bleeding for real, and this was not fake. Why wasn't he healing? Why is Riser not healing? Riser asked mostly himself, why was his healing factor not kicking in? It then clicked, and his eyes went toward Rias, who was nearby, and what seemed to be a magic circle under her feet. Riser felt destruction energy all over his body. Rias, my beloved, it seems like you have learned some new tricks. Riser sneered a bit upon coming to that realization. But this will not stop our eye. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched again by Takeo. Knight. Shut up, I have heard about enough of you speaking in the third person. Takeo exclaimed as he started feeding this man the meanest combo known to man. It was like fighting against a busted character while you were using a healer, who couldn't heal. The only way that Riser could win this fight was if he could draw it out with his healing factor, but Rias taking care of that. The only thing that the arrogant devil was seeing was the wonderful stars in the sky. 1 second, he was seeing blurry, the next he was seeing double, the next second he would be seeing the sky. At some point, the devil began to realize at the rate at which this was going, he was going to lose. He was going to love this fight with some filthy reincarnated devil. Pawn. This boy wasn't even a devil, he was just a puny human before, so why was he losing? Riser managed to make some distance between himself and Takeo. The only reason he was losing was because of her. Riser charged up a powerful spell before launching toward Takeo. You will need better aim than that to hit me, Takeo taunted as he dodged the attack with relative ease. Riser wasn't aiming for you. Fuck. Now realizing who the blast was aimed for, Takeo without wasting a moment of hesitation rushed toward where Rias was. His vision now being in slow motion as he watched the blast slowly approach Rias while he was too far away to do anything about it. His bright red eyes suddenly changed color to become a cerulean blue color. He would not let this blast hit Rias no matter what. Noticing the blast coming near her, Rias had no time to dodge. She tried to cancel the spell on Riser in order to make a water wall in front of her to stop the damage or create an air vacuum to outright kill the fire, but she didn't have enough time. Her pretty emerald eyes looked toward Takeo, who seemed to be rushing toward her at full speed. As the blast near her, she felt her inevitable end coming. If she had one regret, it would be not confessing her love sooner. A huge explosion was heard, and Riser watched as the side that he had launched the fireball at seemed to have gotten incinerated. He seemed proud of himself and was about to babble on about how his victory was assured since the beginning of the fight. However, all he saw was Takeo holding Rias close to him. Upon noticing that Rias had no wound on her, and upon injecting her body full of senjutsu and sharing his life force energy with her, he was sure she was all right. Ria's eyes slowly opened up, as she slowly got accustomed to the light. In front of her stood Takeo. Something about him had changed. 45, the one-sided beatdown, 45. As soon as Takeo's transformation was revealed, a lot of the spectators watching the scene suddenly flash back to a certain time period. Those cerulean blue eyes, the star-shaped pupils in his eyes, the halo floating around his head representing a crown. They had all saw this scene before, some of them feared it while others wanted to destroy it while it was still so weak. Meanwhile somewhere, a relatively small girl with black hair was seen. Her face seemed to be emotionless, and her ears were sharp, resembling that of an elf. Her eyes were black, and all in all, she resembled a small elf. Chendiziong, those were the only words that left the lowly's mouth. Somewhere else, a caged weapon was seen breaking against its shackles, and the king of the gods was seen watching as the bow staff broke out of its bind and rushed toward an unknown location. Meanwhile back to the raiding game. An enormous weapon spawned into the battlefield, it was about 100 feet. And around 900 feet long. With a somber look on his face, Takeo walked toward the staff and he felt as if was calling his name. It's been a long time, he said as he touched the staff. The staff who seemed to be resonating with Takeo will shrink down to a more grounded level, only being about 12 feet long and only 1 inch wide. Takeo grasped the weapon in his hand as his gaze landed on Riser, the person who would be his opponent. Before the third son of the Phoenix family could say anything, Takeo was already in front of him, using his newfound staff and amp in power. Takeo proceeded to pound on Riser on no other. He was managing to out-heal Riser's healing factor, no matter how hard the devil tried. It felt as if his healing factor was becoming null and void. Holes began to spawn all around the devil's body. He was supposed to be an immortal phoenix, how in the heck was he losing to such a scrub? Riser may have not realized it yet, but everyone else had stopped fighting. The second the staff came down, Riser's peerage was now watching as Riser was being utterly demolished. Riser's sister on the other hand watched this with another eyes. This felt familiar to what she had read in a book. It spoke about a man who would come beat an ultimate class phoenix with his blows. As Riser's eyes seemed to slowly open up a bit, he realizes something. Space seemed to be warping around Takeo's blow. Lightning could be seen emanating from his fist. She is not a fucking object for you to do what you please, she is her own person, were the words that left Takeo's mouth as he unleashed his most devastating blow yet. Riser had never gotten his back blown out before. This was a new experience for him. Usually he was the one doing the back blowing. There was a huge hole in his chest, he was coughing blood like crazy. Who was this crazy bastard he was fighting? Noticing the small vial of phoenix tear in his pocket, he tried to open it, but his hand was too damaged to do anything about it. Takeo however just walked closer to him, before feeding him the drink. Upon noticing that Riser was healed, the only words that came out of his mouth were, "Good." Riser was beginning to become fed up with this man. Who did he think he was to treat him with such disrespect? Takeo however ignored Riser before looking at the sky. "Show yourself, Jun Daoan." Clouds begin to appear all around the sky of the battlefield. As if it was muscle memory ingrained within his very cell, Takeo closed his hand into a fist before saying, "Strike, thunderbolts." And just like, coming from the sky like it was a punishment from heaven themselves, Riser was assaulted with lightning strikes after lightning strikes. His regeneration was no longer able to save him. Matter of fact, the Rigan extended his suffering for so much longer. He felt as if he was being destroyed and healed at the same time. The last thought that went through Riser's mind as he was being fried to oblivion was, "Monster. Riser Phoenix has retired. Rias Gremory, win." Graphia's voice was heard saying through the microphone. For a second, the whole battlefield stayed quiet as they all stared at what had happened. So much had been unfolded in this game, it was a bit too much for people to comprehend. However, the silence was quickly shut down, with Takeo screaming in agony. "My head, it's going to blow," Takeo screamed out as he held his hand in place. He felt as if his crown would be the reason he was going to die. He felt as if this crown wouldn't stop until his hand had exploded from the pressure being put on it. "Takeo-kun," Ria said, and without wasting not even a second of hesitation, she rushed toward Takeo. The second that Takeo's scream was heard, Akeno managed to get out of her stupor and with the fastest speed that she could muster rushed toward Takeo's position. As they reached him and asked him if he was okay, he smiled at them as the halo-like crown vanished, leaving behind a scar on Takeo's forehead. "I did promise you, we would win, didn't I?" Takeo quickly passed out soon after. His head however did not manage to hit the floor as Ria's hand managed to catch him just before he fell. Takeo subconscious. Takeo eyes slowly opened up inside his subconscious. He was currently on his hands and knees as he looked at the figure of shadowy figure looking back at him. As he looked back at the creature, only one question came to his mind. Who was he? 46, the meeting, 46. Inside a relatively lit room, a maid with silver hair was seen speaking to a bunch of people present around the table. All the individuals that were around the table looked to be high-ranking devils within their society. They all seemed to be incredibly powerful within their own accord. Number 1 Baal.
Number 2 Agars. Number 3 Vasago plus number 4 Gamajan plus 5 number Citres number 6 Aman plus number 7 Barbados plus number 9 Ballet number 10 Gremarai. Number 11 Salos number 12 Person. Number 12 Asmodee. Number 14 Glacia Labala number 15 Phoenix. Number 16 Astaroth number 17 Belial. All of them without exemption came to the meeting that was being made as of this moment about what had happened a few minutes ago. The silver-haired maid was seen standing right next to her husband/king. I do not think it would be a good idea to try and kill him, the crimson hair man was heard saying. Easy for you to say, he is in your sister's peerage, the head of the Salos family was heard saying. He must be eliminated before that monster regains back his power. Another head was heard saying. That would be impossible, he would just reincarnate again, and unlike this time around where he was found by one of our own, he could be found by someone else, the crimson-haired hair man added. The angel wouldn't dare attack us, after all, they are struggling to get back their number just as much as us, another clan head added. What about the fallen? The table went quiet as those words left his mouth. It was as if everyone in the room were trying to find how big of a mess up it would be for the fallen to have such an ally. Some people seem like they are still unconvinced, while others, like a certain lady wearing a magic girl outfit, seem unbothered by the whole situation. Let's see, we do kill him. What about when he regains his memory from his past lives and realizes devils have been hunting him? What do you think his reaction would be? The room temperature dropped by several degrees as multiple of the devils in the room seemed to be contemplating the question. No matter how they looked at it, if this monster came to hunt them down, then he would finish what it had started and utterly wipe them away from the face of the earth. The devil race as a whole would have been something of the past. However, some saw an opportunity. After all, this was a golden chance to get the most powerful thing ever known to the supernatural world on their side. It was like an assurance that everything would be fine. The crimson-haired man hoped to capitalize off of that. After all, he was in no mood for a war against that being. Plus he saw how close his sister was with that man. If things worked out perfectly, or how he expected them to go, then the Gremari would have a future generation of the kids of the one equal to heaven. The number. He wondered how his little sister was doing. POV change. While that was happening, Takeo's eyes were seen fluttering open. He slowly opened his eyes, trying his best to let his eyes get used to the light. He slowly raised his hand above his head, and he slowly opened and closed his palm into a fist and then into a palm over and over again. He could feel his body being filled with newfound strength, alongside some weird memory that seemed to be his own. The memory of him using that staff, Yui was its name if he remembered correctly. Apart from that, he watched himself fight beings that seemed to resemble gods. The strongest thing he had seen himself fight, however, was a big red dragon. The place that they seemed to have been fighting seemed to be an endless void. He seemed like he was having fun in there. Just thinking about the fight made him get excited. He suddenly felt a pair of soft things on his chest. Takeo slowly lowers his gaze to see a pair of purple eyes staring lovingly into his face. Upon noticing that he was awake, she snuggled herself closer to him. It felt incredibly soft. He felt as if he was getting lost in there. However, his senses slowly came back to him and he realized that her bare chest was touching up on him. It felt so soft, it didn't take long for him to realize she was naked, which would usually bring a blush to his cheeks. However, he felt too tired to even mutter out anything or say anything. He suddenly felt a pair of hands wrap around his face, and considering the simple fact that he was currently looking down at Akeno, there was no way that her arms could reach him from down there. He slowly turned his face toward where he felt the arms, and within a second he recognized who it was as the crimson hair gave away to the second person lying next to him. He could feel their magic being injected into his body and slowly healing his cells and body. It felt incredibly comfortable. He liked it. 47. Spending time with them. 47. Long story short, Takeo spent the whole day like this, being cuddled by two wonderfully pretty women that most men would sacrifice a lot just for them to look at their general location. He did feel incredibly lucky about this. He was by no means a man who wanted a harem.
and he had his hands full with the both of them already. He did learn that devil society did have plenty of devils with harems. However, this was not what he wanted. He would stop at 2, and if he were to stretch it, it would be like 3 or 4 maximum. Any more than that, then it would feel as if he was collecting Pokémons. Plus he wanted to actually have time to get to know them instead of you. No. Oh wow, a jade beauty, whelp, join my harem. Oh wow, you have huge tits. Join my harem. As good as that thought might sound, this did not sound that good to him as a person. Some might say he wasn't truly a man for not wanting to fuck as many pretty women as possible and have them as his. However, that idea was that tempting to him. What he craved more was power, and for some strange reason, actual connection. He was starting to become aware of his past life a bit more, and upon gazing at those memories of standing at the top as the strongest, he felt lonely. He didn't want to feel like this anymore. For some reason he could hear the dying word of a man telling him to actually find a connection in his next life. He did not remember the man's name. All he remembered was that he had slain the man alongside 7 other people. However, unlike most people he had slain, the man did not curse him. Instead, the man told him to find fullness in his next life. Once he fully found that, he would truly see what truth strength was. Added to the fact that the way that his mother had raised him, he did not really view women as an object. As a matter of fact, he usually didn't get to see what a woman really looked like until he spent enough time with them. His ability to sense their true intention kind of put some sort of blur all over their face, and all he could see would be their intentions. Plus the logic, he wasn't a man if he didn't fuck as many women as possible and make them his, was flawed in his humble opinion. That logic basically said to be a man, you must become a male whore. There was no way to sugarcoat it, and for anyone who says otherwise, he thinks that they would change their mind if he flipped the quote and said, a woman isn't a woman until she has fucked the most guy possible and made them heirs. It wouldn't take them 5 seconds before they would call her a slut, and it wouldn't take them long to justify it. Takeo-kun, breakfast is ready, Akeno's soft voice was heard saying. Looking at his eyes next to Akeno, Rias was seen wearing a very prideful look on her face as she served the boxed lunch that she had made for him. She seems rather proud of herself. Thank you for the food, Takeo said politely before he took one of the sandwiches that was made and prepared himself to take a bite. He made sure that the bite would be for the middle, as there was no better place to bite than the middle of a sandwich. Anyone who said otherwise was a liar. Upon positioning his teeth where they must go, Takeo did not hesitate to chomp down on the food that was made for him. He made sure to enjoy every single flavor that was in the food. It truly felt absolutely fulfilling, and he enjoyed every single bite out of the food. Upon finishing his bite, Takeo, almost looking like a child, started to chew on it quite happily. If any of the devils discussing how much of a threat he was were here right now, they would see that this man was currently no threat. He was tamed by food, simple food made by 2 people he held dear. Upon finishing the sandwich, Takeo started eating the sushi, but it wasn't as good as what he could make. However, his sense made him feel as if the food was 100% better than what it was. It felt warm. He liked it. Who did you like more? Rias had a nervous look on her face as she asked that question. She looked like a high school girl about to ask her crush out. Being the honest person he was, Takeo opened his mouth and said, Akeno. Ria's face seemed to fall a bit while Akeno's face seemed to sheer up a bit upon hearing what he said. However, I can tell this was your first ever time cooking something, and for your first every time that was good, I enjoyed it just as much as I did with Akeno, Takeo said with a smile on his face. Welp, and now she was blushing. Aren't you just a flirt? Akeno teased. Takeo could seem to love my cooking. It's good. He replied happily. And here I thought you liked me better. Takeo's face turned a bright red color. Wow, he did not expect such a thing. He could not react at all. Meanwhile, Akeno was seen laughing upon noticing how red Takeo had turned because of her. 48. Taking Rias. 48. Warning, this chapter will contain smut. If you are uncomfortable with it, please do skip it. Takeo had started back up on his training, he wanted to improve himself a bit more. He planned on using this awakened state of his later on, as for now, he wanted to strengthen his base strength without any multiplier. The way he saw it was, that he would be maxing out his stats as a low-level player, and the second he used that form, the multiplier that would be added to his already massive base strength would make him even more overpowered than he was currently. However, right now, he was not training, instead he was seen dodging Ria's orbs of destruction. Ria's bat wings were seen behind her as she flew in the air. She started relentlessly attacking Takeo, who dodged all of her attacks while riding a cloud. Ria's created what seemed to be a dragon made out of destructive energy, and sent it toward Takeo's position at full force. She was not holding anything back. Takeo, using Yui, spun his staff around before saying, "Expand Yui." As those words left his mouth, his staff grew several times bigger. Ria's attack clashed against the staff, however the attack did not even manage to create even the smallest dent within the staff. Contract. The staff returned to its usual height and length as Takeo rushed toward Rias at full speed. As Takeo got in close to Rias, she seemed to have an attack formed for him. Just as Takeo reached her, she released a small orb. Takeo's eyes widened as he realized the amount of condensed energy that was concealed within that orb. Kaboom! As the smoke settled, Takeo was seen in front of Rias with a smile on his face. His shirt was a bit blown off, but he seemed to be perfectly fine. "You are making progress," he said, praising Rias on her amazing progress. Though he could tell she was quite content with her progress if the look on her face was anything to go by. "A whole week and the best I could do is dirty your shirt," Rias added. She did not sound that happy. Takeo gently tapped her forehead. He turned her face for her to look at all the damage she had caused. "You improved a lot, looked at this, your attack managed to cut a huge hole in the mountain," he praised. She however looks a bit unimpressed. It might have to do with her sin being pride. She did not feel like she did much. "You right now could 100% beat yourself from a week ago, hand down, you improving greatly, there is no need to feel like you are underperforming," Takeo added softly. "I was useless dash." "No, you were not, you helped me beat him, didn't you? You stopped his healing. Even if I didn't do anything you would have won, I just got in the way," Rias added, to which Takeo replied. "You affected him mentally, you broke his sense of being untouchable, and with his resolve shaken, his healing effectiveness slowed down. You showed me his healing wasn't all that powerful, it was because of you that I saw his healing could be overtaken, so you not useless, you did good, okay." Takeo gave her his usual smile once he finished his sentence. Time skip. Rias had just finished taking a shower. She was walking out of the bathroom with her towel wrapped around her chest. She walked toward a wardrobe nearby before changing herself into some very comfortable night clothes. She was feeling just a bit tired, along with feeling like there was something that she really had to do. Something that had been bugging her for a while and that she really wanted to do but couldn't bring herself to do. As Takeo lay on the bed, trying to set his mind up to something productive, he wanted to know a bit more about himself. However, he felt as if his memory was locked behind some sort of wall. He felt someone's weight on his chest. As he gazed down, he couldn't help but notice the crimson hair of the woman that was on his chest. She looked quite appealing dressed like that. As he looked at her, Rias straddled on his hips and looked down at his figure beneath her with a rather innocent look on her face. Even though she looked quite innocent, she looked like she had found something interesting. Something that she wanted to play with. Rias leaned in his ears, before whispering, "Take me," were the only words that left her lips. It was as if she was making up for that time. Saying was not an option, the only option was yes. And without further ado, Takeo pulled her close. The two started making out. The room became quiet. The sound of the bed shifting around could be heard, soft moans could be heard coming from outside the room. Takeo, now above Rias, looked at the crimson-haired devil who was underneath him, softly looking up at him. Upon looking at her, Takeo could see that her bra had snapped in the middle. Looking down a bit, it appeared as if the same thing had happened with her panty. Geez, he needed to handle his strength better, though it didn't seem like she minded, her devil wing being outside being a clear sign she wanted him to go on. Smut start. I'll be gentle, he assured her before closing the distance between him and her. He leaned in close to kiss her on the lips. Rias kissed him back, she seemed like she was ready to lose herself at any time. As he kissed her, Takeo and Rias' bodies seemed to be shuffling on the bed. His hand slipped between her legs and he began to play with her there. And just like a keno, Rias seems to be completely shaved down there, her pubs seemed to be non-existent. He slid a finger between the lips of her pussy, finding that she was extremely wet as if she was just waiting for this moment to happen. Takeo slipped his tongue into her mouth as he began to play with her clit. With Rias pressing against him similarly, moaning against his lips and grinding her hips against him. It didn't seem to matter to her that this was her first time, she wasn't going to turn down being pleased by him. Especially when his fingers felt so fucking good running against her clit. They were large, much larger than her own, she felt them on either side of her clit, constantly rubbing and teasing her there. It felt so much better than she could have imagined. As Takeo pulled away from their kiss, Rias immediately hid her face in the nape of his neck and continued softly moaning. I'm so close. She muttered, her voice sounding hoarse. Takeo started to tease her a bit, bringing her close to the edge but then suddenly stopped. Upon realizing that, Rias was seen whining a bit to him about it, she even began begging him to please let her reach her. Takeo kissed her just as he sped up, it didn't take her long to climax. Her whole body seemed to be having a spasm as she shook around a bit. She felt as if her mind was being fried, it felt so G. Her eyes seemed to widen a bit before rolling back. Takeo could feel his hand becoming damp as he could feel her pussy gushing against his hand. She vocalizes, letting out a soft huff. Welp, now that foreplay was done, it was time for the main course. He unbuttoned his pants, to let it out, it was going to be used for another purpose than peeing. Rias however seemed like her brain was a bit too fried for her to understand what was happening. He placed his wood at her entrance, the tip pushed up against it and prepared to push inside. Rias seemed to have come to her senses, upon looking down a bit, she blushed, she could feel him pressed up against her. She rolled her hips down to grind herself against his tip, eager to feel him inside of her. She wrapped herself around him, her leg was wrapped tightly around his waist. Welp, it wasn't like he planned to pull out. He could practically feel her neediness from there, unlike Akeno who seemed to be more dominating, Rias on the other felt submissive and gentle. That was something good to know. This might hurt a bit, are you ready? He asked her. Rias nodded her head. Upon entering he was met with some resistance, with one small thrust, the resistance was utterly destroyed. However, Takeo did make sure to not move a bit after that. Making sure Rias had gotten used to the pain before he started moving again. Soon enough she was moaning and grabbing for his body. She pulled him down on top of her. Close enough so that she could kiss him. He could feel it, he could feel her all around it, it felt as if she was coiling herself around him. Something told him that she may be using magic, as it was only a few seconds since they started and he felt like she was trying to milk him dry. Welp, it was like being ball deep in there did much to change that fact, nor the fact she seemed to be getting tighter. It did not matter much, because, at the end of the day, she did not seem like she wanted to let go until she had drained him of everything. Devil stamina does wonders for a man. 5 hours. He might need a new bed, and he definitely needs to buy some more sheets. A/N technically this should be my third time writing a smut scene. The second time if the one in my draft doesn't count. 49, she heard it, 49. The next day, Takeo woke up feeling energized. He felt as if he had much more energy than usual. This probably had something to do with the exercises that he was doing the night prior. Yeah, exercise, that's what he was planning on calling them and nothing more. He looked up to see Rias sleeping peacefully on his chest, she looked as if she was a bit tired. She looked quite peacefully where she was. Takeo looked down at the woman sleeping on his chest. Frankly, she looked stunning, he truly felt blessed to have her and Akeno as his partners. Takeo looked to his side once again once he felt some movement happening. Over there. Rias was seen getting up, it seemed as if she was waking up from a good night's sleep. Good morning, he said softly as he saw her slowly open her eyes. Upon looking at him, she nuzzles herself closer to him before saying, Morning Takeo-kun. Sleep well, he said softly to which she replied. Best sleep I had in a while. Her eyes slowly wander around his room before looking at the cloak and noticing it was 10. Immediately she felt energy rush toward her body. She got up from the bed quickly and started to dress herself. Takeo-kun, can you help me tie my bra? Rias asked politely as she looked at her lover. Takeo nodded his head and helped her with her bra. Anything specific planned today? He asked curiously as he looked at her. Some people from the church are coming to Kyoto, I am just going to make sure everything is fine, Rias explained as she put on a hoodie. Takeo looked at Rias as if wondering if she was planning to meet them. Dressed like that. Wearing his hoodie and a pair of black panties. She then joined him back on the bed. It seemed as if it was a reflex for her at this point, as she got near him and held him close to her. They looked like a couple, which to be fair they were. She seemed quite content with herself. Takeo also seems like he didn't mind Rias at all. She seemed to have liked him, he was also sharing some of his key with her, after all considering the stuff he had done the night before. She probably was decently sore. Time skip. Takeo was seen outside of his room, eating some food. Rias had made him breakfast before she went to school to set everything up. As he was eating he couldn't help but look at the way Asia seemed to be looking at him. Her cheeks seemed to be a very red color, she looked to be blushing hard. What could possibly be making her blush so much? And what could possibly be making her avoid eye contact with her so much? It seemed like something was bothering her but she wouldn't say it. Takeo wondered what it could be. It then hit him, like a ton of bricks. The wall in this house was pretty thin, fuck. Asia. Takeo said softly looking at his friend. Why, yes I wasn't peeking I promise. She stuttered out sounding like a deer in headlight. Did you happen to hear anything unusual last night? He asked curiously. Trying to see what the nun knew. I maybe heard something I shouldn't have Asia. Replied while stuttering. I swear I didn't mean to peep, I woke up from a nap, I just wanted some water. Takeo's cheeks seemed to redden a bit upon hearing those words. Oh, Asia. Heard him and Rias going to town. Hey. Wait, did that mean Asia also saw it when it was Akeno's time? Sure, he and Akeno may have been a little active. In the 4 days before the raiding game they may have done that a few times, they may have done it a few days after the raiding game. Long story short, they were pretty active in the sheets. Granted she did teach him a lot like foreplay and so on, stuff he didn't think he would be learning from her. Sometimes he wondered why she had so much experience with stuff like that while she herself was a virgin. Was it a devil girl thing or did Akeno herself study those stuff? I promise not to be so loud next time, Takeo said, apologizing to the woman who had to hear the sound of him and Rias having sex. Though he did wonder, how much could she have heard? He would have to learn silencing magic quickly, either that or he would have to get his house rebuilt. It doesn't bother me, she replied while her cheeks were still red. Well, that was a blatant lie. No, I will make sure my intimate affair doesn't stop your sleep schedule. Okay, Takeo said with a polite smile. Time skip. As Takeo opened his wardrobe he noticed that something seemed to be missing. His jacket. Rias had taken it. It was my only jacket, Takeo said upon noticing the scene. 50, the church, 50. Welp, life has been relatively very simple for Takeo over the following weeks. He had gotten to spend more time with his friend Kaiba. Spent some time training with Konako on her senjutsu and genuinely just being like an older brother that she had never had before. A good majority of his time was spent training too, even if his strength grew by the day without him doing anything, he wanted to practice the basis. When he spared with any of his friends or lovers he felt, he made sure to restrain himself to be around their level if not just a bit lower. Doing this kind of one forced him to adapt and get stronger, which meant as The fight went on. He had to continue nerfing himself further. And 2, he felt like his technique was getting better, he was now forced to use finesse and technique over brute strength. This was a good change of pace, and he liked it. Using his technique to overpower his opponent, was something he wanted to do. He might not have sacred gear, but he could climb to the top of the hierarchy, while still being mostly human, or he thought so at least. The evil piece on his chest had stopped trying to turn him into a devil long ago. It seemed that his body had absorbed the demonic power from the evil piece, and it was now just sitting there. So he could just remove it and no longer be considered Ria's pawn. The only reason he still stayed was probably due to the fact that, well, even if she was technically his master, that was all on paper. In theory, he had more control than anything, plus becoming a devil did have a plus. He gained access to magic that was fueled by imagination. That was just perfect. Takeo-kun, can you help me watch my back? A soft voice was heard saying in front of him. Looking up, he could see Akeno sitting in the hot tub with him. Like the good boyfriend he was, he decided to help her out because why not? Plus, considering they were staying at this place for a while, he didn't mind helping her out. The main reason they were here was simple. After he had told Rias about the Asia situation, she had done some stuff, one of which included renovating his house. He wondered if all devils were as rich as her, or if was it because she came from a family with a lot of cash. Well, he didn't mind, considering that now he was living with them both. They specifically ordered a queen-sized bed, an order he was sure came from Akeno. Was the fact that she wanted the bed frame to be made of some very durable material. There were only 2 explanations for that demand. Either 1, she didn't want the frame to break while they were being intimate, or 2, she had some BDSM stuff planned and she needed the frame to be sturdy enough so that when she tied him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Both options were pretty likely, although he wished that the second option did not happen. He praised to G. Ouch! That slight little pain in his head was felt again. He didn't like it. Why did he have to feel the pain? We are meeting the people from the church tomorrow, Akeno's voice was heard saying. This shouldn't be that bad. Time skip. What he was met with in the occult club was a beautiful young woman with chin length, blue hair with a dyed green fringe on the right side and dark yellow eyes. If Takeo was to guess, she would be at the height of 166 centimeters, 5 feet 5 inches. Her battle attire is her church battle suit, which consists of a black, skin-tight, short-sleeved leotard with pauldrons, matching fingerless gloves that extend to her biceps, and thigh-high boots, all of which are adorned with straps. This attire is worn under a white hooded cloak with gold and blue accents. She also wears a crucifix around her neck. Strangely enough, he felt nothing as he looked at her crucifix. Accompanied her was another girl who looked to be a bit more bubbly than her. She was a beautiful young woman with violet eyes. She has long chestnut hair that was tied into twin tails, each held with a blue scrunchie, but on some occasions, she lets her hair down. And she was about an inch shorter than the other. She wears the standard church battle attire, the same as the other chicks, with some slight differences. However, he did wonder what brought those 2 girls here. What could they have possibly needed from them? The last time he checked, the church wasn't too friendly with devils. They hunted them down last time he checked. They started to talk about some holy swords and how 3 swords were missing, which Takeo strangely found himself invested in. He did not want to help. Ria seemed like she wanted to help them find their swords. However, their cold response was, "Stay out of it, this is between us and the fallen angels." And then some stuff about how they didn't need the devil of this town to interfere. That sounded just a bit racist, but oh well, to each their own, he guessed. His eyes went to Rias. She did not seem to like being taken like this, as if she would ever stand as low as helping the fallen. What kind of person did they think she was? 51. The plan. 51. From the little info he could gather, those people came from the church, which was where Asia came from. If things went right, maybe Asia could once again go back to the church and praise G. Ouch! The slight pain he felt in his hand made him feel just a bit annoyed. it was annoying that every time he mentioned anything related to the big man, he was being punished for it. This wasn't a good thing. As he opened the door to Asia's room, he saw her sitting there in all her pure glory. Asia was seen wearing the Kua Girl Academy uniform. She looked stunning. She sat there, with an acceptance letter right next to her. She seemed quite happy that she would get to go to the same school as him. A small bundle of sunshine, one might say. Asia. These were the words that left his mouth as he looked at his friend. Asia's eyes went toward him. Do you need me, Takeo-kun? Asia walked up to him pretty quickly, like a dog would when her master would call them up to them. Or like a maid would when their boss would call them up. She looked to be quite docile. Some people from the church showed up today, and I was just wondering if you would like to meet them. For a second her eyes seemed to light up a bit upon hearing her words. The slight hope that maybe she could go back to being a church girl made her face beam with excitement. However, the second she realized that she would have to deal with those looks again, she wouldn't be next to Takeo-kun anymore. Her smile vanished. You not going to abandon me, right? She looked at him with teary eyes and what seemed to be a visible pout present on her face. She looked quite cute like that. He felt like squeezing her cheeks. However, he stopped himself from giving in to the urge. Instead, he just opened his mouth and said, I won't leave you, I promise. She looked happy upon hearing his words. He did not know why, but he felt the urge to protect this girl at all costs. She was so adorable. So tell me, how was your day, Asia? Asia's eyes seemed to lighten up even further upon hearing his question. She started opening up and talking about how her day was. She talked about spending time with the kid. Thinking about it now, he should probably spend more time with that kid. He felt as if he had stopped spending time with the kid a while back due to him suddenly getting very busy. Asia talked about the new site she had seen. She even talked about a new friend she had made. He had helped her around the town when she was lost. His name was Issei. Sonapon Takeo thought to himself as he heard the name. Wow, he was actually as nice as his aura felt like. He helped Asia out, and for that, Takeo had gained some slight respect for the pawn. Anyone who helped Asia was a good person in his book. Anyone who hurt this angel could be nothing more than a monster. Once she was done, he just patted her head and seemed genuinely happy for her. Asia looked like a little sister who just had been praised by her big brother. It made her feel nice and warm. Not in a romantic way, but still warm nonetheless. She felt like she was being rewarded for all the pain and suffering she had suffered in her short life. A few hours later, Takeo could be seen training with Akeno. Akamo seemed to be in a jolly good mood if the smile on her face was anything to go by. Luckily for Takeo, this time at least she did not plan to use him in order to fulfill her BSDM needs. Though something in his gut did tell him that, the look on her face looked about the same as about that time when she had a mischievous idea. You planning on aiding the church, aren't you? Akeno suddenly said. Looking at him. Was he that easy to read? What about him giving it away? Those were genuine questions that Takeo had. However, he felt like he would be getting an answer to them soon. What made you think so? Because that what you do. Her voice sounded quite certain as she said those words. Wait, if Akeno knew that meant. She knows, all she asks of you is to be careful. Hey, wow, he did not believe he would be that was easy for Rias and Akeno to read through his movement like that. They knew him well. 52, Kaiba hate and Rias trying to use Yui. 52. Takeo was seen looking at his friend, Kaiba. The look on Kaiba's face was showing that Kaiba was enraged. Some might even say that Kaiba was pissed. He was just having a casual conversation with his bro and mentioned the Holy Swords user currently present in Kuaha. The look he got in response was a look of sheer hatred. Kaiba looked like he was livid, as if his mind was filled with nothing more than pure hate. His usual amicable face was long gone, replaced with a look of pure anger and calculated rage. He just repeated the same words twice. Long story short, Kaiba was pissed. Holy Sword user. Goddamn, he was pissed. Takeo didn't think he could see his cheerful friend become so angry so quickly. His aura felt dark, way too dark. Yo Kaiba, what's up with your demeanor? As those words left his mouth, he heard Kaiba mutter something about having to kill them all under his breath. Was his friend okay? As he tried to grab Kaiba's shoulder with his hand, he was smacked away by Kaiba's hand. I am fine. No, you are not, you are quite literally shaking. Takeo pointed out, looking at his friend's current condition, something about Kaiba felt off. He felt so angry, so rageful. Takeo could not even believe that someone like Kaiba could be so consumed by rage upon seeing some holy swords. He knew devils and holy sword didn't mesh well, but still, he didn't expect the reaction to be that extreme. I am fine. You are not. Let me go, Kaiba voiced out as he felt Takeo's hand hold him still. You are not mentally right. What is it to you if I am fine or not? You are my friend, so of course I care about your well-being, or did you forget that fact already? Takeo recorded as his hand held Kaiba still. Kaiba hesitated for a moment before a determined look appeared on his face. This man seemed like he was on a mission. Why did it feel like the church murdered all of his friends in front of him? Kaiba managed to get out of Takeo's grip. He walked toward the door, his step sounding eerily cold. As he reached the door, he turned his head toward Takeo and said, "Please stay out of my way, this is personal." Upon saying those words, he walked outside of the room. Takeo's eyes went toward the nearby Konako. He had a questioning look on his face as he looked at the young Nikomata. Konako looked away, but Takeo walked toward the young Nikomata, grabbing her a brother hug. He then looked at the little girl before saying, "You know something, tell me." "Humph. Pretty please. Put me down. I will buy you the limited edition ice cream. Promise." She was surprisingly happy, glad even, delighted even. She really likes sweets. "Promise." Takeo had a smile on his face as he said those words. "Nisa." Was it him, or did Konako start her sentence by calling him Nii-san, as in older brother? The flush on her face did indicate that she had realized what she had said. "Nii-san, hey, I don't mind it, it suits me, from now on, I am your big brother." Time skip. It was surprisingly easy to get info out of Konako. All he had to do was make his wallet feel about 25% more empty and he was fine. Who could have thought that sweets could cause so much? Though the faint memory of Konako calling him Big Brother was quite pleasant to think about. Takeo made his way to his brand new house, all expense paid for by the Gremory family. There was certainly some bright side to dating a girl that was rich. Akeno should still be out practicing, and Rias should be in a meeting with Sauna, which meant he probably had the rest of the day to himself. That felt nice. Though fate seemed to have another plan, as Takeo opened the door to his room, there she was standing in all of her crimson glory. Rias Gremory, the heiress to the Gremory household, was seen. She was wearing a rather traditional Japanese woman outfit. Long story short, she was wearing a black kimono, with a red waistband and a white underneath. From head to toe, she looked quite beautiful. Upon noticing him, she blushed a bit. Takeo notices what seems to be his weapon on the floor. His yui. Was she trying to lift it while wearing a kimono? Was she doing a cosplay? Didn't expect to see you so early. She seemed to be sweating a bit as she tried to hide the fact that the yui had made a decent small hole in the floor. You tried to lift it, didn't you? Yet. Her shoulders were seen lowering a bit as she realized she had been utterly caught. I promise I did not try to break it, I just moved it a bit, and the next second it was on the floor. She looked like a child the way she was trying to explain the whole situation. He walked where his staff was, he then placed the staff on her hand but made sure that he held her. You can do it now. 53, Zenovia and Irina, 53. Spending time with Rias was sweet and all, but he had to get to more serious stuff. He needed to find the holy sword user and somehow help them. After that, he will ask questions about Kaiba. He saw them when they first arrived, and with his senses, he could tell they weren't bad people, which meant they weren't the people that Kaiba would want to hunt down. The question now was, how could he possibly find them in this big town? They could be anywhere. He would need help, and that is why he was currently standing in front of Sana's pawn. Why do you need my help? Issei looks at Takeo with a confused expression. There are 2 priests in town and I want your help to find them. Oh the priest, sorry no can't do. These were the words that came out of Issei's mouth. It's just for a day, after that you are free. President will kill me if she finds out that I messed around with the priest. No can't do it, I do not want to get my ass wiped again. You get punished. Takeo had a confused look on his face as he looked at Issei. You don't. No. Ah come on man, first you get to be in a peerage with the 2-1-sama in the school and you won't even get punished, how is this fair, all I get to see are Tsubaki-chan breasts but even then it's on rare occasion, why is this world so unfair? Was this man really having a mental breakdown because of breasts, what was this? Come on Issei. Takeo asked, to which Issei looked at him before he replied. Why do you need my help, you are super strong, you can handle most trouble by yourself, why would you need the help of a weak devil like myself? Because Asia trusts you. You are friends with Asia. Yet, she lived at my house. And another session of whatever that was began once again. Wasn't this just repetitive at this point? She would be really happy if we could find her friends. Issei's ears perk up. You have should said so. Enthusiasm beaming from his voice, he closed the door to his house as he and Takeo started looking for the priest. Time skip. Where could they be? And as if heaven themselves were answering his question, the voice of 2 familiar people could be heard. 2 stray sheep beg for your mercy, please act in the Lord's stead and give us your blessing. Welp, that's my end of the deal done, bye. And just like that he was gone. Sana punishments weren't that bad right, he seemed like he was really scared of her. He sighs to himself, he wonders how he should approach this. POV change. 2 girls could be seen eating to their heart content at a restaurant as Takeo watched them, well that was easy. What has this world come to support our faith we have to accept help from a devil. The hair girl said. We sold our soul to the devils. The twinned hair girl added. Were they just being dramatic? Suddenly the 2 girls seemed to have recognized his physical features. It's you. Hey. Gremory servant, what brought you here? I want to help you destroy the Excalibur. He said looking at them. You, what? I didn't stutter. I understand. Zernovia. Our enemy leader is one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Kokabeel, we must accept all the help we can get. Kokabeel. That name rang a bell in Takeo's mind, he just needed to figure out which one. The bell wasn't a big one as if it was something important, but rather it was a smaller one. Anyway, now that's settled, do you 2 have anywhere to stay? Why is a devil such as yourself interested in where we stay? Zenovia's cold gaze landed on him to which he said. You are Ria's guest aren't you, so it would be rude of me to treat you badly. Plus I just so happen to know someone, who you guys might know. Who might that be? Her name is Asia. The banished saint, who could have thought that someone that was so holy as her would tarnish herself to live with a devil. The way they looked annoyed him greatly. What of it, she needs the help. If she were to have any semblance of faith left in God, she should surrender herself now and let us eliminate her. I will kill God himself if you 2 were to lay a single hand on her. Is that a threat I hear? Zenovia seems to be ready to pull out her blade. Takeo calmed himself down. How would you feel if I said I would kill Irina over here? I would murder you, were the cold words that left the girl's lips as she looked at him a serious look. He did wonder what did she have that outfit on, inside of a restaurant. So you can threaten to kill my friend but when I do there is a problem, tell me what kind of logic is that? Also, isn't your savior an all-forgiving God, so do you think he would be proud of you 2 for killing one of your own? She has healed a devil. And Jesus was surrounded by sinners all his life, his closest friends were tax collectors and those people were not known for being nice. Now tell me, what part of kicking a little girl out of a church because she healed a devil is part of what he teaches, or do I need the fact that she was sent here to die by the hand of the fallen angels just because she had a sacred gear? You 2 have to be really selfish individual in order to think that it's righteous, that is just having a stick up your ass. I will not talk to about our Lord from a devil. You got to admit though, his logic is. See you 2 later,
Takeo said as he walked away. He made sure to leave around a couple of hundred yen if they needed it. He had a friend to find. 54, cowards, 54. I see, although I would rather not have the permission of the Holy Sword. User in order to destroy them. Kaiba had a thoughtful look on his face as he said those words. Granted the man was still pissed but at least now it was getting better. Takeo turned around to see the two girls, they came earlier than he had expected. Kaiba really seems to hate them. His hand tightly gripping on his sword. Kaiba, try something and I will stop you, it's not the time. Kaiba gripped his sword tighter. Kaiba. Kaiba's grip on his sword loosened a bit upon hearing the drop in Takeo's voice. Your hatred for the Holy Sword Project is understandable, even we despise it greatly. The man who made this experiment happen was a heretic and was exiled from the church. So someone who gets to experiment with children's lives only gets exiled. While someone who just healed a devil deserved to die, who the heck is in charge of the rule? She has become a devil. Now she is human. It seemed like they did not understand what he said, to which he reiterated. Asia Argento never became a devil, she is human. We shall take our leave. Really, so that how they decided to react, was it really that hard of them to admit that a devil was right? They would rather walk away. Now that was a dick move if he has ever seen one. Takeo. Takeo eyes turned toward Kaiba. Kaiba walked toward him before saying, I would have told you to stay away and that it was my personal revenge. But I know you won't listen, nor can I stop. Think on the good side, you have Mr. Undefeatable on your side, your revenge is guaranteed to succeed. Takeo had a smile on his face as he looked at Kaiba. I guess you are right. Time skip. Why are there three of you? Irina added, looking at them. Takeo looked at the third member of their team. Konako already seems to be in a battle-ready position. Well, I can't really say no to her, Takeo replied, scratching the back of his head. Sure, he could have said no, however, the second she called him Nii-san he folded, and he just couldn't do it. He felt like he was refusing something from his little sister, and that was hard for him to imagine. He wanted to protect her at all costs. Long story short, they split up and now he was just following Kaiba as they looked at the building where they beat Visser, more like, well, he was not going to flaunt too much. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Final and fucking Lee, you fucker, came to me, a voice that Takeo recognized was heard saying. Upon looking up, he saw the stray exorcist that he had one-shot a while back. Upon looking at the man, Takeo couldn't help but internally mutter to himself. Is this your people? All he felt after thinking that was disappointment, as if someone had actually heard his words. Takeo sighed and prepared himself to one-shot this bum. However, Kaiba placed his blade in front of Takeo, saying, He is mine. All yours, Takeo replied nonchalantly. Ah, I get to chop all of your friends into mincemeat, you shouldn't have. Kaiba and the man started clashing their blades against each other. Takeo's eyes went toward the man getting out of the building. The man seemed quite arrogant but hid it well behind the facade of a good priest. This kind of acting made Takeo feel sick, however upon noticing Takeo's presence, the man's attitude quickly changed. In an instant, a magic circle appeared teleporting him and freed away. What the heck was that, and why was he so scared so goddamn easily? Sure, Takeo could have folded him like an omelette, but still running away the second he saw them. Wasn't that a bit cowardly of them? Konako, you got their scent. The girl nodded her head. He grabbed Konako and then with all the power he could muster, dashed off toward the unknown. He would follow Konako's direction as she guided him where they went. Since the priest was so scared due to seeing him, his teleportation was faulty, and thus did not teleport them far. If they hurried they could get there before anything bad truly happened. Kaiba was keeping up. Being a knight sure must have helped him on that front. Anywhere he had some priest to beat up, he wanted to wrap this whole thing up as quickly as it was humanly possible. After all, he did not want to spend more time on this than he had to. And this is a one-shot made in 2 or 3 weeks instead of my usual story, which lasts up to 6 if not 9 months to a year and a half. Some character interaction may get skipped due to that reason. 55. The man from back then, 55.
Upon arriving on the battlefield, Takeo felt it. The presence of a very powerful being could be felt in the sky. Upon looking up, he could see a pale-skinned man with a pointy ear like that of an elf along with very pointy teeth as if the man was a vampire. The one thing that could possibly give away that the man was not a vampire was his 5 pairs of wings floating behind them. It seemed to look like the man was a fallen angel, and if the number of wings was anything to go by, it was a very strong fallen angel. The strongest one he would have faced by far. A few seconds later a few magic circles appeared behind Takeo as Rias and Akeno were seen. "What are you two doing here?" He had a confused look on his face as he looked at them. "We felt the power of the enemy and rushed toward your location, can't have you dying on us," Rias added. Phew, Rias-chan won't admit she was worried," Akeno teased, to which Rias pouted. "Wow, they had time to argue right there." "You have come, Rias Gremory," the thing said. "I am Kokabeel." "The pleasure is all mine," Rias replied with her hand crossed beneath her breast. "Your crimson hair looks just like your brother's, the Crimson Devil, just saying his name makes me sick," the man said, looking quite disgusted. "So what exactly was the purpose of this meeting? It is very uncommon for a leader to go out of his way to just chat." "You are absolutely right, Gremory, I didn't go through all the way of dragging your lover here just to chat with you," the thing said. "I want to have some fun with the area around Kuah, I know he will have to help." The man was probably referring to Rias' brother, but why was he so adamant on this? That only going to cause another war between God, the Fallen, and the Devils, Rias added upon realizing what this man wanted from this. "I expect Michael to show after the Excalibur." "Then your goal from the start was to start another war," Rias added as she crossed her arms above her cleavage. "That right, that dead right, this is what I truly wish for, another war. The last war was stopped abruptly, we could have won, but those cowards decided for a peace agreement instead." The creature had an insane look on his face as he looked at them. The man then went on a whole spiel about how all 3 sides were so close to going to another war. All he needed was to start a conflict and the war would start. "So all you want is goddamn violence, hey, I can give you that, you fucking crow," were the cold words that left Takeo's mouth as he walked forward toward Kokabeel. His eyes turned a deep shade of red color as he started walking toward the Fallen. Takeo pulled out his yui and got into a fighting stance. The second he did so, Kokabeel seemed to have entered another flashback. This person, he was reminding him, of him. The memory played in Kokabeel's mind, the memory from 400 years ago, too. The man who was the man reason the war had stopped. The man who had individually reduced each of their population numbers by half during the war. That creature had slain fallen, gods, devils, angels, vampires, all types of monsters by itself. The being was regarded as a walking calamity. Upon looking down and looking at Takeo's awakened state, only one thought went through the fallen angel's head. Phew, why did he have to be here out of everyone? This monster, why did he have to be here? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? That right, this person beneath him should not have access to all of his power. If heaven kept their promise, then the majority of his power should still be sealed in the Holy Grail. Kokabeel summoned several 3-headed dogs, however, Takeo just looked at his ally before saying, "Take care of them for me." Konako nodded her head. Takeo looked at Kaiba before saying, "The priest is all yours." After saying those words, he rushed toward Kokabeel and started to clash with the fallen angel in the air while riding his flying cloud. How the fuck is he so powerful if more than 75% of his power is sealed away? Kokabeel thought to himself as he realized he was on the back foot as he clashed with Takeo. He formed a light spear to launch at Takeo, but the light spear seemed to have gotten destroyed. Upon looking at who did it, he could see the concentrated Gremory. "This bitch! I am your opponent," Takeo added before proceeding to expand his staff. Before slamming into the fallen angel. He was out for blood this time around, he would crush this man no matter what. 56, killing a crow, 56. Why is he so strong? Kokabeel thought to himself as he faced off against the awakened Takeo. He did not know how someone could be so strong while most of their power was sealed. It was infuriating, losing to the same person in the same lifetime. it was like. This thing was telling him. Even at my weakest, I am still stronger than you. It was so aggravating that Kokabeel just could not hold it anymore. This was pure torture to him. He summoned 100 light spears and started throwing them at Takeo. Out of those 100 light spears, 50 of them were destroyed the second they were formed and the rest were heavily weakened by the power of destruction. Takeo had a grin on his face as he rushed forward without a hint of hesitation in his eyes, even as a bolt of light seemed to be going straight for him. He did not even flinch. He watched as a bolt of lightning clashed with the light spear and rendered it useless. He did not need to worry about defense, all he had to do was pile on the damage, which was what he was going to do. Die, you fucker! Kokabeel's rage seemed to be getting to him as he rushed toward Takeo, his eyes gleaming with that red color. He was going to kill Takeo no matter what, he needed to kill this beast. Before he reached his full power, he would rather take peace 100 times over than have this thing return back to the world of the living. Kokabeel and Takeo clashed fist high up in the sky, they traded blows after blows. Takeo was clearly gaining the advantage the more they fought. Kokabeel could feel himself getting angrier and angrier as the fight went on. He couldn't fight at 100%. That damn red hair Bigth was nullifying all of his attacks and that tainted Fallen was stopping his strikes before they would hit him. Kokabeel summoned a large-ass light spear and looked at Takeo. He launched the attack yelling out, "Die!" Takeo, using the knowledge that had been imparted to him by Akeno, he started to gather up the moisture in the air. Using demonic magic in order to form it into a water dragon, Takeo then proceeded to do a kick motion as the water dragon roared while launching itself toward Kokabeel. The water dragon and the light spear clashed, creating a huge explosion in the sky. Before the smoke could vanish, Takeo was already in front of Kokabeel. Launching a powerful kick toward Kokabeel, Kokabeel could barely block the hit in time as he was sent crashing through a mountain. How am I losing? Those were the thoughts flowing through Kokabeel's head as he realized that he was getting fucked over. As he looked up in the sky, he saw it. Takeo looked down on him. "Stop looking down on me." As those words left his mouth, he didn't care about anything anymore and just rushed toward Takeo, blinded by his own hubris. As he was about to reach Takeo, Takeo held his yui and pointed it at Kokabeel. "Expand, yui." The yui expanded, becoming as tall as a skyscraper. Kokabeel was hit with a tremendous amount of force, the yui forcing him to crush through a couple of mountains. The thing lay on the floor, heavily damaged, but he still wanted to go on. He still wanted to fight. He wouldn't lose, he couldn't lose. Takeo appeared in front of the man while he was deep within his delusion, using Toki in order to further power himself up. Takeo cocked back his fist, and within the blink of an eye, what seemed to be thousands of blows were landed on Kokabeel, each blow carrying enough force to break his bone 100 times over. All that Kokabeel could see now was the sky, the so pretty red sky. He could feel it, his death was coming close. He did not want to die, he had so much to live for. He did not wish to die yet. The memory of the war 400 years ago flashed back in his mind. The memory of being totally humiliated, the memory of him feeling weak. For the first time in his life, it clicked in his mind, this was how the weak felt when they were being beaten by the strong. With the power of destruction nullifying his defense magic around his body, each blow felt a lot more powerful than the one before it. In a last-ditch effort to save himself, he yelled out, "You say you hate fallen angels, does that mean you hate your lover?" Takeo stood still for a second. What was this man getting at? Kokabeel, noticing that Takeo had stopped pummeling, could finally breathe a sigh of relief that he wasn't being beaten black and blue. However, if he did not receive proper healing then he would die, there was no doubt about it. "She is Baraqueel's daughter, she is the daughter of a fallen," the monster declared, pointing at Akeno, who seemed to shrink a bit upon hearing those words. This was a part of her history that she would rather not be revealed. And hey! Kokabeel looked stunned upon hearing Takeo nonchalantly reply. This is not what he expected. He expected doubt to show in his mind and he would use that doubt to kill him. So what if she is half fallen angel? At the end of the day, I love her, and that is the end of it. If my opinion of her could be so easily changed then I didn't Love her to begin with. The person being talked about felt her heart skip a beat. Plus I can sense people's aura, don't you think that I would have figured out she was a fallen after I met her? Cockabille's expression then changed to something more along the lines of, well, I am fucked. On the other hand, Akeno was now realizing that this whole time Takeo knew she was a fallen and did not seem to care much about that. Spar. Before the words spare me or have mercy on me could leave Cockabille's mouth, Takeo clouds were wrapped all around him. Spare me all that BS, you wanted to taste blood once more, you never expected it to be your blood, hey? As those words left Takeo mouth, his cloud started launching, lighting it. Cockabille, he was being fried alive. Ha! The pain, it hurted him so much, he could feel every part of his body being paralyzed, he could feel death could embrace around himself. He was dying. His last thought as he breathed his last breath were, Monster. 57, fighting the White Dragon. Emperor, 57. Takeo looked at the scenery, the sky just looked so beautiful, and everything around him felt so good. Using so much natural energy was making him feel at peace with the earth itself. He could feel as if the earth itself was trying to hug him, like a mom congratulating her son for doing a good job. It felt oh so good. His eyes went toward Kaiba, who was fighting the priest. Kaiba was doing well, especially since Zenobia and Irina were helping him. They would be fine. His eyes went toward Konako, the three-headed dog. That seemed to have been taken care of. Takeo's eyes landed on Rias and Akeno. Rias seemed to be sweating just a bit, it seemed as if she had used most of her power to restrain Cockabille to the best of her ability. She did great, he was quite proud of her progress. His eyes then landed on Akeno, she seemed to have a mixed expression on her face. On one hand, she seemed happy and glad that he was okay. On the other hand, she seemed, what was that emotion, he couldn't describe it. Though before he could ponder too long on it, a portal appeared behind him. He could feel the portal was there before it had opened, he felt a familiar presence coming from the portal. Coming out of the portal was a handsome young man with light silver hair and hazel eyes. He was wearing a dark green V-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. He also wore burgundy jeans with a silver chain drooping down over them, black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. Chendiziong. A dragon voice was heard saying. Without wasting any second, what seemed to be a wing appeared behind the young man's back. Let's fight. Takeo was confused, he had just met this man and yet this man wanted to fight him. Without wasting a second, the young man rushed toward him and started attacking him. Takeo made sure to be careful to not get touched, he felt like if he were to get touched something bad would happen. The silver-haired man seemed to not like the fact he wasn't taken seriously, and nearly immediately went into an armored state with 8 wings behind his back. Takeo parried one of his blows and punched the teenage boy in the stomach. The blow was so hard that the teenage boy felt like he was going to puke. He felt as if the damage had bypassed his durability and went straight through his guts. To be more precise, he felt as if his gut was being rearranged. Takeo proceeded to hit multiple blows on the teenage boy, each blows more powerful than the previous one. Divide. A voice was heard saying, that Takeo felt his physical strength and magic being divided in half. He heard Rias's voice talking about something along the lines of his sacred gear being the vanishing dragon, his power being to divide his opponent's powers. He was the White Dragon Emperor. So, all Takeo had to do was overpower him with skill. Okay. Without wasting a moment, he rushed toward the boy and started clashing with the boy. With each blow he landed he could feel his power being divided and being added to the boy's own personal power. However, the fight remained one-sided. Takeo was clearly winning and not by a small margin, each one of their blow would ignore the boy's damage and go straight for the boy's vital organs. While all of the boy's attacks would be parried, deflected, or even countered. Having the power to divide someone's power was nifty and all, but it all pales in comparison if you do not have the skill to wield that power. As long as Takeo could still perceive the boy's movement he would win. He had noticed that the boy wasn't dividing his toki, it was as if his toki refused to be transferred to someone else. And when his Toki was transferred, the White Dragon Emperor could feel the hatred of the whole planet being unleashed upon him. It was as if Mother Nature herself refused to leave him, shrinking his Yui to a size that anyone could hold. He then made sure to send all the talk he had in his body and the magic left on him, which was about the level of a middle-class devil. He then used his remaining power in order to shoot the pole like it was a soccer ball. Takeo Jin Original, Railgun. What seemed to be fire seemed to have been produced by the kick as the Yui flew through the air at such speed that even the air itself seemed to turn on fire due to the friction. Kaboom! As the explosion settled, he noticed a panting teenage boy. He also felt his power returning to him. Wasn't that just nifty? The teenage boy however seemed like he wanted to go again. However, a voice from his gauntlet was heard saying, "That enough volley?" Takeo looked at the gauntlet, so this was the voice of the gauntlet. The teenage boy seemed strangely annoyed at that. "One more divide and I would have won," the boy declared arrogantly. "Against this weakened state maybe?" Vala looked at his gauntlet as if asking him what the heck he meant to weaken the state. "It seems like you have awakened Chendiziong." Takeo nodded his head. "I apologize for my host's impertinence, he just wanted to test out his power. Against your own. It's fine, I got a good workout out of it." Vala looked confused for a second. Did he seriously consider this fight a workout? Although the thought did excite him, now he really wanted to beat him. "What name do you plan to go by this time, Chendiziong or Takeo Jin?" "You can call me Takeo, I don't mind." Meanwhile, Vala was just thinking of a way to beat this guy. He did know, though, that there was one guy in his group who would fangirl like crazy if he were here, meeting the Chendiziong in the flesh. "Do you plan on conquering this time period?" Takeo looked at Akino and Rias in the background, his eyes softening a bit, before saying, "No, I think I am going to take it slow this time around." Upon hearing those words only one thing went through Albion's mind. He has changed. Some memories of the past flowed through his mind. The memory of a man that looked eerily similar to Takeo calling his ability Lame. 58, Off-Eyes, 58. After having fought 2 high-tier, Takeo could feel himself feeling just a bit weaker. He needed to take a break or he was going to fall unconscious. He had used way too much power. Now he needed a proper rest. As Takeo said goodbye to Albion and his host and started to walk toward his friend and ally, Takeo couldn't help but feel like he was going to pass out. However, he remained strong due to not wanting to take away at Kaiba's moment. Today was supposed to be his day. The day when he beat the priest that had made his childhood a living hell. He would not fall like this, even if he felt his body was aching like hell. He would not fall under any circumstance. He would watch. Up in the sky, someone seems to be observing the whole situation. "Found you," the petite figure said upon looking down at the exhausted form of Takeo. Time skip. As Takeo arrived at his home being carried there thankfully by the help of Rias and Akino, he couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. This was life. He couldn't stop himself. Being scolded by Rias for having to overexert himself like that was something that he had not expected to happen in a long while. She looked quite adorable scolding him. He couldn't help himself. However, she could be quite harsh and thus he decided that he would heed her warnings. He definitely didn't do it because she said she wouldn't give him any cuddles for the next 2 weeks. Sure, he had 2 lovers and could ask Akino for some, but he also loved Rias. And being deprived of such a thing was like his own hell to him. That sounded pretty childish, but it was the truth. The no-cuddle threat was working incredibly fine, so to speak. As he entered the room of his house, a little girl was seen eating some snacks. She looked at Takeo before saying, "Chendiziong, you here?" Hat. Long story short, this chick was the Dragon of Infinity and the only reason she came here was to ask him for help to kick Great Red out of the dimensional void like he did last time. "What do you mean last time?" Takeo looked quite confused. He didn't remember anything of that nature. 400 years ago, you fought with the Dragon of Dreams, Great Red. You fought with him for 30 days before you were kicked out of the dimensional void due to your clash creating a hole in space-time. She had quite a cold voice as she recounted those events. As she mentioned that, a memory of a fight with a dragon did appear in his mind. He even remembered the face of the dragon. He also remembered how strong the dragon was. It was probably the most powerful dragon in all of existence. After you left, Red was too injured to fight me and left the dimensional void. The girl added. So why are you back here? This time it was Ria's voice who came out. Her expression looked rather serious, and her frown was pretty pronounced. She did not seem to like the girl at all. I want your help to gain back the dimensional void. The girl said once again, eating her snack like she was not asking him to go fight the strongest being in existence. No, he will not be going anywhere. Rias added, getting quite defensive over Takeo. Off-Eyes looked at the girl who was scared but yet refused to back down in front of such an overwhelming threat. He helped once, you were the one who got lost it, Rias added, looking at the Dragon of Infinity. Off-Eyes showed some emotion on her face, although not much. So she is your mate. You have gotten weaker. Off-Eyes added, looking at Takeo. I should have expected that after the incident. Off-Eyes said softly, eating her ice cream. What incident? Takeo asked, to which Off-Eyes just looked at him before she started narrating. Flashback 400 years ago. Location, Dimensional Void. 9. Takeo could be seen wearing armor. That armor seemed to be something that Takeo could recognize, and yet he had no idea where it was right now. Two beings were seen clashing against each other, each blow landed against each other, shaking the whole realm to its core. The two battle-hungry maniacs fought each other for days on end. The dragon would be launching powerful strikes, and the person would respond by using his Yui. The clash was truly a clash of the titans. It was a battle to decide who truly was the strongest. A battle that would shake the dimensional void to its very core, a battle of the two strongest being alive. 59. The truth revealed. 59. As the beings clashed their might against each other, what seemed to be a hole appeared to have been created in space. The humanoid figure was sucked out of the hole and appeared in the middle of what seemed to be a war. His power could be felt by all who were fighting. They all had to stop their fighter in order to look at the fighter who had arrived at the battlefield. With his trusty Yui in his hand, the figure looked at all the creatures that were there. Gods, devils, angels, fallen angels, vampires, werewolves, Valkyries, etc. It seemed as if all the factions of the world were fighting each other. Without wasting a second, he rushed onto the battlefield and started slaying the creatures by the dozen, slaughtering thousands of them in a matter of minutes. It didn't take the leader of each faction more than a minute to decide to put their difference aside and fight this new threat that had shown itself on the battlefield. Thousands of them died by the might of this man-weapon. Upon realizing that he was surrounded by enemies from all sides, the individual couldn't help himself but laugh. Come at me! It roared out as what seemed to be multiple copies of himself could be seen. Each copy of himself taking down thousands from the enemy forces like there was no tomorrow. Eventually, the being was stopped, and it was met by the leader of each of the factions. God himself, Lucifer, Odin, Zeus, Beelzebub, and so on. They all stood in his way. However, he did not care about any of those figures. Without even uttering a single word to any of them, the figure rushed toward them as they rushed toward it. Multiple Yui could be seen in the background as the scent of metal was incredibly heavy in the air. He clashed with them for 7 days and 7 nights, non-stop. During that time, the being had managed to kill Lucifer, and Beelzebub, and managed to kill all of the other high-ranking generals in the devil family. He almost killed a red-haired man and a silver-haired woman, but he was stopped by the gods from the other faction. With all his power, the being managed to kill several gods, and severely wound a lot of them. Shiva, Odin, Zeus, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Indra, all of them were beaten and battered beyond belief. The being that had done so was heavily injured. It seemed like his fight with Great Red had left some lasting injury on him. If those injuries were not present, then he would have wiped them out of the face of the heart without a problem. The opponent knew this. They could see that their enemy had come into this fight heavily injured. The only way that they had managed to hurt him was by attacking those already beaten spots. The God of the Bible, noticing that his angels were falling by the thousands, decided that enough was enough. Asking for help from the other gods to hold him still, the other gods not having any other options decided to listen to him. All they had to do was hold him still for 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, Odin lost his left eye, Shiva lost 2 of his hand. 4 of Crocodile's wings were ripped out. Baraquil had 3 huge wounds on his chest, the crimson-haired man was covered in his own blood. Drake and Albion were severely beaten for daring to have their fight where the monster was having fun. However, the second those 30 seconds were over, the Holy Grail activated. And what seemed to be a holy light enveloped his body as the man started burning. The light burned so brightly that any devil nearby could tell that such power could fully wipe them from existence, and yet this monster was still tanking all that damage. The being seemed ready to take everyone with him, but God rushed toward him and contained the explosion with his own body, using all that was left of his divine power in order to seal this being once and for all. The only thing that God wished in the last moment of his life was to thank this being for slaying the beast. If this man was ever born again, he wished that in his next life, he would be more than just a battle maniac and instead be someone who enjoys his life to the fullest. Their 2 souls seem to fight it out before a vestige of God's power seems to have fused into this being's body. After the war, a truce was announced from all the sides. They had taken way too much damage and could not sustain another war. Too many of them died. The being staff was returned to the yokai. The Holy Grail containing the being power was sealed back into heaven. The creature gourd was given to the yokai. The creature armor suit was given to the Greeks, as the Greeks were the ones who had forged this armor. That was until a few years ago, when all the realm felt that presence again. The Monkey King had awakened. 60. So much info. 60. Flashback end. To the devils, you were Jichen Diziong, a being whose own individual power was greater than that of Satan's army during the Great War. A being of such power that could not be contained. To the angels, you were Demon King Jichen Diziong, the being who took away their creator and reduced their population to 1/4 is the original number. A being who could shake the heaven with a single strike of his weapon. Some sides said that your existence was Gai's way of telling them to stop destroying the planet for their selfish war. Some said you were just a battle-hungry god. Some call you a primordial being, other call you the truth immortal. But every side agreed on one thing about you, you were a walking calamity, the strongest being in existence, a supreme god, rivaled by none. Takeo stood still as all that information sank in. Luckily Rias and Akeno were the only other people in the room, so that secret wasn't being shared by everyone. But to think that in his past he was viewed as such a thing was kind of crazy to think about. As things stand right now, you only possess a fraction of your original strength. Off-Eyes added, sipping on a drink that Asia had served her earlier. Meanwhile, everyone in the room seems to be having a problem. God was dead, the God of the Bible was dead. Those were the kind of thoughts that floated in their mind. They knew that the war had caused significant damage, but to think that the God of the Bible would have been slayed during such a war was just something they had not expected to happen. Asia seemed to have gotten a violent reaction upon hearing God had died. Her reaction was so severe that angel wings sprouted out of her back, much to confusion and everyone else in the room. What was happening? So his power did fuse with your soul, you gained his ability to create angels. Off-Eyes added upon noticing Asia's current state. All he heard was the fact that he was basically God now, but how did he turn Asia? He doesn't remember doing anything really. The only thing he did remember was him thinking that she was an angel. Was he thinking that Asia was an angel sent from heaven? The reason why this was happening, the reason why his friend currently had a pair of majestic angel wings behind her back? This day was confusing as heck. He needed more info about this whole stick. Off-Eyes, however, was nice enough to tell him that the powerhouse of the world was going on another meeting in a few days. He should be getting ready for it and stuff along those lines. Those things were what worried him most right now. He did try to comfort Asia, and strangely enough, she did not hate him for what he did. She truly was an angel. Rias said something about going to have a talk with her brother, which meant he was left in the house with Akeno. Before she could say anything, he hugged her. You do not despise me. Why would I? You stated on multiple occasions how you hated fallen angels. I never said I hated you, the fact that you have fallen doesn't change the fact that you are also your own person. Last time I checked your name was Akeno Himejima, not Fallen Angel. As those words left his mouth, he gave her his trademark smile. To which she blushed. Let me see them. Akeno complied with his word and removed her shirt. Now that her bare chest was exposed, she turned around exposing her smooth skin. She took in a deep breath. A second later a pair of wings could be seen, and the wing on the right resembled a pair of bat wings, signifying her devil side. On the other side, she had a beautiful black wing. Can I touch it? She seemed a bit stunned upon hearing his words, but she nodded her head. Takeo explored her wings, they felt so soft, and he actually really liked them. They just felt so nice, he really enjoyed them. However, as he was in the middle of doing his shenanigans, he heard something he hadn't expected. A moan, a barely suppressed moan just escaped the lips of Akeno. Were her wings really that sensible? That was fun. Let's go take a bath. Won't Rias be mad? I am sure she will understand it. I do plan to mass her back later, so I am sure she will be all for it. Time skip. Akeno had just this look on her face as the water dripped down her hair, onto her face and onto her breast before falling back into the tub. As she straddled herself on him, she really liked this feeling in her chest. Later that day, she fell asleep in his arms. She slept like a baby. 61. Asia is 61. Welp, his week was rather uneventful that week. There was really nothing that could triumph over what Offis had told him. Nor the fact that she now lives in his house now. She really likes his house. For some reason. Though she spent her time eating some ice cream, she and Konako seemed to be bonding quite well. That was good. His sister had a friend to play with. That was always good. Some highlights were that he got to see Rias and Akeno wearing bikinis. And swimming, he taught Konako how to swim and he raced against Kaiba. Granted he won that race, however, he barely won it as he restricted himself heavily in order to make it fair. His day was all in all pretty eventful. There was no way a day where he got to see so many times wouldn't be eventful. His day was about to become more eventful as the second he opened the door he was met with the face of a male Rias. Hey! Oh, that probably was her brother. He turns his head around to see male Rias, but this time with facial hair. His description of them did not sound too accurate, but he was just saying what he was seeing. And if things couldn't be eventful enough, the door that led to his guest room opened, and he turned his eyes to look who it was. There, standing in all of his glory, the leader of the fallen could be seen. Isn't this awkward? Takeo said to no one in particular upon noticing so many influential figures at his house. So this is what you reincarnated into? The leader of the fallen said, looking at Takeo from head to button as if he was examining a specimen. He seemed fascinated. This wasn't something he saw every day. Truth, reincarnation. I would like for you to please respect my personal please, Takeo. Polite added, to which the leader of the fallen seemed surprised. So the rumors were true, he had changed, greatly changed. Sure. Takeo eyes then turned around toward the two male Rias in the room. Yes, this was how he was going to refer to Rias's brother and dad. Long story short, there was some sort of parents thing going on at the school, and well, here they were. They wanted to meet their daughter's boyfriend in the flesh. They seemed like rather nice people. Though he could tell there was some tension in the room, to that he just bowed his head and promptly apologized for any actions his past self had caused. The reaction he got afterward was then promptly saying it was in the past, and to please not mention it. Though the second did hear about it, he had to watch two ultimate class devils being scolded. Something along the lines of letting the past go, something about the fact that he was a different person now. Damn, she was fierce, but he was drawn to that fierce personality, so he didn't have anything to say about it. So for the next 2 days, they lived in the same house. Kind of weird sleeping in the same house as the father of the girl you dating. The worst part about this whole thing was the fact that Takeo felt like he was being evaluated for the first day. After that day, they were pretty friendly. He did bond pretty well with them. He found it that Ria's brother was a cis con and that her father loved his daughter a bit too much. All of this got him feeling pretty bad for the guy who would be dating there. Precious little Rias. Oh yeah, that was him. Welp, it wasn't like he ever planned to break up with Rias. He loved her with all of his heart, so there was no way that she was going anywhere anytime soon. He adored her too much to let that go. Though seeing Asia was a surprise to them, especially since she gave off an angel vibe. Long story short, after they found out, he had to go meet Michael. The man was quite nice. He came with Asia and Michael seemed pleased. His eyes seemed to widen upon realizing that the reason that Asia was turned into an angel was because of him. Due to some of God's power being in his body, along with the fact of the evil piece that was in his body. His power used the evil piece as an example and flowed godly power through it, in essence turning Asia into an angel. Asia was basically the perfect example of how the angel race could continue to exist. They could regrow their number this way. In order to thank him for what he had done, Michael gave him back his dragon armor suit. Apparently the Greek gods wanted to give it back to its original owner. As for his power, they would give it back to him at the conclusion of their meeting, which was in a week. He watched as Asia and Michael went toward heaven and gave his friend the brightest of smiles. He only wished the best for her. She was the best after all. 62. Meeting, 62. This is not what Takeo had expected when he heard there would be a meeting. He didn't think it would be like that. He saw the leader of the angel to the right, sitting there all majestic with 5 pairs of wonderful wings. Behind him stood Irina, Zenobia, and Asia. Takeo-kun. Asia's voice was heard saying, she waved at him excitedly, and he just smiled at her. She then realized that she acted like this in the middle of a meeting. She blushed heavily and she seemed like she was trying to hide herself from the world. Takeo took in a deep breath. His eyes then went toward Rias' brother, Sertsks. The man seems to have been elegantly dressed for the occasion. And to end off, the leader of the fallen angel was there. Azazel was his name if Takeo remembered correctly. His eyes noticed a brand new individual that he had noticed before. The man had the appearance of an elderly man with long, grey hair, and a matching beard. He wore a gold and white monocle over his left eye, without the addition of the chain. He also wore a robe, which was short and blue with a gold lining on the top and bottom of the collar, the sleeves of the robe, and at the front of his robes. All the way down to the bottom of the robe. The rest of his robe is white with matching shoes. He also wore a golden and black hat, which is sectioned off into 5 mini sections that sport either the color black or gold. The top, middle, and bottom are gold and the sections in black are below and above the middle one. This man was none other than Odin himself. That was a new face. And yes, the missing left eye, that was his bad. His eyes then went toward the old man who came as the vanguard to the Indra, who couldn't make it. The old man seems quite glad to see him. A bit to the left was the leader of the yokai, to be more precise, she was the leader of the west yokai. The east and whatever other direction there was, were also here. One of them was an old man while the other was a, wait, was that a Nico mate, the same as Konako? As for the woman in front of him, she appears as a young woman with a voluptuous figure and very long blonde hair with matching eyes. She was a woman with delicate facial features and her eyebrows were cut very short and round as a traditional symbol of nobility. Her hair was tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that ended in a spiral, with taut bandages to keep it in place. She wore a traditional attire, and over that, she wore a white coat held closed by a red ribbon and a golden crown. She also appeared to have been incredibly gifted in the chest area. His eyes were more drawn to her fox ears and tail. They looked rather cute, he wouldn't mind petting them. And lastly, the last person there was Seraphel. She was Sana's sister if he remembered correctly. She seemed like a decently nice person. The meeting started with Azazel apologizing for Kakabile's outburst, to which Takeo just shrugged, not saying anything. To be fair, he did something along the lines of, "You feel like a decent guy, so I am sure you don't share his views. And why do you say so?" The man seemed curious about what Takeo was saying. "Because I see your essence." The look on the man's face was basically telling him to go on. Everyone is born with a neutral essence, depending on the action you do it will change. For example, Vala's essence is telling me he really wants a rematch, damn man, that a huge amount, Takeo added. Upon looking at the White Dragon Emperor, he had never seen such an amount from someone. As for everyone, all I sense is curiosity. Isn't that a nifty skill? He just gave a smile. The meeting seemed to be talking about a possible peace negotiation. The yokai decided to give him back his gourd. The nine-tail woman, however, was a bit flirty. It seemed like she knew his past self, which had him wondering, did he had any lovers in his past life? She did say she had a child. Well, he better pray it's not his. Apparently, the kid was a fan of his, as, for some reason, a yokai being strong enough to decimate every other faction was something all yokai took pride in. The fact that the strongest in history was a yokai, which meant he had their full support no matter what he did. As for the old man, he seemed fine. He bonded well with the Nekoshu. He promised her to take good care of Konako. She did mention that Konako had an older sister. He would get to that when he gets there. Heaven has decided to give you this back. As those words left Michael's mouth, what seemed to be a holy grail, Takeo could feel it. His power was sealed in there. Before he could reach the grail, two individuals appeared out of nowhere. Rizevim Levon Lucifer, the grandson of the original Lucifer, if what Rias' brother was saying was anything to go by. Next to him was someone else. Shulba Beelzebub. So that was their name. Why do they look so pissed at him? 63, how dare they? 63. As the two came into the room, Takeo could fear an air of hostility entering the room alongside those people. Everyone in the room seemed to become tense. Take could feel their power. They were strong. Why could he feel Offai's power within them? He also felt another familiar power within them. He wondered why he could feel such a powerful presence within them. Why did they feel so strong? Their power felt like it was above the leaders of the fallen angels and demons, combined. Granted, there were other factions there and he could feel the faint presence of a powerful individual nearby. However, even there, their power felt close. Why did their power feel all so demonic? From looking at them, he could tell they had a grudge against him. Against him, in particular, might be an overstatement. They had a grudge against his past life. The rage within their eyes told him just how much they wanted to rip him apart. The room fell silent as everyone became aware of the individual in the room. Takeo could feel their stare into the depths of his soul, and he did not like that feeling one bit. A majority of his power was still sealed away and he wouldn't be able to fight any of them in his current state and win. Rizevim spoke first. Takeo could feel the malice dripping from the man's voice. So, this is the new form you've taken, the so-called reincarnated warrior. How fitting for you to be reborn in such a weak state. Ah yes, attacking me at my weakest, how so noble of you, Takeo said with sarcasm in his voice. I am devil, what do you expect? By nature I am the definition of evil, being a goody two-shoe is not in the nature of us devil. Rizevim said with a cocky look. I don't know you if you notice, but there are two of you, and like 9 people here that are on your level, Takeo said, pointing out the obvious. Rizevim just laughed. Rizevim, stand down, do not ruin this meeting, Surtsk said, looking at Rizevim, who just laughed. You are weak. Why would us devil want a peace? Ever since the Great War, you have been ruining devil society by ruling it, you and all those new demon kings. So what if a couple of million humans lose their soul, their life are meaningless, they are just but ants needing to be crushed. In an instant, Shulba vanished from sight, and the next moment a clash was heard happening inside the building. Takeo turned his head around to notice that Shulba was clashing with all of the yokai leaders present. Hey, is that how they planned the fight? The next second, Takeo felt hundreds if not thousands of people showing up on the battlefield as a bunch of magicians could be seen. The very next second, he could feel powerful enemies arrive on the battlefield. Takeo was now starting to realize the amount of people that he had pissed off. Azazel calmly got out of his chair. That sucks. The man said in a tired voice. He was looking forward to this meeting, but oh well. Guess it was time to fight. And to just add the sweet sugar to this already messed up situation, the descendant of a previous Leviathan member was there. Fucking fantastic. This felt like a very messed up way of dying. So many people wanted him dead, it was crazy. Suddenly a sound made him stop. The sound of someone's hand being held hostage. Turning his gaze around, he saw the one thing he wished he had never seen. He saw them holding a Keno hostage, a blade near her throat. Immediately, the dragon armor suit was put on, he immediately went to his strongest state from the jump. His gaze lingered on the enemy that had dared hold her like this. You better let her go if you know what's good for you. And what if I don't, Rizevim said with a smile on his face as he pressed the tip of his blade closer to her throat. For some reason, it seemed as if he wanted Takeo to crash out, as if he wanted Takeo to lose control. He pressed the blade deeper into Akeno's neck, drawing some blood. What a beautiful shade of red, the man added, licking the blood. Shame she is only a fallen filth. The man then looks at Takeo before saying, such a wonderful lover, all to yourself, almost making me jealous. The look on the man's face along with his aura told him what this man had in mind. If he was trying to piss him off, he had succeeded, greatly. However, before Takeo could do anything, a light spear flew close to the Rizevim head, causing him to let go of Akeno and jump away. Sorry, we can't have that, Azazel added nonchalantly. Even though he acted nonchalantly, he was on edge. He did not want what happened 400 years ago to happen again. He is all yours. Azazel added that within a split second, the floor beneath Takeo's foot shattered into a million pieces, and the sound of a sonic boom was heard all throughout the battlefield. The first thing that Rizevim saw were countless fists being thrown toward his face. Each and every single one of them landed with enough force to kill a high-class devil in one shot multiple times over. Even with his power sealed, Takeo was still a being who should not have been messed with. He could remain in control, or he thinks he could. Armor suit, speed mode. Zooming around the battlefield at speed the human eyes couldn't keep up with up, shockwaves seemed to be created with each individual blow that Takeo landed on the man. However, the more he punched the man, the happier the man seemed to be. Haha, there you are, now time to crush you. Takeo however just looked curious. At this moment he stopped caring that everyone around him had to fight some very strong individual. All he cares about is beating the shit out of the man that hurt Akeno. How dare they? 64, Rage, 64. This is not a one-off attack, Odin proclaimed. This felt like a much more direct attack than just this. The chances of someone attacking while they were in the middle of the meeting were not low. They were pretty high. However, before he could say anything, a Nordic rune appeared over his body alongside the Valkyrie accompanying him. His eyes widened a bit. He now had an idea of the individual who was behind it all. As the magic circle appeared over his body, all that he could do was just grit his teeth and mutter out, Loki. As those words left his mouth, the rune activated alongside the magic circle, sending the god back to his own pantheon, far away from the current battle. That one down, Loki added before his gaze went toward the Holy Grail. With everyone currently fighting, it was quite easy for him to just walk to the Grail. A destructive orb of energy hit him, doing significant damage to his body. Loki somehow managed to heal it off in seconds. His gaze then turned to the Devil King who had sent that attack. Loki looked a bit annoyed. Welp, that was one person he needed to take care of. There were 3 people if he counted the angel and that grey-haired chick next to his opponent. So this was your goal the whole time, the Holy Grail, Xerxes added. Looking at the trickster god, Loki smiled at the man but said nothing. He was a timer here. I would love to chat but destiny awaits, Loki added as he watched cracks forming on the Holy Grail. The power contained inside was too immense. Over the past 400 years, it has been trying to get out. It was only a matter of time before it shattered once again, releasing all of this power back into the world. However, what Loki wanted was to get all that power for himself and destroy the world with it. He would do what Takeo's earlier reincarnation had started and would not lose. He would kill all life on Earth. Chaos was fun. He had asked the hero if they wanted to join, but they rather not sacrifice their member. That was a shame. Their sacred gear users were quite strong. Welp, time to beat up a few devils and angels. This should be fun. POV change. Asia was seen healing the knockout, Akeno. It seemed as if the blade she had been pierced with was poisoned. Her breath seemed to have become ragged, her skin was becoming paler. And her temperature was decreasing at an alarming speed. The only reason she seemed to be still alive was her sheer will and Asia's healing. Rias looked at this and wanted to help, there was something that she could do to help, but it was too risky. She was now getting used to using her power of destruction to target smaller stuff. She used it to cancel out Riser's healing, and she had used it again to cancel out Cockabille's defensive magic and destroy or reduce the output of his light spears. She had done it countless on Takeo, she could disable a trait of someone with precise control. However, this wasn't one of those situations. Akeno's life was in danger, and if she messed up it would be over. Unlike with Takeo, who her magic barely seemed to affect, if she messed up with Akeno, her friend could die. This was not something that she wanted to deal with. However, she did not want her friend to die. She was in a turmoil. Taking in a deep breath, Rias approached Akeno. She could hear her rasped breathing. "Everything will be okay," Rias said softly, trying to reassure her friend and herself. She needed to believe this. Everything had to turn out okay. They just had to. Taking in a deep breath, she prepared to do it. She was shaking a bit. However, she felt Akeno's hand touch her, which caused her to freeze. Rias looked at Akeno's weakened state. She could feel how cold Akeno's hand was getting, and Asia was starting to realize her healing power was not doing it. She needed more. Transfer. Asia suddenly felt as if her healing power had been multiplied by 16 times its original amount. Looking up, she saw the figure of Issei. "I could stand there and watch," the boy said, scratching the back of his head. Asia thanked Issei for his help before she started to use her sacred gear to heal Akeno at a much faster speed. However, the poison was still there. It needed to be destroyed. Completely destroyed. Asia's job was to make sure the poison stayed contained in one spot, while Ria's job was to make sure to destroy it completely while making sure Akeno did not get hurt too much. POV change. Takeo could be seen slaying thousands of low-level soldiers rushing toward him. Rizevim smiled a bit upon noticing this. He did not care that his experimental Nephilim was being destroyed. He thrived in the challenge. In his point of view, he saw that Takeo was just a burning sun, bursting to be awakened. He felt like he could poke this bear for longer, and with a smile on his face, said, "Did you know that your lover is probably dead? Get on with it." Takeo's voice sounded rather cold. He was in no mood for dialogue. "You break my heart. Do you know how hard it was to get Hydra's venom? And some of Hormongondra's blood?" the man added with a smile. Takeo's heart dropped. No, there was no way, right? Right. He felt Akeno's life force vanish. POV switch. The Holy Grail was starting to show more and more cracks as the immense power hidden within wanted to be unleashed upon the world. The whole hole seemed to shake, as what seemed to be a roar from hell itself could be heard. Even from the void, the yell could be heard. A big dragon who was sleeping opened its yellow eyes. It felt it, his rival had returned. Meanwhile, back to Earth. Rage. 65, the end. 65. Red, all red. So red. What the fuck was the use of all that power if he couldn't protect his first love? Why was he so weak? Why was he unable to protect Akeno? If it wasn't for the fallen angel leader, this man might have also have ripped her wings away, taking away her dignity. Rage, anger, pure malice. Those were the emotions currently going through Takeo's body. He could feel it. He wanted to kill this man so badly that he couldn't stop himself from shaking. He was going to murder this fucker, even if it cost him his life. He would rip out his spine and make him eat. He will rip out this man's bat wing and cut off all of his fingers. He crushes the man's skull just enough for it to hurt, but not enough for it to kill him. He was going to murder this dude. This was probably the one moment in his life where the only thing that was going through his mind was nothing but sheer anger and nothing more. No thoughts, no emotions. The only thing that was hiding behind those eyes of his was nothing but the sheer will to turn this man inside out. He would kill him no matter what. His opponent however just smiled upon noticing the look of pure malice on his face. This was good. The natural disaster was about to snap. Boom! One step is all that anyone could see Takeo taking, the next instant his opponent was lying on the floor, his body broken and destroyed. Takeo cocked his fist back and punched the man. Thumb! Thumb! Blood was covering his hand, yet he didn't care, he was punching this bastard in the soul where it hurt the most. He refused to let death take the man's soul, and for what felt like an eternity, Takeo continued to pile up the damage on his opponent's body and soul. He was now mostly covered in his opponent's blood, he looked like a monster. With no care in the world, he kept punching his opponent, each punch seemed to shake the area that they were standing in. Takeo cocked his fist back as his eyes looked at his now almost dead opponent, dead in the eyes, with nothing but just rage in his eyes. The man just smiled as if this was what he wanted to see. Before his fist could land on the man's face once again, he felt a pair of soft arms warped around him, what seemed to be crimson hair could be seen in his vision. "Stop it, Takeo-kun, this is not you, snap out of it," Ria's voice was heard, pleading as she held her boyfriend's fist back. She saw him lose himself, this was not the Takeo she knew. The beast that had spent the last 30 or so seconds, brutally torturing a man. Takeo would have granted the man a swift death, he would not torture them. It just wasn't the kind of person he was. Her words seemed to have pierced through him as if she had managed to hit his core in her first attempt. The primal rage that he was currently feeling was quenched as he felt her soft arm around his body. His fist however was still clenched and he was ready to hit the bastard in the face once again. However, he did not do it as he knew he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Now that she was here. "Please, Takeo," her voice was heard whispering in a softer tone. "Akeno is all right, she is fine." Takeo's eyes seemed to widen just a bit upon hearing her words. "But, I felt," he stuttered out before he cut off. "Her energy vanishes," Rias added upon looking at him, to which he nodded. "Gabriel-san and my brother created a barrier so that the enemy couldn't locate us, they wanted to evacuate the people who couldn't defend themselves." Rias added softly, her arms still wrapped around his neck. All the rage in his body disappeared in that moment, he no longer felt angry anymore. "What about Akeno?" Rias slowly turned his head toward the left, where he saw Akeno standing. "They're alive and well, sure she looked a bit weak but apart from that she seemed healthy." Takeo's opponent seems to not have liked his plan of bringing out the calamity out to have failed so easily due to some chick. Due to some random devil and fallen angel sluts his plan failed. Takeo anger simmered down a bit as what seemed to be a cross-shaped symbol appeared on his chest. Takeo black hair seems to turn a white color. He looked at Rias and kissed her. 2 seconds later as they pulled away, her face now being just as crimson as her hair. He gave her a small smile. "Thank you, Rias, thank you for stopping me from losing myself," he added quite softly. She seemed quite glad about the praise. However, this sweet moment was stopped once the voice of Loki was heard, holding the Holy Grail in his hand. "Heh, yes, I have it," the man said as he opened the Holy Grail. As the seal on the Holy Grail was removed, all the power sealed within it came bursting out. The power seems to be rushing to Takeo, however, by using some Nordic runes and some of his knowledge of magic. The trickster god managed to put all that power into himself. He could feel it, he had so much power. There was no way he could lose now. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the battlefield. "So this what the old man wanted me to learn," Takeo said to himself as he remembered the dying words of the biblical god. The cross in Takeo's chest glowed a bright yellow color as what seemed to be crow feathers seemed to be falling all around him. However, there was something weird with those feathers. They all seem to be a distant red color, the feather also seems to possess what seems to be some trace of the power of destruction. Takeo stood up a bit and tightened his jacket around his waist. He would not lose. He would protect what he held dear no matter what. He cannot lose. He gave Rias a quick peck on the cheeks before telling her to go somewhere safe. He did not want her to get hurt in the aftermath of the battle. As the energy around Takeo calmed down a bit, he could hear Loki's laughter echoing ominously in the background. Loki teleported in front of Takeo, the Holy Grail still in his hand. The trickster god's eyes gleamed with a malevolent glee, the power that was sealed in the Holy Grail was now his and his alone. Loki seems to be having fun with this, he seems to be feeling the overwhelming amount of power that his body possesses. He seemed to have so much power that he was virtually unkillable, one on this planet now stood a chance against him. With this power, he had now essentially become a brand new god, an ultimate god one might say. His power was now second to none, he was now the strongest there ever was. So you are the mighty Chchendiziong, Loki sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. I must say, I'm disappointed. I thought you'd be more of a challenge, but it seems you're just another mortal bound by his emotions. Takeo however did not seem to give a single fuck about any of the things that were coming out of Loki's lips. He could feel it, he now felt so in tune with the world around him, it felt so calm. It was as if Mother Nature was speaking to him. It felt so soothing, feeling the air entering his lungs and exiting his body. Feeling like he had become one with nature. Without wasting a second, Takeo teleported toward the leaders who were heavily injured, he placed his hand on their wounds and it seemed to have healed instantly. As he healed the Monkey King, the yokai looked at him. This was how far his brother had come. How far had the Chchendiziong had climbed? Teleporting back toward the battlefield, Takeo couldn't help but notice the interest in Loki's eyes as he looked at him. Fascinating, the remnants of God's power still linger within you. No matter, I now have your sealed power. Loki said with a grin on his face. Takegaze remained calm as he stared at Loki. He could feel the enormous amount of power radiating from the god, however, the power did not feel stable, it did not feel like it belonged to him, after all that power was Takeo's power. He would have to face against his own power, that would be pretty hard, however. Memories of his time in this life flashed before his very eyes. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Ryu, Konako, Kaiba. He had friends to protect in this life, he wasn't alone anymore so he couldn't afford to fuck around. Loki, Takeo said rather softly, his voice steady but filled with an overwhelming sense of calmness. What is your goal? What do you plan to do with all that power? Takeo asked honestly. Loki's grin widened, the madness present in his eyes was unmistakable. My goal. His voice echoes as if Takeo's question amused him. My goal is the destruction of all life on this planet. I will raise this world to the ground, reshape it in my image, and become the ruler of a new, twisted reality. All will bow before me, the trickster god. Takeo's eyes narrowed a bit, so this was the goal that this guy wanted. I can't let you do that. Takeo added calmly as he loosed at Loki. There are people in this world that I wish to protect, people who mean everything to me. Loki let out a mocking laugh, his voice being filled with scorn. You still don't understand, do you? As things stand, I possess all of your sealed power that was strong enough to be considered the strongest among the gods. You, on the other hand, are nothing but a shell, a mere shadow of your former self. Takeo remained unfazed, he took a step forward, his stance shifting into a combat-ready position. His eyes seemed to have no emotions behind them apart from focus and pure determination. That may be true, he added, but the real question is, do you even know how to use it? 1 second later, a huge thunderous explosion of energy could be felt, the very air around everyone seemed to be crackling with raw power. Loki, who was now wielding the stolen power of Takeo, was using it without a care in the world. He unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks. A blast of energy and waves of destructive force ripped through the whole battlefield as each combatant seemed to be annihilating anything in their path. However, if you look closely you could life growing wherever Takeo placed his feet, while life seemed to be sucked dry from the earth when Loki stepped on it. As Loki launched a strike, Takeo's body moved with fluid precision, his feet gliding across the ground as he unleashed a power kick toward Loki's face. Loki sneered, his arrogance being ever so present, and decided to throw a massive energy blast at Takeo. Takeo used what he had learned so far, and decided to redirect the attack. With a swift spin, he redirected the force of the blast, using a technique he had only recently grasped. He countered with a powerful kick, his leg cutting through the air like a blade. He was grasping at the more he fought, he was grasping at the true essence of his fighting style. Crack! The kick that had connected with Loki's side, managed to send the trickster god skidding back. The pain in the god's face was evident, however, he quickly regained his footing, and his eyes were now blazing with an intense amount of fury. You think you can defeat me with mere kicks and punches? You're nothing compared to a god. Loki's voice roared, his hands now crackling with energy as he summoned another wave of destruction. He would not lose like this, no matter what. He will not have to lose like this. He will have to win. Takeo however didn't flinch, his eyes remained sharp and focused as he analyzed every single move that Loki had made. Each time, Takeo threw a blow, it became more refined. As the fight went on, Takeo started making fewer and fewer mistakes with his strike. He was seemingly reaching perfection. Loki, now overcome by nothing but pure hate, started to just spam attacks. Each attack having enough power behind it to put an ultimate class devil in the dirt. As things stood right now, no one on the planet stood at the same level that those two were battling at. Even the three leaders of the remaining faction couldn't help but watch in awe at the display of power in front of them. The White Dragon Emperor Vali, a man who was known for his battle lust, just looked at this fight with what seemed to be a star in his eyes. Yes, this was it, this was what he had always dreamt of, right before his very eyes. He could see it now. If he could achieve such power, then he truly would be the strongest. Takeo, who had by now tanked a few of Loki's blasts, looked to have gotten hurt a bit. However, his eyes seemed to be gleaming in a brand new light even if Takeo himself was utterly drained out of energy. He needed to keep on fighting no matter what. He could not lose, he would not lose. Loki laughed a bit upon noticing Takeo's current state. Pathetic. You can't possibly win. This power belongs to me now. Takeo however just wiped the blood away from his lips. He looked at Loki before saying, you are wrong. He then took a couple of steps toward Loki before saying, I am sure you have realized it by now, but all that power is meaningless if you can't use it properly. The fight resumed and it quickly became clear that Loki was beginning to falter. Despite the overwhelming power at his disposal, his attacks were becoming less precise, and less controlled. Takeo in the meantime was just evolving with each blow that he threw. Each strike he landed carried more weight, more power, more impact. His movements were not become a blur to Loki, it was as if his mind could no longer comprehend such perfection. Takeo began to exploit Loki's weaknesses, his technique was now becoming even deadlier than before. The skill behind each execution seems to be increasing with each passing second. The sheer force behind each strike left Loki reeling from pain. His confidence was now starting to crack. Realizing that he was getting his ass hooped, looking lashed out in a desperate attempt to beat Takeo in the physical department. However, with sheer skill, Takeo avoided the god. He ducked under the wild swing and with a low spinning kick, he decided to do a roundhouse kick toward Loki's ribs. The impact of the attack caused some parts of the area around them to shatter. Loki staggered to his feet, he now looked more bloodied than anything, and he felt weaker than he had a moment ago. This advancement was something that the leader of the three factions could feel. He could see it. Takeo's power was returning back to him. Loki was now beginning to realize that even if he had the power of a god, at the end of the day, he couldn't use it. How? Loki was surprised. How was he losing? How could he possibly be losing to someone without their power? I would never be able to forgive myself if I couldn't protect them, Takeo added calmly as he looked at his opponent. Loki looked annoyed. Really, this was the difference between him and Takeo. That was pure bullshit if he had ever heard it. How the fuck was he losing to this? Refusing to acknowledge a world where he would, Loki stood up and charged up all of his power. He would beat Takeo no matter what. As Loki rushed toward Takeo, Takeo performed it. He drew a perfect circle with his kick. Just for a second as the kick landed, the universe itself stopped for a second. Takeo's eyes looked at his opponent. Loki was no more, now all that Remained was nothing. Loki was utterly erased from existence. Calming himself down, Takeo could feel his power returning back to him. He slowly turns around to face the remaining enemy. They all, without wasting a second, surrender. They had just witnessed this man shut down the universe with a goddamn kick. They were not going to mess with bro. As Takeo looked at them, he felt two pairs of soft arms wrapped around him. Takeo could recognize them, a pair of crimson hair and black hair. He just let them snuggle up to him. They seemed quite worried about him. Were those tears in Akeno's eyes? Apparently when Loki had landed his blast, my energy signature vanished. For a solid 30 seconds. This might have happened when he had gotten severely injured, but he was fine now. The sound of someone clearing his throat was heard. Takeo's eyes went toward the leader who was remaining. They walked to him before crowning a supreme god. It was a unanimous decision. He was the supreme god who stopped the trickster god from destroying the world. It was now his job to keep the balance between all the pantheons. I won't have to do paperwork, right? Takeo added in a hopeful voice. This caused the leader of the fallen to chuckle a bit before he said, "No, all you will be like the mediator." A long sigh escaped his lips. However, it was work, just finished killing someone strong enough to destroy everything on Earth, and now he was on babysitting duty. How fun! Next time we fight, I will force you to use more power. The White Dragon Emperor added, looking at him in the eyes. I will be waiting for you. Takeo said with a smile on his face as Vala just gave him a smirk. Well then, he had two girlfriends to spend time with. Time skip. Takeo was seen lying on a bed. Dada, an overexcited child, was heard saying, jumping on him. The child seems to possess crimson red hair along with having slitted pupils. Mommy made dinner. On my way, Kaito, Takeo added, looking at the overexcited child. Managing to walk his way to the kitchen, Takeo looked a bit drained. Phew phew, seemed like someone had a bad night of sleep, Akeno's voice was heard saying, looking at her husband. Takeo looked at her and noticed that she was feeding a small child. Dada. 3 other children were heard. Are we going to see Auntie Konako and Auntie Kuriko? Akira said. Looking at his father, the redhead really wanted to see his auntie. Takeo greeted each one of the kids with a smile. 3 redheads and 3 black hair. He never thought he would have gotten 6 kids. Well, it was probably due to the fact that Akeno and Rias were competitive and were always trying to one-up each other. It has been like 17 years, and now he's 6 kids, by devil's standards that is quite high. Well, to be fair, he had never used a condom, but still. The second that they had finished Kyoah Academy, they wanted to be mothers. He couldn't deny them their choice. Suddenly his alarm rang off, and Takeo walked toward Akeno. Kissed her on the lip, played with the baby a bit, and started packing. As he was leaving, he met Rias, giving his second wife an equally long kiss. Takeo called his cloud before running toward where the problem was happening. Well, time for him to do his job as the mediator. Upon arriving at the site, he saw a strange portal. He looked around and no one seemed to be in sight. Takeo decided to enter the portal, and here he was, back in the dimensional void. In front of him stood an immense red dragon. It's time, I have waited long enough. Great Red, Takeo said, looking at his draconic friend. Sure, let me give you your fight, Takeo added, transforming into his strongest state. This would be fun. The 2 titans prepared themselves. A second later they rushed toward each other with a smile on their faces. And this was the end of the one shot. What did you think? As it's a one shot made in 3 weeks with minimal planning, some stuff may seem just a bit off, but I made sure not to leave plot holes. Anyway, for anyone wanting the name of the kids, with Akeno we have Kazuki Himejima 6, Yukari Himejima 4, Haruto Himejima 1 year old. With Rias, Kaito Gremory 8, Akira Gremory 5, Mizuki Gremory 2. Yes, for anyone wondering, he was putting in work, and no, there was no pulling out. From the smut scene I have written, I think I made sure that they wrap their leg tightly around him so he can't pull away. If I ever find the energy to make another DxD1 wit, probably going to be someone with Adam's power, record of Ragnarok Adam, and he will be on the church side. The love interest would be Asia, Zernovia, Irina. Anyway, that will be it. Peace.